Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports. Today is the day. As you can tell, I am so excited. A year plus of work, a year plus of effort comes to fruition today. And as these teams have continued to do their own research with individual workouts, of course, turning on the film, sending scouts all over the world, it just is such a great day to enjoy. A culmination of all of these people working extremely hard. Of course, draft prospects having their lives changed forever, hearing their name called on draft night tonight. We're in just for a great night in general. Of course, it's my birthday as well, so I am also over the moon excited. My fiance hooked me up big time today with a Lakers Luka Doncic jersey, which I was very grateful for. She also got me some candy, got me a clear whiteboard, which we're going to actually use in today's stream probably a little bit as well. I'm going to try out some different things with that I think you guys might enjoy. Welcome everyone to the stream. Glad to have you in here. BTB with the first comment today. Let's get some W's in the chat. I'm going to try and get some confetti flowing early here for BTB. SP says the Raptors have so many directions they can choose at number 9. I think they want to cause a bit of fun chaos. SP, thanks for being in here. Zach says the first draft live stream I watched on Utility Sports was 2022. That turned out to be a franchise-altering draft, of course, for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Thank you for everything you do, and Thunder up. Zach, appreciate you a ton. Lois here says Malawatch at 9 would be lovely. I know it won't happen. Malawatch, I think, probably goes off the board before number 9, but you never know. NBA draft night typically has centers fall a little bit further than they should. Michael here says Malawatch will go at number 7 to the Pelicans. So promises don't happen as frequently as draft Twitter seems to suggest that they do. I do think that's something important to remember, but I do have the Pelicans in my most recent mock draft, my final mock draft for the cycle, ultimately selecting Malawatch at 7. So I still do ultimately agree with this assertion that Michael is making. Rachel, welcome to the stream, says it's been reported that the Spurs have brought in Malawatch for multiple workouts and are intrigued by the idea of pairing him with Wemby. What are your thoughts and what would it take to move up? You'd start with pick 14. You'd start with some maybe future assets. Atlanta, of course, you have control of over their future draft picks in 2026 and 2027. I think some combination of pick 14 and one future first-round pick and some other small asset would probably be the defining characteristics of that deal. Now, do I think that San Antonio actually pulls the trigger on that? My guess would be no, but I do think it is worth keeping our eyes on. The Clay says, happy draft day and birthday, Sheldon Clays. Appreciate you a ton. Thanks so much for all of your guys' support over the years, and especially this most recent draft cycle where we've hit new strides, new levels on the channel, and it really is a testament to you, the consistency in the way that you show up, support the channel, comment, take time out of your day, like, subscribe, all of the stuff that you guys do. I really couldn't do it without you, and I'm so, so thankful for each one of you. Rich Easy Boy here says, happy birthday. Thank you, my man. Bryce says, what's up, man? Second time in the live. Bryce, glad to have you back in here again today. I'm really bummed yesterday. I missed out on streaming for the Porzingis trade and the McCollum to Washington trade. I actually didn't have power for a majority of yesterday. So just really unfortunate timing the day before the draft. Luckily, that didn't happen today. I would have been livid. I was pretty upset yesterday. I'm not even going to lie. But luckily, everything's back up and working for today. So Bryce, welcome to the stream. Glad I can be live again today. Jake, welcome to the stream, says good morning. Justin says happy birthday. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Portland time, says Jake. DCD, yeah, you are in that Pacific time, aren't you? Yeah, it's not morning for me over here on the East Coast, but we roll. DCD Gaming says, what's up, Sheldon? Glad to have you in here. Question for everyone in the stream right now. You see that profile picture of Derek White. Will he get traded today? Will he not? There's been some rumors, some noise, some speculation about some Celtics players today. Will one of them actually get moved? Yes or no? We'll see. Rich says, got a Luka jersey now a year older. LFG, yes, a year older. I'm getting old, guys. I'm turning into Unk here a little bit. Farzi says, happy B-Day. Griffin says, thoughts on a Dennis Schroeder sign-in trade with Dallas for PJ Washington? Definitely a possibility. Otherwise, Dallas might just try and pursue Schroeder through other means, and it might not be a PJ sign-in trade. It could include something with Jaden Hardy's salary. The Mavericks do have a little bit of flexibility to open up ways to sign Schroeder without a PJ Washington inclusion. But I would like that for Detroit if they got PJ. But I don't think Dallas will necessarily do that. DCD, thank you so much. Bryce says, I've been waiting on a live since the last one, man, and happy birthday. Thank you so much. Chris says, spam the thumbs up for Utility Sports birthday. You guys heard him. Everyone go smash that like button right now on the stream. I'm going to do a quick little check on how many likes on the stream we're at already. Over 30 likes already, and we're just a couple minutes into the stream. So shout out to everyone so far. Brisket here says, wait for the 9th pick from the Raptors and a player. I don't really like it as a Raptors fan. So that player would probably be RJ Barrett. I also don't love it for them. Tomas, thank you for the Q. Says, thoughts on Derek White to Toronto. Happy birthday, by the way. Tomas, appreciate you a ton. He has been watching the channel for a long time and, of course, is supporting his Raptors a bit as well. Tomas, thank you so much again for the 2. And I do like Derek White for Toronto a lot. If it's pick 9 and RJ Barrett, I actually like that quite a bit for the Raptors. I think they would get significantly better. Their three-point shooting, their spacing, their ball movement, I think would all be a bit better. And I think defensively they would take another step forward as well with one of the best shot-blocking guards in NBA history in Derek White on their roster. Now, do I think it ultimately happens? Probably not. But the Celtics have been linked a bit to Kasparas Jakičionis, and he should probably be available at pick number 9. So definitely would be an interesting spot for them. Unholy Trini, thank you so much for the 10. I always appreciate your support over on Twitter as well. Unholy Trini, thank you so much for the 10. Let's get W's in the chat. I'm going to throw in some confetti here. And I'm going to type in a W for Trini here as well. Thank you so much for the 10. It says, happy birthday, go Spurs, go. Here's a little bit of a prediction for tonight. I think San Antonio fans are going to be very happy with the overall outcome of the draft tonight, not only getting Dylan Harper at number 2, but with the slew of prospects who could be on the board for them at number 14. In my final mock draft, I projected one of my favorite players in this entire class to them at that spot. So we're going to go through my mock draft a little bit later. Today, kind of leading up to the draft, we're going to talk through a variety of things. We're going to look at trade rumors. We're going to look at noise. We're going to follow all the reporting over on Twitter. We're also then going to talk through my mock draft, my big board, everything that you guys kind of need to know here leading up to the NBA draft tonight. We're going to cover everything. So I'm planning on being live for 6-7 hours tonight. This is going to be a great time. We're going to talk through so many great things. And of course, after the draft as well, there's going to be videos, winners and losers of day one. You're also going to look at a video tomorrow morning of the best available players. And depending on how the draft goes tonight, I'll probably have a video on my favorite fits from the draft, picks that blew me away or surprised me pleasantly. So a lot of content coming out in the next 24 hours, including this very long stream today. Brian K says, happy birthday. Thank you so much, Brian. Justin Shute says, W fiance. Yeah, she is an absolute legend. She's been setting me up for success all of the time. If you guys remember back even a few trade deadlines ago, she was bringing me Starbucks and hot chocolate. She's setting me up all the time. So W fiancés for sure. Let's throw some Meep hype in the chat. MEEP. I want to see everyone spamming Meep right now down below for her because she's an absolute beast. Brendan here says, happy birthday, my king. Appreciate you so much, Brendan. The other Brendan here. We got 2 Brendan S's back to back. Brendan says, sorry I'm late. Brendan, appreciate you a ton. You're not late at all. You're here in the first 10 minutes still. So you have been absolutely awesome. Love seeing the W's in here. Mr. Ray, King Trent, thank you so much. Mr. Ray says, press the like button on the way in and hope you and your family are well, Sheldon. We're doing great, Mr. Ray. I really appreciate that. Doing a lot better since, kind of the end of February, beginning of March, where we're going through some stuff. Doing a lot better. So, Mr. Ray, thank you so much. Matt throws in the W's. Lofo says, what's up, Sheldon? Welcome to the stream. So excited for tonight. Boosh says, happy birthday. Thank you for your hard work. We got some me pipe in here from Gremlin. Thank you, Gremlin, for that. Packers Goat says, happy birthday. Also, do you think we see a trade in the next hour? My guess is probably not within the next hour. I do think as we get to the day of the draft, things kind of slow down a little bit more. Teams start to put together their own mock drafts, looking at who's going to be available where. And then with that in mind, when certain things play out on draft night itself, when the picks become live and you start to see who's going where, ultimately, that's where we're going to see some movement. Some trades in the draft is more than likely what we should expect. Luka Magic says, happy birthday, Sheldon. Appreciate you, Luka Magic. Avery says, where's the realistic trade-up spot for OKC? So I searched for this aggressively. I ultimately did not mock that in my final mock draft, but the Thunder should be really incentivized to move up. They have 14 standard contracts. They have 2 first-round picks. You do the math on it, it doesn't work out very well. So trading 15 and 24 to move up, maybe 10 with Phoenix could make some sense, especially if the Suns really like Jace Richardson. That continues to be the spot that I think is the most likely trade-down spot in the top 10 this year. Brian K says, what are the Nets cooking up? Same thing. Pick number 10, I think, is a hot button topic right now and one that you need to keep your eyes on. Colin Berry says, happy birthday. Thank you so much. Chris says, Nets fan here. Shout out to all my Nets fans. Everyone comment down below right now who you are a fan of. Josh Prince says, PJ Washington to Detroit next for a draft day trade. Bryce says, Grizzlies have to get Rasheer Fleming, Nee Clifford, or Cedric Coward. Bro, it's a must. I do like Coward for them a lot, Bryce. PJ for Schroeder sign and trade. Sheldon, I downloaded the YouTube app just to comment on your draft trade deadline stream. Spoonfed, I appreciate you big time. That's an absolute legend right there. Glad you're able to get that downloaded and have your presence felt here in the chat. I hope you guys feel like a really great fostered community here. That's one of my favorite parts about YouTube in general, is just having people to talk hoops with. You guys can tell from how much I talk about and how much time I put into this, how much I love basketball, and I can feel that kind of same energy, that same aura radiating from you guys through the chat and through your questions, through your insights and analysis as well. So shout out to everybody in here. Really do appreciate you. If you haven't yet and you're new, make sure to subscribe. Be a part of this great community that we have here now. Jones here says, will my Wizards trade up from number 18 to grab Queen? I can't wait till this draft starts. Happy birthday. See, moving up from 18 for Queen would be awesome. There's a chance he could slide even out of the lottery tonight. Now, in my last mock draft, I did not have him all the way out of the lottery, but to the very back of it, which we will talk about later. Again, in a little bit, we will go through my final mock draft, talk through every single selection. But I just want to be spending the first little bit here welcoming everyone to the stream. Brendan says, going to be a boring draft as a Kings fan. Well, maybe not. We'll see what happens. There's a lot of noise about some of the Kings players right now. DeMar DeRozan, Devin Carter, Malik Monk. Could the Kings get a late first-round pick in this draft? I definitely think that is possible. Mr. Ray, thank you so much. Paranormal, thank you. Russell, thank you as well. Packers Goat says, what would it take to send RJ Barrett to Milwaukee? I think that's a tricky discussion because of what Milwaukee does and doesn't have to trade and their salaries. It would probably be something around Kuzma. I just don't think it's the most likely scenario, though, to be completely honest with you. Unlimited says, my glorious king, Utility Sports, has a birthday. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Billy Donovan's gum. What an interesting profile picture we got there. It says, happy birthday, my guy. Appreciate you. 2B says, I'm hoping the Rockets trade back into the first round to try and draft Ryan Kalkbrenner. Definitely could be a nice budget backup big man for them on a cheap rookie contract. Young Lightskin says, happy B-Day, my fellow Cancer. Mine was yesterday. Happy belated birthday to you, my man. Says we both get a massive B-Day gift as Mavs fans. Yes, we are. As a Mavericks fan myself, I cannot complain about getting Cooper Flagg on the night of my birthday. What a W. Protocol says, happy birthday, brother, from one sicko to another. Love the content. Thank you guys all so much. All of the birthday wishes. Appreciate you guys. Lilo John, thank you so much. I'm glad you guys feel heard and embraced here at Utility Sports. That's the biggest thing for me. DV says, Sheldon in the building. Salute from the UK. Carter wants my thoughts on Amari Williams. So we will be going through my big board. I do like Amari Williams as kind of a long-term draft and develop big. I know he's an older prospect, but he did flash a lot on tape, not only from his downhill north-south physical gifts that he displays pretty consistently, his above-the-rim finishing, and his ability to kind of blend all of those things together as a downhill attacker. And then you also look at his passing vision. Had a pretty good assist-to-turnover rate this past year, a ton of assists over his multi-year college career. Pretty solid big man and an interesting one for sure. Huge W's in the chat. Another 10 says, happy birthday. Wendy says, Portland and Philly in serious talks to move up to number 3 for Edgecombe to pair with Scoot and Kling, and LaMelo vouched for Fears. My Hawks should use traded player exception on Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Thoughts? Well, first of all, yesterday I did tweet that the Hawks will be in on Nickeil. I have pretty good intel on that. And I think that Nickeil will ultimately land in Atlanta via sign and trade. I don't think Fears is going at number 4 today. I do think that's kind of a smokescreen. And I think right now there's a lot of stuff going on with Philadelphia trying to coerce or convince someone to trade up to number 3. That's ultimately what I think is happening. I think the news about Fears at 4 is probably Philly generated. If a team wants Fears, they have to move up to 3 to jump Charlotte to get him, hypothetically. If a team wants Bailey, they have to jump up at number 3 to get him. If a team wants to get Edgecombe, like you're seeing here in this report, they have to jump up to 3 to get him. I think the Sixers are trying to generate buzz to improve the offers for pick number 3. I'm just not sure if that's ultimately going to happen, though, which is why in my final mock draft, I do have the Sixers sticking at number 3 and selecting VJ Edgecombe themselves. But thank you so much for the 10. Thank you for the super chat. Let's get some W's flying in the chat right now. And Terry in the chat, he comes in with his own $10 as well. Thank you so much, Terry. He says, happy birthday. Thanks for the content. I appreciate you guys. Let's get some more confetti in here. We're also going to try and shoot some lasers off in here too. Thank you guys all so much for all of the love and support over not only this draft cycle, but of course through many of them as well. A lot of you have been watching for a long time. I really do appreciate that. Your continued support. And it just feels like, for the effort I put in, it feels so worth it for, having such a great audience, someone who, a collection of people who receive the content so well, digest the content, share their own thoughts and insights and analysis on it as well. It's just an awesome place. And I feel so happy. Like, I go through every single day. I read every single comment ever left on the channel. At this point, that's thousands and thousands and thousands of comments. And I'm so happy about that I've been able to, not only have an audience that supports me, but also be able to take time to show love back. And I think that's such an important thing that I want to make sure that I continue doing going forward. Clips wants to know how long I'm going to be live for. I will be live until just about the draft tonight. I'm not going to go live through the draft. I think everyone should, watch the ESPN product, especially since it's my birthday. I'm going to spend a little bit of time with my fiance during the draft. We're going to watch it together, but then I will have content again immediately after the draft. So taking a short break during the draft, but I will be live from now until the draft. So a lot of content. Jared says, so early, you're crazy, but we love you for it. Yes, I figured jumping early, all the basketball sickos, all the draft sickos are going to want to see content. They're going to want to be talking about the NBA draft, so why not go early? I've been thinking about it all day since the moment I woke up this morning. You just have to be addicted to hoops, and that's exactly what I am, I feel like. Matt here says, if you were the Nuggets GM, what moves would you make? At what point would you not extend Brown? Bobby Mark says he can see $30 million a year. Scares me. I would not pay $30 million a year for Christian Brown. This is one of the issues with playing next to Nikola Jokic. While it makes your team a lot better and it makes guys perform at a higher level, it also helps guys get paid more than they're worth. We saw it with KCP. We saw it with Bruce Brown. Christian Brown might be the latest example of that, especially at $30 million a year, which he is just definitively not worth. I think he's probably a low $20 million per year player. I think anywhere from 20 to 22, $23 million is what I'd be more than comfortable shelling out, especially as the cap number continues to grow and escalate. But $30 million a year, like you're saying, does scare me as well. Curry, thank you so much for the 5. Says, you the go, bro. I never donate to streamers, but I love the basketball community and happy to be a utility sports fan. Can't wait to see you grow, brother. Appreciate you so much, Curry. It means a lot to have, not only viewers who are so awesome and so engaging in the chat, but also, I do appreciate the super chats big time. I understand, especially the economy right now is not the easiest thing to live in. So for anyone who does donate, it just does mean a lot to me. Obviously, it goes a long way in helping support the channel, helping support me, taking time off of work and putting as much time into this as I do. So Curry, I really do appreciate you. It does mean a lot to me. From the bottom of my heart, I really do appreciate it. I totally understand for those who aren't comfortable donating or, this and the other thing, I totally get it. But for those who do, it just means so much to me having your guys' extra additional support going over the top and just, being huge supporters for the channel. So thank you all so much. Let's get some W's in the chat for the super chatters right now. I'm going to throw in some more confetti. I want to see W super chatters in the chat right now because you guys have been absolutely awesome already. We're already up to 5 super chats today. I'm going to run through them again real quick. Tomas, thank you. Unholy Trini, thank you for the 10 here. Tag Live 205 Talk Show, thank you so much for the 10. And I also appreciate all your comments over on Twitter as well. I know you are active over there, so thank you so much. Terry in the chat, thank you again. He's been watching the channel for so long. A longtime supporter here at Utility Sports. And then Curry as well, just an absolute legend. Of course, has been so engaging, especially in some of the recent live streams. So Curry, huge shout out to you. Thank you again for the 5. It means a lot. And I really appreciate the support, guys. I can't iterate that enough to you guys to just share how much it all means to me to have your support and the real backing from a chat that's as awesome as you guys all are. Stephanos wants to know how many hours till the draft. The draft starts at 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight, so you're looking at 6.5 hours yet at the time I'm answering this question. Alex Rodriguez says, happy birthday, Sheldon, and what would a trade deal look like for the Spurs to move up from 14 to get Malwatch? I did talk about this earlier, probably be 14, maybe that 2027 Hawks first round pick and a little bit of sweetener, maybe a second round pick or 2 on top of that. I knew he was coming. Michael Orlando comes in with the $25 super chat. He comes up big every single year. He said, if it's draft time, it's pizza time. Super happy with the Bane trade as a Magic fan. the NBA championship runs through Orlando. I'm pulling for Nickeil Alexander-Walker and Seth Curry this offseason. Nickeil would be fantastic in Orlando. Seth Curry would obviously be a nice budget shooter for them too, as kind of a depth piece off the bench. Michael, thank you so much. Let's get some W's in the chat for Michael. I'm going to make sure to throw in some balloons here as a reaction. W. Michael Orlando, you are an absolute beast. He's a huge Magic fan, and he's been a huge utility sports fan for a long time as well, consistently coming through with the super chats for the NBA draft. He is, for those who don't know, if you're newer here, I'll give a little bit of background on the pizza time comment here. Growing up, when I have my friends over for the draft, throughout high school and even middle school and stuff, we'd always order pizza for the NBA draft, like Domino's. You're getting 3-4 large pizzas and you're sharing them across with your 6-7 buddies or whatever. That's what I was doing every single year. And Michael Orlando, I think I brought this up one of the years I was streaming, and Michael Orlando just came out of nowhere and threw in a $25 super chat and said, hey, get some pizza on me this time. Obviously my draft night kind of schedule has changed a bit as I've grown up. Now, of course, spend time streaming and interacting with you guys, planning content, recording videos, reacting to the draft over on Twitter. Links in the description, by the way, if you're not following over there quite yet. But Michael Orlando came in big time that very first time, and he's just been consistently so awesome every single year. So, Michael, really do appreciate you again. And Jay Peach, thank you so much for the 5 as well. Says happy birthday and thanks for the content. Go Blazers. Hey, I think first of all, Jay Peach, thank you so much for the 5. And for the Blazers, if you're a Blazers fan right now, you should be excited. Getting Drew Holiday, I thought was a good step forward for this team in the short term. I don't think the contract is that damaging long-term for them. And you still have pick 11, whether it's a deal that you make tonight using pick 11 and another asset like a Jeremy Grant contract to go get a specific player, or if you just draft and develop, something that I think is a very feasible strategy as well for Portland. I really like the way that the Blazers are operating. I think they've made some smart moves on the margins of their roster. And this is another great offseason for them so far. And pick 11 tonight's another great asset for them to improve upon as well. Stefan, I was glad I could answer your question. Leon here says Kuminga to the Heat. Happy birthday. Thank you again, Leon. And Kuminga to the Heat would definitely be interesting. I'm not sure if a sign and trade there makes a ton of sense. Now, Golden State could, theoretically get back something from Miami, but I do think Kuminga to the Chicago Bulls is probably the more likely sign and trade. Mats here says Bulls about to get the seal of the draft again. Remember last year they were able to get Matas Buzelis quite a bit later than his projected range. Enigmatical says Dallas got you Cooper Flagg for your birthday. Sheldon, happy birthday. What a win for me, right? What a win. Brooklyn Go Crazy wants to know about his Nets. We'll see what they do. They have 5 first-round picks tonight. They have a pick tomorrow at number 36 as well. They are just set up big time for success. So the Nets definitely have some more moves ahead of them. We're going to talk about them in my mock draft here very, very soon. Love seeing that me pipe come in. I'm trying my best to keep up with comments, but you guys are just absolutely killing it, by the way. Appreciate you, Rob. Robert's one of the original viewers. Like, I'm telling you, before probably 200, 300 subscribers, Robert's been watching. So this guy is an absolute OG. I want to see some hype in the chat for Robert as well. He's a big-time Thunder fan. His team obviously just won the championship. Loves the Jacksonville Jaguars, too. We actually did a jersey giveaway back in the day, and Robert was the recipient of that as well. That's maybe something that we're going to start incorporating again here coming up soon, is maybe a jersey giveaway every once in a while. So if that's something you want to be a part of, make sure to subscribe, because I am hoping to incorporate some of that going forward. Curtis, thank you so much for hopping into the stream. Says Giannis trade tonight. I don't think so. I do think Giannis will be staying in Milwaukee. I would be completely shocked if he gets traded tonight. Brett says, happy birthday, man. Have your best one. Love all the content. Thank you so much, Brett. I appreciate you hopping into the stream today. We got some meat pipe here from P-Tech. Eric says, happy birthday, Sheldon. Thank you so much, Eric. He's a big-time Spurs fan. Really do appreciate you. And I think great things are ahead for your Spurs as well. Tyler says, happy birthday, Sheldon. Appreciate you, Tyler. Brooklyn, I definitely think we'll make some move tonight. Brisket said, tagging me on Twitter. I am trying to keep up, too, to make sure that I'm not missing any news. If something happens, you'll have to let me know. But we are watching for everything and trying to stay on top of it. I don't see any news right now from Shams. Of course, the Fred Van Vleet signing did happen, the extension that I had roughly predicted a couple days ago. Best in the North, $5 here. Thank you so much, Best in the North. Says, happy birthday. I hope my Wizards get ace or Trey at 6. Talking about Trey Johnson there. And get Sorber, Behringer, or Newell at 18. But I hope we move in teens for Queen if available. When we go through my mock draft, I think you're going to like the answers I've got for you guys at 6 and 18. I did not have Washington ultimately moving up in the draft, especially since they traded away pick number 40 already in the deal to get off of Jordan Poole's money, which I thought was really smart for Washington. But if you're a Wizards fan, you got to be so excited about the future. They cleared up cap space long term. They've been able to accrue assets for bad contracts. They got a ton for Beal, which was crazy that ever happened. Then they were also able to eat Jordan Poole's contract effectively and then trade it later without really having to give up too much. Huge W's for Washington. They've been doing a great job. Michael Winger and Will Dawkins have been absolutely nailing it so far. And as long as they start executing on some of these draft picks and start putting together a team that can kind of gear itself toward winning, they're going to be in a great spot. The answer to this day is no. I would not trust those. Jace Richardson to Phoenix. No. Michigan State. I mean, the Michigan State stuff's real, man. Locke here says, happy birthday. First time to be watching your draft night stream. Looking forward to how the teams draft. Locke, really glad to have you in here, my man. Hopefully you enjoy the stream today leading up to the NBA draft tonight. Of course, we're just a little bit under 6.5 hours away. So you're looking at a 7-hour stream here. Volcano says, happy birthday. Clay says Blazers. Michael's a Magic fan. BTB's a Nets fan. Eli's a Lakers fan. Jonathan wants to know if I think Houston's going to trade back into the draft. Probably not, just given how they're prioritizing long-term flexibility and how they're trying to also give playtime to some of their young players already on roster. Reed Shepherd, Cam Whitmore seem to be two of the guys who are going to be most benefited by the trade of Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green. So I don't think that we're going to see them move back up into the first round unless someone that they really like is falling down the board. But I don't think that is the most likely outcome of all of them. Thank you all so much for watching so far. Curry says, happy birthday. I should have known you were a Summer B-Day. Summer B-Day is always the dopest people. Appreciate you, Curry. Again, big time. Volcano says, Charlotte thinking about drafting Fears. That is one of the reports out right now. ST says, who's this Behringer kid and why are my Spurs entertaining drafting him at 14? He led the Adriatic League in block percentage. He's a high activity, rim-to-rim big man. A lot of athletic tools to bet on. And I think as his field progresses, he could turn into a really awesome player. I just think there's a little bit of steps in the process to get him there. And for San Antonio, they have been taking kind of that patient approach. So maybe they are patient and sit there, take him and say, well, it's going to take a year or 2 or 3 for him to get where we want him to be defensively and offensively. But we're okay with that kind of patience approach around Wembanyama as they're building up for the future. Extreme Caution says, Thunder fan hoping for either Thomas Sorber, Danny Wolf, Carter Bryant, Rasheer Fleming, or Con Knueppel. I don't think Con is very likely, admittedly, but I do think one of Sorber or Wolf or Fleming is possible. So, especially with where they're at in the draft this year. Brian, thank you so much. Says, happy birthday. Can't wait for Cooper Flagg to be a Maverick. Do you think the Mavs could trade back into the first round to get another player? Cheers. I ultimately don't expect Dallas to move back into the first round. I think, if anything, they're going to target a veteran point guard. Sounds like right now the noise is pointing toward D'Angelo Russell or potentially Dennis Schroeder to kind of fill that void, and I think that's the more likely outcome for Dallas anyway. Brian, thank you again for all your continued support. He's a big-time MFFL as well. Huge Mavericks fan, and I'm really appreciative of you and your support, Brian. Jim says, happy birthday, great day for a B-Day. It is. Love the intersection between the birthday and draft day. It's just an absolute wonderful day for me. I get to talk about my favorite thing all day long, so I'm so happy. Aquino, shout out to you. He's a huge supporter over on Twitter. He's been watching the channel for so long. A diehard Wizards fan. Says, what's up, Sheldon? Big happy glow day to the godfather of draft analysis and my favorite Discord hoops community out there. When's the pizza coming? Hopefully my Wiz walk away with Ace and Derek Queen. Well, Aquino, first of all, shout out to you. And hey, Michael Orlando came up big with that pizza fund. We are going to be getting pizza ordered here probably about an hour before the draft so that I can have time to go pick it up. Right before the draft starts. And then, of course, I'll be live tweeting all of my analysis there as well. So if you guys aren't following on Twitter, link is in the description for that. It will be a great place for you to keep up with all of my tweets. I have videos ready for a majority of the first-round prospects that I will be posting on Twitter with 1 or 2 of my favorite plays of them this season. So it's a great place to get more NBA content from me. Nakina, I appreciate that. That kind of comment is honestly hilarious. I've never been called that before, but I appreciate that. It's a very nice comment from you. Alexander here, thank you so much for the 7. He says, it's my first time that I'm deep into the draft, and your channel was really helpful. Keep going, and thank you. Hope that the Hornets get VJ. Alexander, thank you so much. Really do appreciate the super chat again. Huge W's for the super chatters today. Best in the North, one of the more recent ones, and Alexander, of course. Just thank you guys so much for the support. It goes a long way in helping the channel continue to grow, helping me put time into the channel, and a lot of effort and energy. So I'm very thankful for you all a ton. Appreciate it a ton. I'm hoping for you that your Hornets get him. Now, you might not love my final mock draft because he doesn't go there in that one, which we will, again, talk about here very, very soon. Marcus, welcome to the stream, says, what's up, Sheldon Walker Kessler will be a Laker by the end of today, especially if Utah is interested in Kaman Maluach. We'll see what happens with Utah. There's a lot of noise right now about them with Jeremiah Fears. There's some noise with them around Trey Johnson and a little bit of noise with them around Maluach. Regulator says, hello from North Carolina and happy birthday. Appreciate you, Regulator. B, I am 26 years old today, so I am officially UNC status. I am closer to 30 than I am to 20 now officially, and that is scaring me. DCD Gaming says, I'm a Mavs and Celtics fan, the two teams who made the finals last year. Appreciate that, DCD. Tariq says, happy birthday. Thank you so much. WCO says, yo, welcome to the stream, WCOE. Jared says, who should the Bucks target in the second round? I'm hoping for John Tonje, obviously a big-time Wisconsin fan there, I can tell. But also, here he may go undrafted. So Tonje did make my top 60. I think one of the best bets for Milwaukee would be Kobe Brea. I am just a huge Kobe Brea fan, so you can't be mad at that because he's an elite shooter, and that would be super valuable. But otherwise, if you're looking for long, fluid athletes, you could look at a guy like Jameer Watkins, maybe a Jackson Robinson out of Kentucky, guys who have long wingspans, long arms, get impactful in the defensive side of the ball. Those things I think would be very beneficial. Good athletes from Milwaukee, I think you just can't go wrong with. Anthony here says, so grateful to be at home celebrating together with the gang here. The real MVP, Sheldon. Happy born day, my brother. Let's go, Sixers. Had to throw that in. Anthony, appreciate you a ton. Thanks so much for the comment. Thanks for the birthday wishes. And thanks to the birthday wishes for everybody. Obviously, trying to dance through all these comments as quick and as effectively as possible. But you guys are absolutely killing it in the chat right now. Ben Serafko as high as 17. So at pick number 17, that's Minnesota. I don't think the Wolves will go with the guard. But ultimately, if they do like him enough, they could definitely pull the trigger. I'm a very high on Seraf. I like his skill set a ton. I actually have him higher on my board than Yegor Demin to end the year here. So I'm very high on Seraf. I do think he's a good player. I do think, Washington could be in play at 18. Otherwise, you look at, a team like Miami at 20 makes some sense. 19 with Brooklyn could be a possibility for sure. Valon here says, in some years, we'll talk about how good this class was. Today is a monumental day in basketball. I completely agree. I think this draft has a lot of good, functional, talented players in it. Dane, thanks for throwing in the W. Fears at 4 would be for a trade down IMO, says Regulator. WCOE says Yegor Demin is my favorite prospect in this draft, and I love the Hawks this year. They're a fun team. Atlanta got a lot better with Kristaps Porzingis yesterday. They still have pick 13 to work with. We'll talk about who I have them going with in my final mock draft. Thank you to everyone again for the birthday wishes. Potty, thank you so much. Mr. Ray says great content deserves the recognition of the people. Mr. Ray, I appreciate you so much. Again, we are going to start jumping into some of my analysis here on some of these prospects, but again, we got a longer stream today, 7-hour stream roughly. So taking some time to show some love to everybody in here. Brandon says, what's your birthday meal? Pizza tonight. We're ordering pizza for the draft. Typically in the past, what I would do is my mom would make me, especially growing up, a certain kind of hot dish that is like my favorite food. But I actually moved across the country, so I will not be getting that tonight. But since it's on the night of the draft anyway, I got to go with my routine, my tradition here, and order some pizza for sure. Henry, thank you for the 2. Says, what do you think the value of Wolves pick number 31? Minnesota is kind of a dark horse team. Henry, thank you so much for the 2. Watch for the Wolves and Tim Connolly, who got active last year. Remember, traded all the way up to pick number 8 from future draft pick control to go get Rob Dillingham. Minnesota comes into tonight with pick 17 and pick 31 as a very strong starting point for a potential move up to 14 or 13 or 12 or 11 in this year's draft. Somewhere in that range, maybe even 10 with the Suns if there's a little bit of long-term salary cap relief that the Wolves can find a way to organize in a 3-team deal. The Wolves have some flexibility here, so we'll see what they actually do, but watch for them to be active. Elizabeth Allen says, oh, all day like the deadline week streams. Let's go. Yes, we are going to be live all day long. J-Dog says, ready for the 2026 draft content already. Here's a little bit of an early hint. This is secret, top secret information. Okay, no one else knows this in the world right now besides you, awesome 500 plus people watching. I already have videos kind of in the works and ready for Darren Peterson and AJ DeBonsa and Cam Boozer. Okay, I'm ahead on the 2026 draft cycle already. I am locked and loaded. You guys are going to be getting some good content very, very soon here on the 2026 draft. So stay tuned for that. Lofo says it's going to be a long night for EU viewers. Who's with me? Shout out to all my people over in Europe staying up late for the NBA. Even, listen, I used to live in the central time zone in the United States. Now I live in the eastern time zone, and that 1 hour difference has me kind of fighting for my life sometimes with the West Coast games. So I can't imagine how awesome these European viewers are who are sticking in late, watching until 3, 4, 5 in the morning, whatever it may be. You guys are absolute legends. I appreciate you a ton. And I hope you guys feel appreciated. Two Clutch Corey's been watching the channel for a while. Says happy birthday and happy draft day. Go Spurs, go. Appreciate you, Two Clutch Corey. That says as clear as day. Ace wants to be in Brooklyn. I do think it's either Brooklyn or Washington for him at this point. I do think the Wizards are the more likely outcome. We'll see what happens, though. Matt, appreciate you a ton. Again, thanks, everyone, for the birthday wishes. You guys are all awesome. Dylan says, curious whether teams such as Hornets, Jazz are willing to draft down as they aren't going to be taking Ace Bailey. Not sure if teams will trade for him, though. I don't think a team is going to move up to 4 or 5 ultimately. I think I think now's a great time to jump over to my mock draft. Do you guys want to see the mock draft right now? Love all the hype in here for the super chatters as well. Again, another shout out to Michael Orlando. Thank you to Jay Peach as well. Draft starts at 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Siempre Objetivo says Philadelphia is going to pick 3 or trade him. I do think they're going to select VJ Edgecombe at pick 3 and keep him. Oregon here says, as a Blazers fan, I'd rather have Malik Monk than RJ Barrett. Barrett thinks he's the number 1 option, and he's not. Monk knows his role and excels in it. And he's got great downhill burst. Malik Monk's a really good player, probably one of the more underrated players in the entire league. Super, super talented guy. Bat says, happy birthday as well. What do you think the chances are of the Nets trading with the Sixers to take PG's contract while drafting Bailey? I don't think it's overly likely. Now, I don't want to rule anything out at this point in time. Obviously going to keep our eyes on everything, but as of right now, I don't think Paul George will get traded tonight. It just kind of seems like Philadelphia is set on other ways to improve their team, and I don't think they want to use some of their newfound draft capital, especially pick number 3 specifically, to dump his salary. So Enigmatical says, happy birthday, Sheldon Raps fan, hoping for Maluach. If he's not available, pairing RJ and 9 for Derek White would be unreal. Cheers. Yes, if it's not those two guys, if it's not Maluach or Derek White via trade, watch for Noah Asenge at number 9. Let's jump over to our mock draft. I am going to, of course, on the banner there, you can see the official draft order. I am going to switch it over here real quick. Actually, no, we'll leave the draft order. Draft order is perfectly fine. Let's check out the how we're doing on the subscriber front. 34,044. This will update live. So if you're not subscribed right now, it will update quickly here as soon as you hit that subscribe button. So check out that. And let's jump over to my final big board. So link is in the description for this if you want to follow along with me. I'm going to put it up on the screen now. This is my Substack, Utility Sports Substack. Of course, I wrote this. This came out today. And this is my final mock draft with a trade included for the first round. Of course, round 2 is tomorrow. Round 1 is tonight. And this is the Utility Sports Substack. Link is in the description below. So I do recommend checking that out. This is my final mock draft. So I'm very excited to talk about that and share my predictions, my thoughts on what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you right now. So there's been years where I get 8 or 9 picks right in the first round, which is really good. Getting over 25% of the selections right is an incredible mock draft. If you look across, mock draft history in NBA drafts, getting that many right is very good. That's been kind of my peak, is 8 or 9 correct. This is the best I've ever felt. I feel really strongly about my top 10, especially the top 9. I think there's a good chance that I walk out with 10 plus picks correct tonight. Now, I'm not guaranteeing that. Of course, things can happen. Trades would shake something up, and you miss on one pick. It has a domino effect on your entire board. But I do feel really good about this mock draft in general. So with that in mind, first overall, I have the Mavericks selecting Cooper Flagg. This one, I already know I have correct. Okay, don't try and dissuade me on that. Cooper Flagg is going to be a Maverick. At number 2, I have Dylan Harper going to San Antonio. If you guys want to go subscribe over to the Substack, completely free to do that. And it helps me a lot if you go do that. So links in the description for that. I have Harper at number 2. At number 3, I have VJ Edgecombe from the Baylor Bears going to Philadelphia. I ultimately do have the Sixers sticking at number 3 and selecting him. While there might be some trade offers, I don't know if there's going to be any lucrative enough for Philadelphia to pass on the tantalizing upside that VJ Edgecombe possesses. At number 4, I do have Charlotte going with Knueppel. Shout out to some of the new followers over on Substack. I see a couple of them flying in here on my phone as well. So thank you so much. Knueppel for Charlotte. I think a real stabilizing presence, someone who has some significant off-ball tools that make him such a good fit next to a LaMelo Ball led team. I think he's just a really solid player for them to get. The Hornets need more starting caliber guys. They get one here who is awesome off the catch, can do a bit more with the ball in his hands than he's really given credit for, is a competitive defender, and actually a pretty good rim finisher as well, despite some of his athletic limitations. I have Utah at 5 taking Trey Johnson. This is, I think, one of the big swing points in the draft here, what Utah does. This is Austin Ainge's first draft as the president of an NBA team and especially president of the Jazz. This is one of the harder picks to read for me. This is one where if I do get a pick wrong in the top 9, it will probably start right here. But I do feel pretty confident right now that he's going to circle Trey Johnson. If you look at what the Celtics had under Austin Ainge's tutelage when he was still there as assistant GM, that team prioritized three-point shooting more than anybody. And I think with head coach Will Hardy, someone who is from that Boston staff as well, we're going to see the Jazz value and prioritize three-point shooting. They get one of the best three-point shooters in the entire draft here in Trey Johnson, who I like a lot for them. At 6, I have the Wizards taking Ace Bailey out of Rutgers. At this spot, I just think for Washington in general, this is, again, a selection where you see another year of a prospect forcing his way to D.C., forcing his way to the Wizards. I do think I'll set it up like this so you can also read my little excerpt on him here. I do think at this spot, it just makes a lot of sense for the Wizards to go with an upside player, a guy who has some awesome defensive talent as well to uncover and continue unlocking and building upon. So I think after getting Sarr at number 2 last year, getting Bailey at number 6 is overwhelmingly likely at this point in time. 7, I have Joe Dumars and the New Orleans Pelicans selecting Kaman Maluach. The Pelicans have been extremely active. Kind of question was between point guard and center for them. They went out and traded for Jordan Poole. I have consistently maintained the position that they would select Maluach at number 7. This continues to seem like the most likely landing spot for him in the draft, and I think the Pelicans would do really well selecting him, putting him alongside Yves Missi long-term. 48 minutes of good center play is irreplaceable. I'm not expecting the two of them to be able to play together, but what I am expecting is the two of them to form a really great center wall that becomes impenetrable over time. One guy gets into foul trouble, well, guess what? The other one's checking in. One guy maybe having an off night, maybe he's out of the lineup. Doesn't matter. You have another center to fill in his starting place. It's been something that's been very valuable for Dallas with Gafford and Lively, and the Pelicans might replicate that themselves here with Maluach and Missi over in NOLA. At number 8, I have the Nets drafting Jeremiah Fears out of Oklahoma. Buying on the upside here. This is a Sean Marks patience approach, taking a player who has significant long-term upside, a ton of tools to build upon. I think specifically you're looking at his ability to get downhill, play into traffic, play into contact, create separation in space. He's one of the most dynamic ball handlers in this draft. It's really him or Dylan Harper at the very top of that list when it comes to handling the basketball. And while Fears isn't an elite three-point shooter yet, isn't an elite rim finisher at this point, which is what separates him from some of the other guards in this draft, he has some potential to grow into because he's a reclassified true freshman, was tasked with a lot of on-ball responsibilities as such a young player in the SEC. I think if you're betting long-term on a guy to break out and stand out in a big way above where his draft slot is, Jeremiah Fears might be one of the best bets for that upside in this year's class. At 9, I have Toronto selecting Noah Asenge out of Ratio Farm. This was a spot where I considered trade downs. Ultimately, did not land that way. But I do think it's an interesting proposition for Toronto to consider. But now that Atlanta traded pick 22, now that OKC, I just, after winning a title, I'm not sure if a lot of teams are going to say, yeah, we want to help you out here and let you move up in the draft for a specific guy. I think Toronto's best suited to sit there, pick a guy that makes a lot of sense, seems like a Masai Ujiri type of player. I think Asenge would be a very fun pick for the Toronto Raptors and one that makes a lot of sense. At 10, I have a trade here between the Nets and Suns. The Suns trade away pick number 10 that they recently acquired to Phoenix. Brian, thank you so much for the 5. Says, happy birthday, Sheldon. Just transferred the points. Sorry for the delay. Go Spurs, go. Brian Mahaney, welcome to the stream. So glad to have you in here. He's been a longtime member on the channel. Huge supporter of us over here at Utility Sports, helps me out a ton, and has been a consistent viewer as well. So Brian, thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Of course, he's a diehard Spurs fan. Was present during the Wembanyama draft. He's gotten to see pretty much every single Spurs big moment with me live on stream. So Brian, thank you again so much. Appreciate the 5 ton. You're an absolute legend. Let's get some W's in the chat for Brian right now. I want to see those W's flying in here. As we go. We're going to keep flying through here, but this trade sets up for Yegor Demon to go 10th overall to Brooklyn. So the Nets taking not one, but 2 significant swings on upside in this top 10 after trading away Cam Johnson, pick 19 and pick 27. And then 11, we have Carter Bryant going to Arizona. Pick 12, we have Kasparas Yakachonis, the Lithuanian roots, the Illinois roots. Keep him in Chicago with GM Arturas Karnisovas here. 13, I have this one really excites me for Atlanta. Getting Colin Murray-Boyles out of South Carolina after getting another front court player last night in a trade for Kristaps Porzingis. They come back now and double down on their team defense, double down on their flexibility, double down on offensive talent. They get a guy in Colin Murray-Boyles who just does a little bit of everything. Now, the jump shot is super shaky, very inconsistent, and not something I'm going to bet on, but he's so good in all of the other areas of basketball. He's scrappy. He's a high-effort player, a high-intelligence player, knows where to position himself. And when he's out of position, he makes up for it with effort and energy. And I think those things are really hard to replace. Betting on guys who want it, go after it, and get it are pretty easy bets, and that's something CMB did very consistently in his 2-year college career. And then at number 14, this is one of my favorite picks, Derek Queen to the San Antonio Spurs. Let me know what you guys think of the mock draft so far. That was the lottery up to this point. Very excited. Jonathan Cavoni sending out a couple tweets. Nothing too serious at this point, though. Just talking through some of the prospects. Not even talking about landing spots, but just highlighting some strengths and weaknesses, kind of like what we've done all year here. Svancho says, let's say both bigs are off the board at 10 for the Suns. What kind of player should they target? Carter Bryant type. Carter Bryant is a likelihood. So here I had the Suns trading pick number 10 in this mock draft. But if they do keep it, I do think Carter Bryant will be the selection for them. Protocol says, got to tap out for a meeting. How long are you streaming until? I'm streaming until the draft tonight, basically. So almost a 7-hour stream today is what you should expect. Top City says, word on the street is Giannis most likely going to be traded to the Toronto Raptors. I think he's going to stay in Milwaukee. Agapito says, happy birthday, Sheldon. Do you think that the Blazers could trade 11? Also, what were your thoughts on the community mock? Community mock was a lot of fun. I love keeping up with it. That is, for people who are curious, the Utility Sports Discord. Link is in the description for that. Make sure you guys go and join that right now. Link is in the description. It's a great place to be if you love this community vibe here in the comment section today. If you like interacting with me, having me hear your thoughts, it's a great place to be. A lot of great stuff to take part in. We have huge events, awesome moderators, an awesome community with a lot of active members. It's a tremendous place. And, Agapito here is telling you that it's a great place to be. I definitely think you should take his word for it and join. Lionheart, thank you so much. So glad you could be in here today. King JB says Toronto repeatedly sending a haul for Derek White, or reportedly sending a haul for Derek White, including the 9th pick. Definitely not out of the realm of possibility. We will see what happens. I do want to jump over to Twitter here, and I want to shout out some of the people that have given us follows over there on Twitter. Thank you all so much for all of the continued support. So Big OG, thank you for the follow. Nicholas, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Janielis, thank you for the follow over there. What a time. Appreciate you a ton. Cody, thank you for the follow, and Ben as well. Also, some of these other accounts, Beef, Grasshopper, they had followed me earlier as well. So thank you to everyone who has been hitting that follow button. I really do appreciate you guys. Joshua, thank you as well for the follow over there. Really do appreciate you guys a ton. For those who do not know, I have been credentialed as an NBA media before. I was credentialed for a Phoenix Suns game this year. I've been credentialed in the past multiple times. So if you guys, if some of you are watching, you're not sure, okay, well, is this guy legit or not? Just in case you didn't know, I have been credentialed. I've been, a part of that kind of scene in the past. So if you're looking for validity or a real reason to subscribe, maybe that could be a helpful sell from me to you. Nicholas says, happy birthday. Never been so relaxed for a draft as a champ. Yes, being champion, being on top of the world, even though, yes, the draft's still important for you, kind of have a sense of aura and swagger, kind of like your profile picture there with SGA, maybe the Aura King himself. He's got a lot of aura pictures coming out from the championship and the parade and everything. So, Nicholas, shout out to you. Super glad that you are living on top of the world right now with the championship. That's exactly how you should feel. Agapito says, I have Behringer much lower than every mock, but maybe I'm wrong. And again, happy birthday, Sheldon. Agapito, totally appreciate you. Now, my big board does have Agapito quite a bit lower than my mock draft. So that's the tricky thing, right? Like, mock drafts should not really reflect your own individual board too much. And that's something that, for me, like, I experience a lot of comments where people say, oh, you're really high on this guy or you're really low. I say, well, no, I'm just mostly projecting what a team will do. And it has nothing to do with what I think. For example, I did not like Patrick Williams in his draft. He went 4th overall. I had him outside of the lottery on my final big board that year. So, and look at how that's aged, right? I didn't like that pick for the Bulls. Another example, I hated the Killian Hayes pick. But, he was a lottery pick. I projected him to go to Detroit at 7, even though I did not like that for them. And that's ultimately what happened. JT says, what's up? Do you really believe the Hawks are going after Paul George? No, I do not. I do not think they are going after PG, JT, but thanks for the comment. Erwin says, happy birthday. Enjoy watching your content all the time from Toronto. Shout out to all my Raptors fans watching. Erwin, really do appreciate you. Nemanja here says, I know it's not draft related, but what do you think about possible Jokic trade? I don't think that will happen. I do not think Nikola Jokic will get traded within the next 2 or 3 years at the bare minimum. Aaron Lewis says, can't wait to stay on stream for 7 or 8 hours. Love the content. Appreciate you, Aaron, a ton for tuning in today. Absolute legend. Shout out to everyone who is planning on staying around and watching the content today. SP says, who do you think will be the first reach in the draft? Well, based on my board, that you're looking at someone like Edgecombe, who I think they're at 3 is a little early for where I would probably take him from a skill set standpoint. Ace Bailey's a little high. Even if he goes at number 6, it's still a little high. But I think the biggest one, the most egregious one, will probably be Yegor Demon, where he gets picked way before he should be picked because there are some inherent flaws in his skill set right now. Doesn't mean he can't turn into a good NBA player. I do think there's some real potential for him to uncover and grow into. But I do think, from a functional standpoint, he's lacking a dynamic handle against ball pressure. He's pretty ball screen reliant to get downhill. And I don't trust the jump shot with the ball in his hands. So you're looking at a player whose best skill is passing, but is probably best used off the ball, which can still be functionally good. It's just not the reason you would draft him in the top 10. It's not the long upside pick that everyone seemingly is categorizing him as at this point in time. Valyo says, happy birthday to our favorite and never-ending engine for NBA content. Who would you pick with Utah's 2 pick if I was running the Jazz? Well, based on my board, so this is tricky, right? Because on my board, like I firmly believe in the drafting best player available. Like, you should get talent. Talent is what wins in the NBA. So even though the Jazz already have a plethora of front court players, I would strongly consider Derek Queen at number 5. But I wouldn't be mad about Knueppel. I wouldn't be mad about Kaman Maluach. Obviously, again, the fit maybe isn't the most sensible thing there with another center. But they do need to improve their defense, and having another elite screen setter, someone with shades of Rudy Gobert, would not hurt either for their team. So, kind of looking at my board, it would be someone in the Queen, Trey Johnson kind of ballpark, maybe Maluach, maybe Khan, depending on who's off the board at that point. But then at 21, it kind of becomes more of an open slate, right? Like Rasheer Fleming could make a lot of sense, but if I already went with a front court player, maybe I would look for some swing skill, like an Adu Thiero, someone who I think can be a super impactful wing defender for a team. That's probably who I would land on at 21 for them, given how my board is. Brendan says, I wasn't planning on it, but I think it's going to be pizza for lunch. If the Kings do trade in the lower first, who do we trade with? I think Oklahoma City would be a team to watch there at number 21, or at number 24. Otherwise, you could look at a team like Orlando at 25 regarding one of the Kings' backcourt players right now. Malik Monk, of course, being a name that's drawing interest, but also Devin Carter, if they do decide to move on from him, Brendan. So those would be the two destinations I'd watch, either OKC at 24 or Orlando at 25. Clagster here says, do you think Sacramento will find a way to get back in the first round or no? I do think if they're really motivated to, they definitely can. I'm just not sure I don't know about their motivation level right now to actually do it. So I don't want to give you a confidence level really at this point when I'm unsure. I did not mock them getting back into the first round, but it definitely is possible. Quinn here says, what is your pizza restaurant of choice tonight? Sheldon, I'm going with the classic Domino's. You know, everyone's showing up big time. I love all the super chats, but I can't ditch my homeboy from when I was a kid, right? Always ordering Domino's on draft night. So I'm sticking with that tradition. Just got to ride it out. Maybe there's some nicer pizza establishments near me, but Domino's is my baby a little bit here. I got to go with Domino's. Troy Dilwer says, happy with the Durant deal for my Rockets. Meet Troy, welcome to the stream. He's a diehard Rockets fan. Of course, a big H-Town supporter in general. Troy, really do appreciate you a ton. Thanks again for hopping into the stream. He's been watching the channel for a long, long time. Brian says, I'm prepping a ribeye steak dinner tonight to celebrate Cooper to Dallas. Pizza is always a great choice. You can't go wrong with a ribeye steak, huh? That's kind of outclassing me a little bit there. Appreciate you guys all so much. Nemanja says, I know it's not draft related. Yep, we talked about that. One thing that I will say too, just for everyone, I am running behind on comments a bit because I want to spend a good amount of time with everybody, but answering their questions and everything. But just try not to put the same question in there twice. I'm going to try and get to it. Now, if it's been about an hour and I didn't answer that, definitely throw it in there. I should never be an hour behind on comments, but Alex says, do you think Ben Simmons fits in Dallas? No, I don't. I don't think they need that. Josh says, the love the McNeely pick change for the Pels at 23. I think he's definitely solid for them. Quinn says, stumbled upon your channel in 2022 searching for mock drafts. Loved your analysis and have been following your channel grow ever since. Happy birthday, Sheldon. Appreciate you so much, Quinn. You're an absolute legend for that. 2022 was a great cycle. I had so much fun covering the prospects. Of course, it turned into such a huge draft for a majority of the teams that year, especially in the lottery. Like, there were some big misses that shaped teams' futures, like Washington. But then you also saw, teams like Oklahoma City capitalize. You saw, teams like Detroit walk away with Ivy and Duran. They've had some awesome moments in there. So really glad you were able to find the channel, Quinn, and thank you so much for your support ever since. Uptown Dre says individuals are doomed about the Poole move, but it's a salary move, and Bub needs that rock and more minutes to see if he's that point guard guy. Also at 6, Ace or Trey. Then at 18, either Asa, Sorber, Noah, or Wolf. And in my final mock draft here at number 18, just to spoil it a bit if you haven't checked, I do have the Wizards selecting Asa Newell. So in my final mock, you get Ace and Asa at 6 and 18. So pretty fun there. Just to show some love to my fiance here, look at what she hooked me up with today. She got me a Luka Lakers jersey. She also got me this guy right here. I'm not even sure if you guys can see it on the stream. I have to be careful here not to cover the mic, but this right here is very cool, and I am planning on using this today. I have to figure out how I want to position it, but I am planning on using it to draw up certain things that I want to talk about. Now, we're going to have to figure out which color works the best. We're going to have to figure out the lighting, so we're going to have to do some work there. But I am stoked. My fiance hooked me up big time for my birthday today, so shout out to her. Let's get some more meep hype in the chat because she's an absolute legend. Kendrick, thank you so much for the 2. Says Chance Bailey falls to 11. Let me be delusional. It is a tad bit delusional. I'm not sure if that's ultimately going to happen or not tonight. I just don't think he's going to fall that far. Of course, you never know. That's the whole point of the draft actually happening. We go through all the mock scenarios. We talk about every possible outcome I could imagine. And then something always kind of goes awry. Something changes up. Something crazy happens. Appreciate everyone over here on Twitter tagging me and stuff. Raptors, Nets, Spurs, and Jazz are notable teams capable of assembling an all-out pursuit of Jaylen Brown this offseason. We'll see if something actually fully materializes there or not this offseason. But again, make sure you guys go follow over on Twitter if you aren't already. Charlie here says, draft days like Christmas in June. Got any wild predictions? It's actually the midway point today to Christmas. My half birthday has been Christmas my entire life. So today is that halfway point, Charlie. Wild predictions. I do think, just from comparing my board to what's going to probably happen, it's just Derek Queen falling a bit tonight, further than where people have originally kind of expected. SD Clam says, think there are any more Celtics deals on the table for tonight? I don't think that they're going to do anything crazy. I do think the Celtics at 28 will take one of Ryan Kalkbrenner or Maxime Reynaud. So I think he would be awesome for them. I think Reynaud is the more likely outcome, though, because of his ability to stretch the floor a bit more, shoot the basketball, and he's a bit more mobile downhill. Kellen says, do you think that Asenge's choice to leave his German team in the finals to attend the draft will have any impact on his stock? No, I definitely don't think so. Spoonfed says, you think Wolves draft with that Pistons pick or use it in the deal? They could use it to move up. I don't want to rule out Tim Connolly trying to move up in the draft tonight with 17 and 31. But I do think very possibly that they just stick and pick someone like Thomas Orber. Makes a lot of sense for them. Joey Garza says, happy birthday. You think Spurs could trade for Cam Johnson? Probably not, but definitely still in the realm of possibility. Dakilla says, Sheldon, if you were Will Dawkinson at $100 million best cap space next summer, what's the best move? One, you're going to try to get Luka Doncic. If you don't think you can actually get Luka Doncic, if the Lakers are able to keep him, extend him, and you don't have that pursuit, then you try for Trae Young. If you can't get Trae Young, what you do, as I'm sending in balloons here, is you eat salary with your cap space, and you get more draft picks, you get more assets, you get more future picks to eat bad contracts for teams that they want to get off of, especially with the new aprons and the second apron specifically. As teams try and shave salary over time, you might be able to get good long-term assets for eating bad money. And that's what I think the Nets are the Wizards are going to be lined up to do. Brian, thank you for the 5. Says, Sheldon, how does VJ fit my Sixers? We have Maxie McCain, Grimes, and Jared Butler. Make it make sense. Well, he's the most athletic out of all of them. He is an elite downhill athlete, some really functional off-ball cutting skills. He's a fantastic transition player. I think back a lot to early in the season when he posterized Coach Few's son out in transition. And I do think Edgecombe, while there's still a lot of room for him to grow and develop, it's not the cleanest, most obvious fit from a positional standpoint. I do think he offers things for Philadelphia that they don't have in terms of defensive athletic acumen. And you're looking at the ability to function as a cutter, I think, at a higher level than McCain. And while, yes, Maxey has some of the best long speed in the entire NBA and quick burst, he doesn't have that vertical pop that Edgecombe has. So I do think from an athletic standpoint, there is still something here that makes sense for Philadelphia to consider him at 3. And I appreciate it a ton for the super chat here. Zach says, do you think Indy still pays the tax with Hallie out? I think they probably will, and just run it back. Who knows? Let me pull up the Pacers cap table quick, Zach, just so I give a better indication on what I really think is going to happen here, because of course they have the Miles Turner salary to figure out yet at this point. They have pretty significant cap holds this offseason for a few guys as well. Miles Turner's cap hold is almost $30 million. When it comes to their tax space, I mean, they're just a hair under $20 million away from the tax right now. And they have 12 guys under contract already. Yeah, that's a great question. They traded some salary to save money this year. I do think a Turner extension is going to get done. I think, if anything, a Mathurin trade is possible to save money and to get other assets for down the road. So watch for a Mathurin trade, possibly, if they want to keep Turner and completely avoid the tax. But if they do just pay the tax, I wouldn't be shocked, like you're kind of saying there either. So those are kind of the pathways now. Young Lightskin says, call me crazy. I want the Mavs to heavily target Bennett Sturts in 2026. Okay, this is one thing too. I really like Bennett Sturts as a prospect. Really great processor. Really good in the pick and roll. Great shooter. Safe with the basketball. I think he's going to have a good year at Iowa this year for Ben McCollum. And I think specifically, I was really bummed he left this draft class. I thought he would have been a possible lottery pick this year. Chose to go to Iowa. He's going to have a good chance to kind of cement and solidify his draft stock. We'll see where he goes next year, but he will be in the conversation for a top 20 pick at the very beginning of the cycle for next year. Quinn says, barbecue chicken pizza is my favorite. What are you ordering tonight, Sheldon? I am going with probably steak, bacon, Alfredo pizza. You can't go wrong with that. That's kind of my go-to order. Either that or chicken. I do kind of dabble with the buffalo chicken Alfredo pizzas a bit too. You just can't go wrong with those. So here for everyone, just a little bit of a shout out to myself here. This is the news today. Of course, Van Vleet signs a 2-year, $50 million deal. And this was me 3 days ago saying that Houston should be angling to get Van Vleet around $26 million in year one so that they can stay below the tax line and fill their roster to 14, which is ultimately probably what they'll do. Got him at $25 million. I said around 26. So I'm very proud of myself for that. And I thought it was a very good number for Houston, all things considered. Again, if you aren't following over on Twitter, make sure to do so now. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Let's jump back over here quickly to my mock draft one more time. So we were last at pick number 14. We'll continue on with 15, Jean Behringer to Oklahoma City. Cedric Howard at 16 to Memphis to replace the Desmond Bane absence now after trading him. You're looking for a wing who can really shoot the basketball. 17, looking at Sorber for Minnesota as a backup big behind Rudy. At 18, you got Asa Newell here for the Wizards, like I talked about. The Suns get their Michigan State guy after making that trade earlier. They get Jace Richardson, Walter Clayton Jr. This is, again, a mock trade that I have projected right now. So you didn't miss anything, okay? There's not a real trade yet at this point. I do think it will happen tonight. That's why I mocked it. I think it makes a lot of sense for both sides, but we'll see. Miami gets Walter Clayton Jr. Nolan Traore goes to the Utah Jazz at 21. Danny Wolf at 22 to Brooklyn. 23, the Pelicans get Liam McNeely. Oklahoma City at 24 gets Nick Clifford. This is a total OKC Thunder pick. I really like this for them. Rasheer Fleming goes at 25 to Orlando. Will Riley, an upside swing here for Brooklyn at 26. The Suns back at 27 get Ryan Kalkbrenner right in front of Boston here, which is why I think this pick at 27 is actually pretty valuable for the Suns. The Celtics still get their guy, though, in Maxime Reynaud at 28. The Suns get one of my favorite prospects in Adu Thiero at 29. So the Suns walk out of this draft with Jace Richardson, Ryan Kalkbrenner, and Adu Thiero in this mock draft. That's a tremendous package for them, all things considered. They're a lot younger and honestly a lot better hope for their long-term future. And then I have the Clippers, last pick of the first round tonight, taking Ben Saraf. I do love for the Clippers if they could get Ryan Kalkbrenner, but if the Suns ultimately take him ahead of them, which is very possible or probable tonight, going with a guard who can be a backup option behind Harden long-term, I don't think it is a bad choice at all. Again, the link for this I will send into the chat right now if you want to check it out, spend a little bit more time reading what I wrote about these players and teams today. Nicholas says, I'm from Germany, but in OKC right now. Watch the finals and parade here. That's so awesome that you were able to experience it live. That's so awesome. Agapito says Blazers games are 4 a.m. most of the time here in Spain. I usually check them out while having breakfast. Yeah, that definitely works out a little bit better for you, Agapito. Instead of trying to stay up super late, you just wake up in the morning and get to check them out. Hen City says happy draft day and birthday. Appreciate you, Hen City. Corey Jones, thank you so much for the birthday wishes as well. Pluto guy says, hello, Sheldon. Who do you think the Jazz are taking at 5? Also, happy birthday. Again, huge W's for everyone in the chat. I'm going to throw in some confetti. Just throwing some W's for the chat right now. You guys are all super awesome. I'm throwing in a W chat myself. You guys have been awesome. For the Jazz at 5, I do ultimately, in my mock draft, have them going with Trey Johnson out of Texas. I think this is the selection that Austin Ainge will land on. But I am very curious tonight because it's Austin Ainge's first pick with the Jazz. I don't have a perfect read on where he's going to go. There's some buzz around Jeremiah Fears. There's a buzz around Trey Johnson. There's some buzz around a few different prospects for them. Could they just stay and say, hey, we want Ace Bailey. That's who we're picking. A lot of curiosity for me in this draft for Utah, and we'll see which way they ultimately go. Svencho says, I'm a fan of whoever drafts Darren Peterson and Cole Pete. Both good players. Very excited about them. Clegster says, do you think Sacramento? Yep, I talked about that. David C says, will playing for the 76ers ruin Ace Bailey's career? No, I do not think it would. But his agent is Sharif Cooper's dad, who Sharif Cooper famously fell way further on draft night and then washed out of the league almost immediately. So I don't think I would have hired Sharif Cooper's dad as my agent, but Zach says, I'm too attached to this roster after that magical run. I know dumping Obi's contract makes sense to duck the tax, but man, it would hurt to lose him. I actually think, dipping on Mathurin makes more sense because, Obi obviously plays into the style of play, I think, a little bit smoother. And I think, teams would view Mathurin as a higher upside buy option than Obi anyway. Curry says, do you have a secondary team other than the Mavs? I feel like you said before, but I might not remember it. Just everybody. I love watching everyone in the league. Like everyone across the East, West. I like watching NBA basketball a ton. So Mr. Ray says 34,000 subs. The growth has been incredible over the years. Yes. A lot of you probably remember when I had 2,000 subscribers only. You guys have been absolutely awesome. We are growing big time here, over 34,000 subscribers right now. The growth the last 28 days has been tremendous as well, as you can tell from the graph here. Consistent trend upward. So huge thank you to everyone. Pluto wants to know what my thoughts are on the Jazz pushing to get Jaylen Brown from the Celtics. Of course, you have that personal connection between Austin Ainge, Jaylen Brown. He's been in Boston. Danny Ainge, of course, is the one who drafted Jaylen Brown. It's not shocking to hear the Jazz interested in some of the Celtics star players because they were heavily involved in getting them there in the first place. We already know that the Ainges like Jaylen Brown. They drafted him very high in his own draft class. So, Pluto, this is a great point. This is a great question. And I do think that there's a chance. Now, do the Jazz have the assets to ultimately make Boston say, yes, we'll do this? That's going to be a tougher kind of hill to climb over. Byron says, I think if the Hornets don't draft VJ Edgecombe, they should trade the pick for draft capital. I think they're going to stick and pick at number 4, to be honest. Zach here, holding me to the highest of expectations, of course, saying if my mock isn't 100% correct, I'm a fraud. I completely understand that perspective. And the funny thing is you have no idea how many kinds of comments I get like this all the time on my mock drafts. Like the fun thing too, especially for like the process, like mock drafts are about talking through possibilities, talking through like stock updates on prospects. It's about talking, about who you think could go where and why, and understanding that rationale so that when it gets to draft night like tonight, I've already imagined and thought through a whole bunch of different outcomes. And I've pictured every single possibility basically. Now, some things still kind of go crazy, and maybe there's something I didn't mock all year or something I haven't thought about. But it's funny how many people actually like believe this. It's actually crazy. Zach's obviously joking around. He's one of the moderators in the Discord. He's an awesome person. Does some awesome stuff. So I really appreciate you, Zach. And it's funny because this comment is not something that I have not read before, but in a serious tone from other people. Trey here says, you're my go-to NBA draft expert on YouTube. Love your work and expertise. Trey, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Mr. Ray says, count at 4. That's a bit rich to me, but they need a stabilizer, and he is awesome fit next to just about anyone. And I think that's the sell for Charlotte here. You're looking at a guy who's going to be a good professional piece for you, someone who drives winning ways and winning basketball, and plays within his style of play. Decisive, ready off the catch, an elite shooter. It's just a super safe pick, while also I think having a little bit of a surprise ceiling. I don't think most people are going to view him as an all-star kind of guy. Maybe never makes an all-star team. But if you tell me long-term he has an impact similar to what Chris Middleton was able to do for Milwaukee for years and years and years, it would not shock me really in the slightest. Bach here says, Jazz fan here, hoping for anyone but Fears to me. He's way too small and takes horrible shots. I want a player who has some defensive upside, especially the way the NBA is trending. I understand this perspective a lot. I think this is such an important draft tonight for the Jazz to get right. Pick number 5 is a premium asset. It's a great chance to build in the right direction. And Fears, while he finished 8th on my big board, I do think it's a pretty big risk for a team to ultimately take. Laboom here says, where do you think Adu Thiero is going to land? In my mock draft, I ultimately did have him landing at number 29 to the Phoenix Suns. I do want to showcase something to you guys. This is brand new. Okay, you guys are like, I showcased this the other night just a little bit, but this is like the first time I'm really showing it off. This is brand new merch, okay? And this, let me send this link. This link's also in the description, okay? If you guys want to buy Utility Sports merch, this is your first chance to really ever do so. Launch new merch, put a lot of effort and work into these designs. And I made them, I didn't want them to just be, oh, here's the Utility Sports logo and buy this just to support me. I wanted these to be cool designs for you to enjoy, for you to have options of, hey, do I want that or not? And I came up with a few of them. Well, I came up with all of them, to be completely honest. But, you know, a lot of work went into this so that it wasn't just, hey, support me by buying merch. And I made the price as affordable as possible. For example, these hoodies, which are pretty solid quality. I've got my samples on the way right now. You know, $30 for a hoodie in 2025 is like incredibly cheap. So I have it set up so that they're basically not turning a profit for me. I get like $1 or $2 profit on each sweatshirt because I had to set it for more than what the actual price of the thing is supposed to be. But I limited that because I didn't want to charge you guys an arm and a leg for cool stuff. I wanted you guys to have affordable options if you wanted to support the channel and, you know, just have cool merch, like, you know, dropping dime. Like I love this. Well, this was my favorite one right here, the dropping dimes design. But I also love, you know, the cosmic hoops. Is this the dagger? You know, I tried to go with some cool like basketball phrase stuff, magnet ball, you know, like kind of a lockdown thing over here on the left. Splash. This is kind of an homage to Chris Move in a way. But the link's in the description for this. Now, I do have some more utility sports or me branded stuff as well here, like this Hoops Head sweatshirt is the logo that I've been using for my Substack. Of course, you know, it's basically me with a basketball head. And I do have a utility sports t-shirt here. This one's the cheapest of the options. But, you know, I've got t-shirts, sweaters, sweatshirts, a whole bunch of good stuff over there. And you can pick colors, right? So, like, if you want, you know, blue, like you can do this utility sports blue right here, which matches the branding pretty well, the chambray color. Otherwise, you know, you got pepper, like there's multiple colors for every shirt. So you have your options. You can do whatever you want to do. You can do sweater, hoodie, like whatever you want. Like for this magnet ball one, for example, you can switch up the colors. There's a lot to choose from, a whole bunch of different sizes. Like I set it up in a way that hopefully you guys are able to find something you like and it's not overly expensive, which is hopefully the whole point for everybody. Travel in here says, happy birthday. I always love your content, brother. Man, it's draft day like a kid in a candy store. I can't wait to see what the Spurs do at 14. In my final mock draft here, I, of course, had them going with Derek Queen, with him falling to them at number 14. Traveling, glad to have you in here, my man. Really do appreciate you guys a ton. If you are a new viewer and you haven't been able to comment yet, you only have to subscribe for 1 minute and then it will let you comment. So if you haven't commented so far, just leave a comment quick so I can see who's all in here. Z Bird says, I'm so nervous. I get that too. I'm anxious, man. I'm anxious and I don't even have, my team's picking first overall with Dallas. I don't even have to really worry. Well, with Nico Harrison, I might have to. I don't want to get ahead of myself too much, but I did report something today. I'm going to go over to Twitter quick just so I can showcase it. I thought it was quite funny myself, but I thought this was pretty hilarious. Sources tell me the Mavericks are zeroing in on Duke forward Cooper Flagg with the #1 overall pick. I see, especially this time of the year, man, there's so much fake reporting. There's so much garbage out there. So that's why I thought this was really funny. Because it's like, obviously they're going to take Cooper Flagg tonight. And I'm trying to fake take credit for it. Like I have sourcing on that. Like no one else knows that's going to happen. Justin Archer says, happy birthday, Sheldon. Appreciate you big time, Justin. Thank you for hopping in the chat today. Veritify says, what time is the draft? The draft starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. Keto says, W. Brian. We got a lot of W's for Brian flying in here. Love to see those W's. I know, guys, I'm trying my best to keep up on the chats. I am a little bit behind, but Khalil says, Derek Queen is not falling that far. I don't think he should. And this is where we're going to transition over to my big board. Because my big board is quite a bit different, a little bit of a different style of board, but one that I do think is quite fun. So let me pull this up on the stream here. And here is my board. Let me zoom in a little bit. Also, I don't love how Canva is fitting on here. So Canva is what I use for my big boards, by the way. Not sponsored, by the way. But Derek Queen is number 3 on my big board. I really like him. I'm a big believer in his talent. I think he has an all-NBA ceiling he could play into. But at worst, I think he has the functional tools to be a real high-quality starter with a lot of offensive talent. I think this is a guy who's going to stand out in a big way in his NBA career. I think he's going to be significantly underdrafted tonight. Brandon says, Sheldon, since the draft is at 8, could you check the Discord mock just for fun? I think it could be really entertaining. Yes, we'll try and swing over to that. Of course, trying to keep up on comments and everything, Brandon. But I appreciate you. Baglin is one of the, of course, big moderators for the channel. Does a lot of good work over there in the Discord. So, Brandon, I will definitely try and swing over there. We'll see where the stream kind of takes us. I do want to spend some more time going through my mock draft, big boards, talking about possibilities. And if we get news, that'll be something that could possibly throw us off a little bit on kind of the plans for tonight. But news is always great. So if we get news, that'll be fantastic. So we'll see. Andrew here says, happy birthday, Sheldon. Thanks for consistently great analysis, man. Thank you so much, Andrew. Pluto says the Discord is hype. Join the Cord, says Baglin. Agapito says, join us, guys. A lot of people are hyped about the Discord, which I love to see. Class here says the Spurs have so many guys who can't keep up with the defensive scheme they've been trying to run, and it feels like DQ would just be one more late rotation. He's actually – so here's the thing. Derek Queen, he's got some issues when it comes to closing out effectively and covering space, but I think he's actually a high IQ defender. Had one of the better defensive ratings in this entire draft class. And I think there were a lot of positive moments on film, too. I think this has become one of the more overblown situations in this draft where people are hyper fixating on his defensive concerns and acting like he's going to be super exploitable. For San Antonio, the nice thing is they have a 7'5" rim protector behind him. Now, is it the best way to maximize your team defense? No, but the Spurs would have such a dynamic team offense that they're going to be very tough to contain. And as long as guys are engaged, active defensively, I do think with the talent that they have and the overall collection of athleticism, they're still going to be quite good. So Vance says Indiana had to be convinced they would be good enough if they traded for Siakam. Charlotte is not in the same spot where they don't realize how close they are. I don't think Charlotte's that close, though. I don't know. I don't think Charlotte's really that close, to be honest with you. Curry, thank you so much for the 5. Says, yo, I'm a graphic designer. I would recommend using Figma if you like Canva. I feel like it has infinite space and you could have all of your work on one doc. Okay, interesting. I'm going to pull that up here in a different, I have never used Figma before, but I will definitely, I will give that a look, Curry. Thank you so much for the 5. That's a great idea. I'm going to actually take a little picture on my phone here of this too, this comment, so that I don't forget it. And I'll be able to look it up in my, my photo reel too with the search feature. So, Curry, thank you so much. That's a great idea. I'll definitely give Figma a check because I've never heard of that even before. So first of all, thank you so much. I appreciate that a ton. And honestly, I'd love to pick your brain on some graphic design stuff because I do all the graphics for Utility Sports. I put all the work in, all the thumbnails, all the editing. I do everything for it. So, anytime I can learn or accrue more information, the better. So Curry, I appreciate that a ton. I have been over on Canva again for a majority of these where I put in the work for this, but I appreciate that a ton. Bosch here says, do you think any superstars or stars are going to be traded today? No superstars traded today, if I just had to guess, but it depends on how you classify star. Is DeMar DeRozan a star? Because he could potentially get traded if Sacramento wants to move back into the first round this year. Arno here says, ready for the Spurs trading down the second pick. I don't think that's going to happen. Pluto says, happy birthday, Sheldon. What are your thoughts on the Jazz pushing to acquire Jaylen Brown? I would like it for them. Not sure if something actually gets done, though. I think Boston, for good reason, is going to be hesitant to break up the Jays. Wake Up says, what's the over-under on draft day trades? Right now, I have one mocked. So maybe 1.5, I think, is a good number to set it at. We've already seen some movement, right? The Nets acquired pick 22. So I would say 1.5 is a good over-under to set, honestly. I don't know what the actual Vegas line is, but that's what I would set. Rusky here says, how do you see the rise of international prospects like those playing in Australia and Europe impacting the draft strategies of lottery teams compared to prioritizing one-and-done college players? Well, it just depends on the prospect. I think, I don't want to generalize international versus college guys because there's such wide ranges. Think about the differences, for example, between Colin Murray-Boyles and Cooper Flagg, right? Think about the difference between, an Ace Bailey and a Javon Small. Think about the difference between the wide array of prospects you see in college hoops and then also in the international game. Like, for example, I'm a lot higher on a guy like Nolan Traore, who had kind of an up and down season in the L&B Pro A this year compared to someone like Rocco Zikarsky, who I have down all the way at number 50 from the NBL. Like, I think you just have to compare each prospect individually. And while, yes, there's some really awesome international finds that you can get that can be huge contributors for a team, like it just comes down to who's actually good and who's not. And it doesn't have anything to do with who's international and who isn't. It's just more about valuing each individual prospect. OM Ragey here says, thoughts on Carter Bryant. Think Toronto picks him instead of Asenge. I think Asenge will be the pick at 9, but Carter Bryant definitely fits that kind of MO of what Toronto could be after as well. So, you know who the Mavs are drafting then? Yes, the Mavericks are drafting Cooper Flagg. Trey Baker says, who do you think my Clippers will pick tonight with their 30th pick? I'm planning to tune into the whole 7-hour stream. Thank you, Trey, so much. I do think Ben Seraph is going to be the guy they ultimately pick, but if Ryan Kalkbrenner makes it to them or Maxime Reynaud makes it to them, I think that would be the more likely selection. But in my final mock draft, they both went off the board just a pick or two before the Clippers. Norin says, sup legend, hope everyone has smashed that like button in here. Let's get some W's for Norin in the chat. He's been watching all the draft content all year long, leaving some awesome comments, sharing his thoughts with me as well in the comment section. So really appreciate you, Norin. We are just 10 likes away from 200 likes. You guys have been absolutely killing it. Hensity says, Domino's thin crust is elite. You can't go wrong with Domino's. Clay says, Domino's when I was a kid was terrible. See, I think it just kind of it depends on which area of the world you're in, you know, and your specific one from a local standpoint. Like, you know, Domino's from all over the place can be just way different. And it's good to hear that your Domino's around you is way better now. A little bit of news. Timberwolves could be looking to make a trade during the NBA draft if the guy they want isn't there. I mean, that's a nothing report that I just read. So, hey, guess what? A team, like every single year, I'm going to go over to Twitter quick to tweet this because I think you guys are going to appreciate it, to be honest. Like, happens every year. It's that time of the year where reports say X might trade up, trade down, or keep the pick they already have in the draft. Like, thank you. I'm just going to put shaking my head after, actually, because like, this is so ridiculous. There's reports like this every year where the team might trade up. Like, it's just so dumb. It's so dumb. It's every year. There's something stupid like that. Every single year I read nothing reports this time of the year, and then everyone's like, oh, what'll they do? Could they trade up, trade down, or keep the pick? Yeah, those are the three options. Yes. Like, it's every single year. It's every single year. Shout out to Caden for following over there. Oh, here's one of them, I'm sure. Oh, Raptors have offered a package to the Celtics. Okay, I mean, yeah, we've talked about that. Thank you, your boy, for tagging me over there in that. With Mikal Bridges eligible, his name has already come up in trade conversations. I don't think he will get traded. I'd be pretty shocked by that. Lakers are the favorites to land Andrew Wiggins in a potential trade. Thank you for tagging me in that over there. No Look Book. Appreciate you. This is probably the Bridges and Robinson. We will see what happens. But this is like the dumbest thing ever, man. This is what happens every single year. Riz here says, happy birthday. Always enjoy your insight. How big is the overall gap between Flagg and Harper? Let's go back over to my big board quick, and I'll showcase exactly what that range looks like to me. One of the things I love about my big board is these horizontal gaps showcase where there's kind of tiers, right? So for me, I see kind of a big gap between 12 and 13 here between Bailey and Asenge in this draft. And you can tell, like, between 2 and 3, there's a bit of a gap. But look at the size of the gap here between 1 and 2. I think Cooper Flagg is just head and shoulders a much better prospect than anyone else in this draft. I think there's a pretty significant gap, and I am very optimistic about Dylan Harper. This is not me saying negative things about Dylan Harper. This is me saying positive things about Cooper Flagg. He is so, so good. Appreciate you guys. Chicken, thank you for being in here. Mason says, do you think Brown or White get traded? Ultimately, no. I think Boston, now that they're out of the second apron, do not feel pressure to make any irrational trades. And I think they will stick with what their roster kind of currently looks like. Maybe a small trade here or there, but I don't think Jaylen Brown or Derek White get traded tonight. Akram, welcome to the stream. He says, hello, glad to have you in here. Clyde here says, Lakers, Bam. I'm not sure if Bam's going to be on the Lakers tonight. I'm not going to bet on that, but we'll see. James says, hey, found your channel during the Luka trade. Happy birthday. Question, how does Dylan Harper see meaningful minutes behind Fox and Castle? Well, it's a guard rotation. The nice thing is you have two positions playing 48 minutes a night. That's 96 minutes. If you have three guards playing 32 minutes, you do the math on that. 3 times 32 is 96. You just stagger their minutes across from each other. All three of them could play 32 minutes a night across the backcourt, and that's if only two of them are ever on the court together. So there is, literal ways to make the playtime work there. And I think that math specifically is the best way to build out your rotation. You need to have 3 of everything. You need to have 3 guards, you need to have 3 wings, and you need to have 3 bigs. And that's hard, right? But you're looking at, the best teams in the league. You look at what OKC was able to do, right? You have a plethora of guards there, guys who are able to handle the basketball, create. You have multiple wings, depth and depth and depth there, and then also multiple bigs. Now, Oklahoma City kind of masked certain things. They were able to play small and fast and at times go small ball, which was effective for them. But at times they could go tall ball, and you want to have that lineup versatility. And I think for San Antonio, if they're able to accomplish what I have in my mock draft tonight, where they get Dylan Harper at 2 and Derek Queen at 14, you can play tall ball. You can play Queen as the 5 when Wemby sits. You can play Wemby and Queen together. You can play Castle and Harper and Fox together with fast ball handling lineups where you get the ball moving out in transition. You run on town, which is something De'Aaron Fox is already great at. And you just get up and down the court. You have a lot of play style versatility. And I think for San Antonio, if you draft both Queen and it doesn't have to be Queen, it just is a center in general or another big who's skilled, maybe a Sorber. You're looking at the ability to get up and down the court with Harper. You're looking at the ability to play big, play small, play fast, play big and slow, play rim protection. Whatever you want to do night to night, you have that functionality. And I think that would be a real cheat code for Mitch Johnson. Clyde Hicks says, happy birthday. Appreciate you guys all in here so much. Truffles, thank you as well. Pop Bang says, CMB or Queen make a lot of sense to me for Portland. A lot more sense to me for Portland than Bryant. They need to power forward with Denny and Tumani better positioned at small forward. Both CMB and Queen are perfect help defenders with Klingon at the rim. So this is the thing is, I get what you're saying, but I think one of the advantages of going with Bryant over them from a standpoint defensively is you have another guy who's going to be a possible point of attack defender. I'm also thinking about the minutes where Kamara sits and having another guy you throw at the basketball, having another guy who, unlike Queen, you're not going to have Queen guard out in isolation consistently. You're not going to ask him to match up with number ones. And even though CMB is an awesome defender, a super versatile, switchy one, you're probably not matching him up with, point guards or 2s in the NBA anyway. So you're looking at kind of Bryant being that kind of sensible, hey, go guard the basketball player. I think what you're saying is a good point, like from a positional standpoint and lineup versatility, I agree with you. But it just comes down to how Portland evaluates that and how fast do they want their team to be? How quick do they want to be able to get out and run in transition, which I think would be really advantageous for them as well. And then the one thing about, Portland too, I think if you're trying to develop Scoot Henderson, space the floor for him, Carter Bryant's just a much better 3-point shooter at this point than either of Queen or CMB. So that's another thing to factor into it. Regulator here says Maxime will go top 20. I'm not sure about that. I know that's something that Rafael Barlow is saying. I'm not going to necessarily buy that as strongly. Bryce here says fit perfect, can defend, great athleticism, shoot the 3. He's a poor rim protector for a center, but he's not like a terrible rim protector in general. I think that's another misconception around Queen. His block and steal rates are actually identical to Asa Newell, and Asa Newell's biggest sell point is defensive versatility. So that's another reason why I think Queen is super underrated. Queen has a taller standing reach than Thomas Sorber, by the way. That's something that has been completely brushed under the rug too in this final cycle. Nikki Golden, I'm not sure who you're asking about. Why you lower his ceiling from all-star to below that. I'm not sure which prospect you're talking about. When you become an NBA GM coach, would you rather start on an existing team or be the first of an expansion? So I actually thought about this the other day, Brendan. This is a great question, by the way. I would love to start an expansion team because there's so many creative ways to build your roster from the expansion draft by eating salary, getting draft picks, and kind of building from scratch. You have a blank canvas to work with. But at the same time, like, it's a lot of fun to take over an existing team and find pathways, flexibility, and get creative to save money, get assets for certain contracts, rebuild from, a situation that clearly wasn't going great since the head honcho got fired, presumably before you. So those are the kind of my thoughts. I think either would be awesome. Obviously, I really want to coach. Like, that's what I really want to do. But obviously, I do have a lot of talent, a lot of time spent in talent identification and stuff like that. So that's where the GM stuff would probably come in. Capybara says, how much chaos do you think will actually happen? There could be little to no trades. That's why I said I think 1.5 trades is a good over-under tonight to bet on. Curry says that pizza low-key sounds tough. It's good. I'm not going to lie. Terry in the chat says, you buying or selling Danny Wolf being drafted in the first round? I am buying that. I do think he will be a first-round pick. John, thank you so much for the 20. He says, happy birthday, Sheldon. Go Wolves and Mavs. John is cheering for my Mavericks tonight. Let's get some W's for John flowing in the chat right now. I'm going to throw in some confetti for him as well. John, thank you so much for the 20. Again, the super chats go such a long way in supporting the channel. I'm going to fly through them here again. Tomas, thank you again for the 2. Unholy Trini, thank you for the 10. Tag Live, thank you for the 10. Terry in the chat, thank you for the 10. As well. Appreciate you guys and all the birthday wishes along the way. Curry, thank you for the 5. Michael Orlando, thank you for the 25. J Peach, thank you for the 5. Best in the North, thank you for the 5 as well. Alexander, thank you for the 7. Henry, thank you for the 2. Brian, again, thank you for the 5. Really do appreciate you. Kendrick, Lamar fan, thank you for the 2 as well. Brian, thank you again for the 5. Curry, thank you for the 5. John, thank you for the 20 again as well. And then V Deadly Greens comes in with a 5 of his own and says, Lakers have extreme interest in Miami's Andrew Wiggins. Yes, they are the rumored favorites for this player, for Andrew Wiggins. Of course, you're looking at a guy who could take on some of the defensive assignments. They do have salaries that could line up pretty well there. Some expiring ones, specifically in Maxi Kleber, Gabe Vincent. They also still have that Rui Hachimura contract. So, Deadly Greens, thank you to you as well. I'm going to throw in some balloons here for you. Thank you so much for the support here. Mason, thank you so much for the 2 with that dope Lakers logo there. It says, chances Lakers trade to get Queen, Maluach, or others. And here, hold on one sec. Thank you again for the 2. I just wanted to show off, since you're asking a Lakers question, I've got my brand new fresh Luka Doncic jersey that my fiance hooked me up with. Looking pretty good, the purple and gold. It's my first ever Lakers jersey officially, so that's pretty dope. The chances, I wouldn't say to bet on it. I would say it's pretty unlikely to actually happen here, Mason. But I would love, especially Maluach, even though I have Queen Hire on my board, I do think Maluach's skill set as a screener, as a long roller, kind of complements Doncic a bit better, and could be a real tremendous rim protection element for them too, with his overall sheer height, length, wingspan, and some of his rim defensive numbers he had in college. So you're looking at a player who would be wonderfully fantastic for them. I don't think they really have the assets to get up as high as they're going to need to get Maluach. Maybe Queen's the more realistic option. Maybe Sorber's a more realistic option for a trade up for them. But it is going to be challenging for them to get involved there. Again, don't forget the Substack is in the description. We have a whole bunch of different stuff. I'm going to throw it down there on the baseline there. Merchandise, we got Twitter, Substack, Discord. All of those different things are great ways to support the channel. So if you're not, either looking to support the channel financially, which is totally okay, no pressure. I don't want to pressure anybody. You do what you want to do with your money. But if you're looking for ways to support the channel, merchandise is a great way where you're getting something, some form of article, clothing. And it's a great way to at least rep utility sports in a way. And, someone asks you, hey, where'd you get that? Sure, whatever. You can tell them, hey, look, I got it from this awesome YouTuber. Or maybe you can choose a different adjective than awesome. Maybe you say terrible YouTuber, this dumb YouTuber. Those are some of the comments I get on a day-to-day basis. Of course, when people disagree with me, but just whatever way you want to support utility sports. Of course, following on Twitter is another great way, and just interacting. Like, you guys have been all awesome. So Let's hop back over to Twitter real quick while we're on the topic of it. People are a little confused about some of the news. This is, again, I wouldn't worry about this. I don't think Mikal Bridges is going to get traded today. Just would be very shocked if that happens. We will see. Rock fan, appreciate you. A lot of support over on Twitter. Just you guys have been absolutely awesome. So we gained a lot of followers the last few days. I believe over 100 followers in the last 24 hours. So that's awesome. Nick says, "Yo, bro, happy birthday! Watch Nico Harrison doing some random F up my birthday as a present, dude. If Nico Harrison screws up bad tonight, I'm going to be done with the Mavericks. Not actually, but I've got to threaten him with my fandom here a little bit to prevent him from trading Cooper Flagg for, I don't know who's to wash, maybe Kevin Garnett still at this point. Can he get the cap hold from KG from somewhere? We'll see. Sharif Cooper's dad tanked his son's draft stocks. Yeah, exactly. This is the same thing Ace Bailey's doing. Now, Ace, unlike Sharif, isn't a tiny point guard. I did not like Sharif Cooper as a prospect. I caught a lot of flack for that back in his draft class. I said he was going to be a G League guard, and people disagreed with me. And he's not even in the G League. So, Dixie here says, "Does Phoenix make a trade tonight?" I do think so. I mocked one in my mock draft. It's up on YouTube if you want to check that video out. Otherwise, the link in the description to my Substack is another great way to look at that mock draft. Silver Jaguar says, "I haven't really been following the draft in recent years, so how often are trades announced before the draft even starts?" We've had more trades than ever, honestly, in my memory. Like, there's more trades that we've had so far before the draft than ever before. So I honestly wouldn't expect a ton more, but it's been a very busy summer so far. The second apron clearly having an impact on that, with teams trying to dump salary, shave money, figure out their long-term cap table. There's a lot at play in that. So Ray Floyd says, "Where the Pistons fans out?" Shout out to my Pistons fans. Of course, a lot less Detroit fans here with the draft tonight because they don't have a first-round pick. But the last 3-4 years, you guys have been huge fans, huge supporters of the channel. And, of course, when you guys were picking top 5, top 10 way more frequently, I understand why. So Rishi says, "Happy birthday and appreciate your work and content. This will be a very interesting NBA draft tonight." I am so excited. John says, "Is Ace going to be a disaster?" No, I don't think so. If we hop back over to my big board quick, I actually do think Ace has a pretty high floor, which is going to sound kind of crazy. I know a lot of people are kind of labeling him as a boom or bust prospect. I see kind of a lower ceiling, higher floor player here. And I know that's kind of counterproductive to what many people assume, but I think there's going to be value here for him as a scorer. There's going to be value for him as an off-the-catch player, and there's defensive value to work with and uncover. And the upside, I don't see him making an all-NBA team. I don't see him being an all-star in the NBA, but I see him being a quality player. And that's, a pretty solid thing to be. So Brandon says, "Just tuning in. Do you think Detroit should stay put or be aggressive? I think we should draft Brea and run it back, but a lot of people want to be aggressive to compete now, trading Jay Nivey and Jalen Duren and the pick." I would not do that. I would stay pat if I was Detroit. I would draft Kobe Brea, who is, for those who haven't seen my big board or maybe don't remember, I have Kobe Brea 22nd on my board. I am a fan of his because he has a super functional skill set that will get him on the court, which is shooting, and it's capital S shooting. He's the best shooter in the draft, very arguably. It's him or Trey Johnson or Knueppel. Like, those are the three guys. And one of them is two of them will be top 10 picks, and then one of them will be picked probably in the 40s. It kind of shows you a little bit of how undervalued Kobe Brea probably is for his skill set. So he's an absolute outlier. He's an awesome player, and I definitely think he's a valuable piece. Terry in the chat says, "I have Colin Murray Boyles as the dark horse in the draft. We'll see where he goes in my final mock draft. I do have him going to Atlanta at 13. Curry says, "Magnet ball getting caught." Yeah, I feel like those are. I hope you guys enjoy the designs there. John Parham says, "What NBA player does Flagg remind anyone of?" For me, I do think so. This is an interesting comparison. It's kind of funny because of where he ended up, but I've actually been saying this for about a year. I think he's the perimeter version of Anthony Davis. I think the ability to handle the basketball, I think the skill set is going to kind of come and go offensively a bit. I don't think he's going to have top 3 player in the world impact offensively, But I do think the defensive two-way play, the overall value as a superstar is going to be very similar to Anthony Davis, where you can win a championship with this guy being a huge contributor for your team, one of the top players on your roster, because of how his impact on both ends of the floor is felt. And I think as a slightly smaller, more mobile, better offensive player than Anthony Davis with the ball in his hands and a better shooter, you're getting an awesome player. So it's kind of a little bit of an atypical comparison. Obviously, you're going to hear people say Jason Tatum, which I do understand as well. I think that's a pretty fair comp. A little bit of Paulo Banchero. I think a little bit of Kawhi. You hear some people saying he's white LeBron James. I don't think that. I think that's underselling LeBron quite a bit. But, there'll never be another LeBron again. That's just how special he is. But I think perimeter Anthony Davis is my favorite comparison. Montoya here says, I predict Thero will go to the Kings. He's the only first-round prospect they worked out and claimed to be in possession of a late first-rounder. Definitely would be awesome. If the Kings get Adu Thero, man, that would be sweet. Dan wants to know if I can put Utility Sports branding on it. I could definitely work on that. If you want to hold off on, for those who haven't already, maybe I will toy around with these designs a bit more. Let me go back over to the shop here. Maybe I will see if I can put, let me see if I'm able to, I might be able to put like something on the shoulder or something. I'll definitely play around with it though. Maybe I'll make, maybe I'll kind of copy these over and then add one with the Utility Sports patch or something for if you want that Utility Sports branding. That's a great question, Dan. And thank you for asking it. I'll be sure to try and adjust that here, maybe even tonight, late tonight after the draft. After my content comes out tonight. Because remember, we will have videos out after the draft as well. So a lot of content coming out here soon. Richard, thank you for the follow. David, thank you for the follow over on Twitter. Ron, appreciate you a ton. All Rookie Podcast, thank you for the follow. Themba, as well as Lochte, thank you guys. And Josh, back over to you. Thank you again. Do you think the Warriors could benefit from signing Ben Simmons? Yes. I do. I think any team getting Ben Simmons is getting a better than minimum player, but not a player who's worth more than the minimum, kind of at the same time, if that makes sense. Like, because of how much time he misses and some of his flaws, he's not worth more than the minimum. He won't get more than the min, but he's probably worth more than it when he's actually on the court and contributing. Cart here says, happy birthday. Appreciate you. Cart. Scoop says, hey, Lakers fan here, and I do not feel good about today or free agency. You should feel good. I think the Lakers are going to get better this offseason. I think they're going to be able to address in some of their needs, especially in the front court. Curry says zeroing in is crazy. A little bit of a page out of Adrian Wojnarowski's book there. B says, have you lived in Minnesota your whole life? I did growing up. I no longer live in Minnesota now. You guys want to see something cool? Let me go to my followers. Where is it? I wonder if, let me check. I'm looking for, I don't know what I was looking for now. I don't know. Well, I'll just see if I can think of it. I don't remember what I was going to do. It just completely left my mind. No, the number 0 is not cursed. Just, of course, incredibly unlucky this off season for them. So, welcome everyone to the stream. Really do appreciate you guys all again for tuning in. You guys have been absolutely awesome. So thank you everybody. Let me, here we go. This is what I was going to do. I just remember now. Let me go over to, why is this doing this? Oh, there we go. That's why. Let me go over to Woj. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Adrian Wojnarowski follows me now. Isn't that crazy? Do I think Ryan Nembhard could be a starter? Probably not, but I think he can be a bench guard. Who is going to be drafted lower, Queen or Fears? Fears will be drafted lower. Queen will be. Queen will be drafted lower than Fears. Fears will go off the board first tonight. Kalk is not a guaranteed first-rounder, Kalkbrenner, but there's a good chance he does go in the first just with who needs centers at 28 and 29. HR says, watch Cooper come into the season with a beer gut like Luka. That would be the Mavericks' luck, right? 5 here says, what do you think young players think of the young players in the Raptors roster? I like Grady Dick. Jacoby Walters, solid. I think they have some talent that fits around their core moving forward for sure. Mogbo is someone I like. I like Jamal Shed last year too. If I had him, I'm actually pretty optimistic about the Raptors' depth as their young guys. Austin Law says thoughts on Jaylen Brown trade offers. Happy birthday, bro. Appreciate you, Austin. I don't think Jaylen Brown will get traded. It'll take a lot to get him, and if I was the Celtics, I would be very, very hesitant of actually moving him. Celtics could include newly acquired Anthony Simons in trade talks. Yes, this was a likely outcome. Something that I kind of said when they acquired him. Caden, thank you for tagging me in that. If you guys do see news on Twitter that you want me to see or pull up on stream, make sure to tag me in and I will try my best. What do you think are the chances Lakers? I answered that earlier, Mason. Thanks again for the 2. I don't think it's super likely, but not improbable, not impossible. Brandon here says 100% thought this was okay. Talking about Figma, yeah. I was worried about it for a second too. Jay Martin says Boston should get him after they traded KP. Talking about Kalkbrenner or Reynaud. Pug here says Adu Thero over Ace Bailey. Yes, that's the nice thing about a big board is you can put what you want to do and what you think, and that's based on hours and hours of film. Where I don't know if you guys knew this, but Ace Bailey actually has a terrible free throw rate, and Adu Thero has a free throw rate that's 3 times better than his. And Adu Thero had a better true shooting percentage, had a better net rating, had a better offensive rating, had a better defensive rating. You look at the numbers, which one was the better player? It was Adu Thero. And his team actually won games when he was on the court. Just saying. Nikki says, why you put VJ Edgecombe ceiling below All-Star when you had it All-Star twice before? Just restudying into film, Nikki. Thanks for clarifying that for me. I just dived back in and I've decided to fade his offense just a little bit more. It's not that he's going to be a bad player. It's just I didn't want to have 10, 11, 12 guys with all-star potential. I wanted to limit that to the guys I really thought had a chance, and I ultimately pulled that away from Edgecombe at the end here. I hope he makes an all-star game. I hope I'm wrong. That's one thing, too, I want to say. I hope I'm wrong about every single prospect, like in a good way. Like I hope that I missed on them and that they're way better than I expect. So Gremlin says, do a long sleeve with death metal logos. I'll buy that. Not sure if I have the copyright for that, but I will. I'll see what I can do with some long sleeve shirts on there too. HR says I'm at the vet. Spent $21,000 on this dog for 4 days. That's insane. I totally get it though. I've got a few pets, and the vet is not cheap. The vet is not cheap at all. You can spend $1,000 or $2,000 very, very quickly there, and that's even if you're just doing a one-day thing. So. I don't think Mulawatch will go at number 4 Hooligan. I do not see that happening. I think the Hornets would be more likely to trade the pick than to pick Mulawatch there at that spot. Ace Bailey only wants to be drafted by the Pelicans, Nets, or Wizards. Yes. Down to 6 is what I think will happen here for Ace Bailey. Welcome everyone to the stream. If you are new here, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. I'm going to check how many likes we're at over on the stream here in a second, but I'm also going to hop in now and just check how we're doing from a subscriber basis. Look at that number grow. Jumped up to 34,100 subscribers just now. Katie wants to know my opinions on Ace Bailey. Do you think he will fall due to what he has done, or what he has not done so far? Yeah, I think he's going to fall down to pick 6. So Jay Martin thinks he still goes top 5. Believe in Nick says, hi, welcome to the stream, Believe in Nick. Glad to have you in here. Mike says, chances of Spurs actually keeping the number 14 pick, 5%. I mean, it's possible that they trade down. That's something I've talked about at length before. So Roger says, great content. Keep it up. You go the most in-depth of any YouTuber out there. I appreciate that. That's the real MO for me here on the channel, is trying to cover with depth and intention and looking at the draft as deeply as I can to give the best content. And that only comes from hours and hours and hours of value or of time, excuse me. That only comes through hours of film study, hours of evaluation. You can't make that stuff up, and I think my Twitter, backs some of that too, where I have posts of, guys with certain skills. So do I think Boston will be a championship contender? Not this next season, but moving forward. Thank you to everyone here in the stream. Jay Martin says y'all must be born in 2010. I mean, I don't think so. I think a lot of the people in here are kind of around my age, roughly. Iceman says, yo, Sheldon Eastcock here from South Africa. Let's go Magic. Iceman, glad to have you back in the stream here again. HR says, let me know when Domino's makes a margarita pizza. I just get the Alfredo ones. Can't go wrong. Della Rosa. To be honest, I've never even heard of Della Rosa, but I respect it. Jordan here says, cheap trade targets for Pistons. Feel like we need a stretch 4. I'm not sure really if there's a stretch 4 kind of on the market right now for Detroit to go after. Obviously, there's guys with bigger contracts that are available, like a Jeremy Grant, but I think that's a backward move for Detroit. Going back to him would not be an option I would do. So Noah or Carter Bryant, if you're talking about for the Raptors, Jay, I would lean toward them taking Noah Asenge tonight. Ryan Thrasher says, you killed it during trade deadline. Keep up the great coverage. Appreciate you. HR says, Edgecombe is a young Drew Holiday. I mean, there's hope for that, right? Like, Drew is one of the best defensive guards ever. Edgecombe obviously has a lot of the physical traits. But, it's about taking the technical skills forward and the focus and the attention to detail. Those are the things that, if you make a bet on him, I totally understand, because the upside there is immense, especially defensively. That's like where I'm really excited about him, is the defensive end of the floor. Thank you again to Gremlin and Mason and Deadly Greens and John for the most recent super chats. Appreciate you guys. Jay Martin here says Trey Johnson will go before Knueppel. We'll see. I would not rely on this source. It's, I would kind of stray away from trusting that fully. Cart says, can't believe someone put my name in the draft. I'm about to go to an NBA team. I don't know why Bryant instead of Lavelle, though. If you know, you know. Carter, that's hilarious. 10th overall, Carter, you're getting selected to Phoenix tonight. You better have your bags packed. Retro Gamer says, Dallas having a new owner scares me, but they did need to take Cooper Flagg. Yeah, they will for sure take Flagg. Also, shout out to my fiance. She picked up some little treats for me today for the stream for my birthday. So huge shout out to her. Have you guys ever had like these little Tootsie Roll Fruities? These guys are legendary. So you can't go wrong with that. I have not eaten any food today. So this is my breakfast. Roddy says, I really don't see how CMB is going to be impactful in the league. Who have we seen of that archetype that has stayed in the league? Draymond Green. Josh Hart. Like, I think if you look at Colin Murray Boyles as a better Josh Hart, you start to see the value pretty easily. Coach Dreadhead here says, what first biggest name player you think that will be traded during the draft? Based on my mock, Bradley Beal, and then he will be waived. That's kind of my prediction there. Best in the North, Queen's not a leaper. His long arms really help him with his game. Yeah, he's got pretty long arms, really good standing reach, and I mean, he moves his feet laterally pretty well. So Retro says Lakers have new ownership, so I see them to move on from LeBron. LeBron's not going to get moved on from. The Lakers will keep LeBron. Eric says, what is your prediction for next year's draft? I'm going to have a way too early mock draft out on the channel on the 27th on Friday. So stay tuned for that. Liberty says, what's your outlook for Clippers in draft and offseason? Anything big or shocking? Nothing big or shocking. I just think small moves that help move them a little bit forward. So I'm really excited about the Clippers. I think they're in a great spot, and I think they're moving smart. Last year, getting off of Paul George at the time they did was genius. CL Oracle, welcome to the stream. Huge Suns fan. He says, my hopes would be for my Suns to trade Beal and the number 10 pick for Nick Claxton and Cam Johnson, or redraft Carter Bryant and Maluwach. Carter Bryant at 10 is definitely going to be in play. I'm not sure Maluwach will be there for you at pick number 10, although he would be, of course, very good value. John here says, happy birthday to the best basketball man in the game. Love you, bro. Hope Wiz get Johnson or Bailey at 6. Sounds very likely that you will get Ace Bailey or maybe Jeremiah Fierce. We'll see. And trade back up and get Derek Queen to pair with Bub. Of course, the two of them know each other, grew up a little bit together. So appreciate you a ton, John. Josh here says, if the Spurs get Derek Queen, GG's, they'd be so good. They would be so good. Brandon says, if you're Detroit, are you sitting tight? I am. Alex here says, could you see my Raptors getting toe pitch with pick number 15 for 9? No, I don't think so. I don't think OKC is going to trade toe pitch. Nick here says, how are we still only at 220 likes? I'm trying to catch up on the comments, by the way. I'm 20 minutes behind, but I am doing my best. We are up to 264 likes right now. Let's get to 300. Everyone smash that like button like Nick is saying here. And we have another huge super chat coming through. Aquino Dreams with a $20 super chat. Let's get some W's in the chat for Aquino. He's an absolute legend, big-time Wizards fan. I'm going to spam some W's in there for Aquino. I want to see everyone else throwing some W's in too. Said, big happy glow day to the godfather of draft analysis and my favorite Discord community out there. When's the pizza coming? It's coming tonight. Definitely got on the way for the draft tonight. Said, all I want today is for my Wiz to walk away with Derek Queen, but Bailey and a trade up for DQ would be a dream. Derek Queen would be so awesome. I really do hope he stays in the DMV. It would just be tremendous for DC. I love his fit next to Alex Sarr as well. I do think the best outcome for Derek Queen is either San Antonio or Washington. I think those two teams have a very strong infrastructure in place defensively to protect him and then to offensively lean on him at times. And I think that's something that would be very valuable. I think the Wizards would give him a bigger leash offensively, whereas San Antonio would be maybe a more functional offensive leash to attack mismatches and take advantage of certain areas of the floor. So very excited for Derek Queen. I think tonight he's going to be one of the long-term defining players from this draft. I have him number 3 on my big board for a reason. I love the offensive film. He's one of the most dominant offensive players in this draft, right behind Flagg and Harper probably. And I think when you get a guy like that in your building, he becomes a focal point for your team long-term. I think he's going to return much better value than where he's ultimately drafted tonight. Aquino, huge thank you again. Thank you so much for the 20. I'm really hoping he lands in Washington just for you, my man. It'd be absolutely awesome. Montoya here wants to know if a Sabonis trade takes place tonight. I really don't think so. I don't think the value is going to be good enough for Sacramento to justify trading him away, especially with how steady he's been for them as kind of their focal point offensively. JJ says, W. Sheldon, been watching for a few years now, and it's been great to see how much your community has grown. JJ, appreciate you a lot. Thank you for all the continued support. Thank you for hopping in the streams. Really do appreciate you guys big time. Cole Hollis says, Flake for Doncic. That would be the one trade I'd be okay with. If we got this guy right here, number 77, back in Dallas from Los Angeles. That would be the only way I'd be okay. But it's not going to happen, of course. Malik says, Trey Johnson or Jeremiah Fears or Knueppel to the Spurs. Promise. I don't think that's going to happen. Not sure. I do think you're going to see Dylan Harper end up as a Spur. I think that's the most likely outcome there. Steve here says AK-47, talking about a comparison there for Cooper Flagg. Definitely another one, especially like 3 years ago, when Flagg was a little bit more raw as a prospect and the offensive game hadn't quite developed to the point it is now. I definitely understood the Kirilenko kind of comp. Now I think he's outgrown Kirilenko offensively to a pretty significant margin, but defensively, very similar impact, which is incredible, right? Like Kirilenko was so awesome. SP says Cooper is the scoring version of Scotty Barnes. Just had to do more of it growing up, so he's more advanced. So that's the thing too. Like I do see kind of the Scotty Barnes, Jalen Johnson a little bit here too. Definitely interesting ways to look at it. Brendan says put the Utility Sports logo on the backboard. Okay, I'm going to play around with those designs a bit. I do think the design still, like I ordered, for me, I ordered some of the designs already. So I like the way the designs look, but I'll make some secondary options and maybe get like a little Utility Sports logo right here in the bottom corner. I think you guys can see my mouse, right? So maybe something like that there. We'll play around with it. But again, these designs are ready as is now too. So if you are looking for, cool merch, if you're looking for cool basketball stuff, I tried to come up with things I've never seen before, right? I've never seen a Dropping Dimes shirt before. I've never seen, basketball is the center of the universe kind of design. So I tried coming up with fun stuff. I like this dagger one too. It's kind of funny. pretty creative. And then, I've got some of my standard utility sports stuff. If you're looking for just the utility sports branded one, I do have this one right here. Again, it's a little bit more bland. You can choose the color though. So like if you go into this one, you could like get the like a utility sports blue-ish sort of. So definitely some options out there for you, whether you're looking for a t-shirt or whatever. But again, this is brand new. So you guys are the first ones really learning about it, first ones seeing it. So make sure to check it out if you want to. Phoenix will tell Houston whom to pick at number 10. The future Sun will be fitted with a Rockets cap tonight. Just so everyone's aware, like the Rockets will still technically have pick 10, but they'll be making the pick for the Suns. Ray Floyd says Harper does remind me of Cade, and I'm a Pistons fan. Him and Wemby are fire. Those two guys are going to be so awesome together. I think Harper reminds me a little bit of Harden too. Doesn't have the step back on lock like that, but the creativity with his handle is what really sells me on that kind of comp a little bit. He won't be as good as Harden though. Don't mistake what I'm saying, because I'm not saying he'll be an MVP of the league, because I don't think that, but I do think he is very good. Shout out to everyone over on Twitter. Thoughts on this mock trade? That's not going to happen. Don't worry, won't happen. Your opinions on this as a Mavs fan? I mean, yeah, this is this is what I'm freaking talking about. Like I did this as a joke to make fun of it, and here this guy is trying. This is, man, honestly, like, first of all, look at that. This garbage. I don't know. Not a fan. Not impressed. Welcome everyone to the stream. Iceman says put utility sports branding at the bottom of the hoodie at the back would look neater like that. Okay, I'm definitely gonna play around with it for sure. Dylan here says sounds like Garland might be available. Think Kings make an offer. Ton of picks with Monk and Murray. I don't think Garland will get traded ultimately. So Tom says happy birthday, mate. Here's to another draft with Utility Sports. Appreciate you, Tom. You're an absolute legend. Thanks for being in here again this year. Jaime says thoughts on Blazers leaning towards Carter Bryant. And will Matisse Thybulle get traded? I do think Carter Bryant would be a great option for them at 11. Chris says you start to forget more when you're closer to 30. I'm starting to feel it already, man. The platform for the shop is Fourth Wall. It was I did a lot of reading. I did a lot of like research on like the best ones, and Fourth Wall is supposedly the best one. So that's why I went with them. Ben Seraph, I have him going in the first round tonight to the Los Angeles Clippers. Only one says, do you think it would be a reach to take Sion James in the late first? Not a huge one. I mean, I have him on my big board at number 35, I believe. Let me go double check that just to be sure. Yeah, I have him at 35. So it would not be really that big of a reach, especially with how close those areas are. But he probably won't go tonight, but he'll be a solid second round pick for sure. Gorgeous Rock says if Suns can't move off of Beal, would they have to flip Green? I don't think they're going to trade Green. So if anything, they might just stay as a second apron team, which would be pretty damning, but what they would probably do. Big Toe says, hey, happy birthday. In your opinion, what are the chances of Coward falling to 16 for Memphis? Very high. I ultimately think Cedric Coward will be a Grizzly. Also, one thing about Beal, they might stretch and waive him and try and save money that way and then dump a little bit more money and they can get out of the aprons that way too. It would be a long-term committal of money to him on their dead cap sheet, but it might be their best way if they can't find a trade. So keep that in mind. Daniel here says, my man, every year I come here to get the best draft news. I appreciate you, Daniel. Glad you are enjoying. Tony says, hello, greetings, and happy birthday from the Czech Republic. Do you think the Jazz will make any trades tonight? They have 4 picks, first and second rounds, maybe consolidate and trade up. So just a reminder, too, the draft is 2 days now. I'm sure, Tony, you knew that, but just to clarify for everybody. And with the Jazz specifically, I'm not sure if they're going to make that consolidation trade. I think there's a lot of teams that are kind of looking to move up. I'm not sure if there's that many teams looking to move down. And that makes it hard for Utah to effectively move up from 21. Crazy that, we got people watching from all over the world. Czech Republic, that's super awesome, Tony. Glad to have you in here. But I still think at 5 and 21 tonight, the Jazz can still find good players at those spots for sure. Dustin, one of the members on the channel here, thank you so much, Dustin, says, hello, happy draft day. Glad to have you in here, my man. Bubgers here says, I'm so torn on VJ. His college performance wasn't amazing, but he was so good with the Bahamas. I can see him going either way. He's, again, another hard prospect to really pin down how his career is going to shake out. Balaji says, best trade piece available for the Warriors system. LeBron, he's not going to get traded, probably. But no. I don't, it's a good question. Like, Nikola Vucevic, definitely one. Gives him another post-up option for post splits and stuff. Caden here says, do you see the Warriors making any draft day trades? Probably not. A sliding like a barge. We'll see what happens, Justin, with him. Fruities. Yes, we got some Fruities hype in here. I like that. Sunday was mine. Cancer, the greatest sign. Kellen, well, happy belated birthday to you. Hope you had a great birthday. Glad you're in here today. Brandon Beglin here says, yeah, CMB won't be impactful. Just let him come to OKC. No worries. Yeah, I'm sure Beglin would love that for his Thunder to get even better defensively. We don't need that for the league. Please do not let CMB fall to the Thunder at 15. That would be so bad for the league and so good for Oklahoma City. Lofo says you should react to your previous too early mock. Yeah, at some point I definitely will. That's a good idea. Brandon here says OKC is going to see Topic play before doing anything. I agree with that as well. Anthony Manzano here says, what would the Heat have to give up to trade up into the late lottery during the draft? Probably a collection of future seconds at bare minimum, and maybe even Jaime Jaquez. Like, you might look at pick 20 and Jaquez to get you into like pick 12, right? With Chicago, for example. Would I want to do that if I was Miami? I'd probably be hesitant, but it depends on who you're moving up for. Now, the range that I really like there for that 12 spot is if you're looking for either a Kasparas Jakučionis that could make some sense for Miami, or if you're looking in the front court, which doesn't make sense for Miami, like a Derek Queen. Like, that's a player I would love to get at 12, but for Miami, that doesn't make a ton of sense, given the fact that they have Khalil Ware and Bam Adebayo already. Do I think the Wolves will package 17 and 31 to move up, and for who? I think they will try. I think that they want Thomas Sorber and or Derek Queen. I think those are the two guys that I have highlighted for them. Etan here says, hey, new here from Israel. Where do you think Danny Wolf and Ben Saraf will be? And what do you think about Denny Avdia? Avdia is a great player, probably the Blazers' best player in general. Really talented, really skilled offensive player. I've liked Avdia for a long time, even going back to when he was at Maccabi Tel Aviv before his draft. And then for Wolf and Saraf, they're both in the top 25 on my board very firmly. I think Wolf will go somewhere between pick 16 and 22 tonight. And I think that Saraf will go anywhere from pick 20 to 30 tonight. There's rumors of Schroeder to Sacramento in free agency. Any chance that be a sign and trade for LaRavia? Probably not. I mean, the Kings should have access to their mid-level, so they might just be able to poach Schroeder for nothing, which is probably what they would prefer to do. We'll see, though. Arnis wants to know what I think of Jakučionis. I think he's underrated a little bit. He finished up number 10 on my big board. Let's go over to my board. So while we're talking about some of these prospects, you guys can see exactly where I had him ranked. I had Jakučionis here kind of sandwiched between Edgecombe and Thiero. I trust Jakučionis's processing speed. I think he's really smart. I do think his handle has a long ways to go for him to being a great guard in the NBA. But I do think with his intelligence and IQ, he's at worst a sixth-man, like ball-handling point guard off the bench, and more than likely return some starting value in this year's draft for sure. Jake, thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Says hoping my Bulls get Derek Queen tonight. He would be tremendous for them, especially if they do, in fact, move off of Nikola Vucevic. Although, one thing I'll say, Lithuanian ties, Jakučionis makes a lot of sense. Yegor Demin I wouldn't rule out either. Mike said, if you were the Spurs GM, what would you trade number 2 for realistically? The only way I'm trading number 2, to be honest, is if I'm either getting Giannis Antetokounmpo and I'm not giving up a whole ton else off my roster from a long-term standpoint, or if I'm getting pick number 1. That's the only way I'm doing it. And I don't think either of those are going to happen. So Dustin says, if Minnesota Timberwolves decided to move up, is it a replacement for Gobert or Naz or Randall or Nikhil, or just for bench depth? It's a long-term replacement for Gobert if they move up, I think. Nikola will be talking about the draft this entire time. Reiji says, what do the Raptors offseason look like? Do you think that they'll make any significant trades, free agent signings? I doubt they trade their pick. I think they're going to keep their pick, maybe look for a Barrett trade this offseason, maybe split up his salary into two guys, but we'll see. Thanks, Reiji, for the comment. All-Time Gaming, thank you for the birthday wishes. Appreciate you guys big time. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Today we're doing a great job here. Just having a fantastic time. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. We've been hovering around 600 people live all day long, which is so sweet. Dustin said, I bought some merch from you. Appreciate you big time, Dustin. It says support the channel. Thank you so much. Dustin, let me know in the comments which one you bought. Send me a message saying which send a message in the chat here saying which ones you bought. I'd love to hear that. Nikola says, yep, I answer that, Nikola. Don't be sure not to spam so that I can get through the comments. We're just about 10 minutes behind on the comments now, so we're catching up a little bit, trying to go through them a little bit quicker. But you guys are asking such great questions. It's hard to keep up while still giving good answers. Anthony, again, don't spam too. Get into every question. Harper reminds me of Russell Westbrook more than Harper reminds you of Westbrook more than Harden. I think the pace and change of direction is what I'm mostly talking about with Harden, something that Harden does way better than Russ. Money here says Ari actually reported Kyrie Irving before everyone. Well, he also reported that Kyrie was opting into his option, so he was wrong. Ari reports is wrong about a lot of stuff. He is. I'm telling you, I know the company he's associated with. It's not really a company. I would be hesitant to trust what you're seeing there. Just saying. Akram says, what trade the Warriors make? The Warriors, I think, are going to look for a sign and trade for Kuminga this offseason. Chips Ahoy says, ads have frozen the stream twice for me. Not sure why. Good stream, by the way. I'm sorry to hear that about the ads. I'm not sure that. I think everything's running smoothly on mine. I've been checking every once in a while just to make sure everything's working. But I don't have an answer for that. So I'm sorry that that's happened to you. Araya here says, I want to see Kobe Bryant on my Cavs in the second round. Kobe Bryant is awesome, man. He's going to be an awesome second round pick for a team. Talon here says, do you think Spurs could take Wolf at 14? Probably not. I think Wolf's range starts a little bit after the lottery, around like 16-ish, maybe even a little bit after that. Maybe 17 to Minnesota is where that range starts. True Talk says, where do you think Jace Richardson's going tonight? Phoenix seems like a good outcome. Remember, Matt Ishbia, the owner of the Suns, actually played alongside Jason Richardson, Jace's father, at Michigan State. So there's some family ties, some relationships that exist already in place. Jace Richardson to Phoenix. Just watch for it. They're building the smallest team in NBA history. Light of Wisdom, shout out to you, says, happy birthday, my man. What are my Raptors doing tonight? I think Noah Asenge at pick number 9 is the likeliest outcome for them. You know, we've seen shockers in the past, so don't completely hold me to that, but that is what my final mock draft says. Agapito de Souza here says, I think this would be a great moment to check out the community mock and talk about some of that crazy stuff. Let's go over into the Discord here. I think now is a great time for that. Let's see if I can get down into it. I need to make sure I go to the right spot first before here we go. So let's hop in over there. Reminder, the Discord link is in the description for that. I need to make sure that I mute this. Okay, good. Perfect. We got a whole bunch of stuff spamming in here. But one thing about this too, so we have, everyone's participating. We have different people running different teams, running events and stuff. Agapito does a great job always, as you can tell here, kind of categorizing stuff, helping the moderators out a bit too. And then I keep up with what everyone's saying. I get the notifications on my phone. I just got one right here. Actually, you see, let me set this up. Let me click on it. You see right here, I've got a notification saying that Ignis just joined. So I'm seeing all the notifications on my phone. I get notified whenever everyone joins, or whenever anyone joins. Excuse me, a little bit of a speaking mishap there. Sorry. But I keep up with it. This event had some crazy stuff happen. I'm not gonna say what. I'm not gonna say it out loud, but some crazy stuff happened in this community mock draft. But for the most part, these events are like really fun. Like, you know, we have a lot of fun stuff happen. You know, we keep up to date on all the trades, the picks. And I accidentally left the streaming studio for a second. Sorry about that, guys. Holy cow, I'm back though, and we are chilling. Let's go back down to Chris here. Thank you so much for the 5, Chris. Says, what pick / move could OKC make, either moving up, trading back, or staying put, would make you go, damn you, Sam Presti, Thunder got better? Well, if they stay put and get someone like Colin Murray Boyles, I'm going to say, oh my gosh, how did the NBA let this happen? There's a lot of outcomes for Oklahoma City that I like. Them packaging 15 and 24 together to move up for someone like Noah Senge at number 9, or maybe even earlier would be definitely fascinating. I would like that for Oklahoma City quite a bit, or just flat out trading one of those 2 picks out of the first round for a future asset, controlling some of their flexibility, allowing them to make future trades is another smart avenue for sure for Oklahoma City. So there's really no way that Oklahoma City messes up tonight. Sam Presti's too smart for that. Makes a lot of smart reads, values his long-term flexibility, but also makes buy now moves when he should. Did so with Giddey for Caruso, signed Isaiah Hartenstein last year. That was a huge success, and obviously now they are the champions as a result of all of those moves over time. So, but again, this community mock draft, a lot of fun. You get to see where some guys go, like Carter Bryant at 11. There was mock trades in here. You get to see some movement. Jaka Chonis comes in at 9 to Sacramento. The Jazz at 8. You saw the Nets and Jazz make a trade in this one. The Nets move all the way up to number 3 to get Dylan Harper. The Rutgers point guard stays in that Brooklyn Metro Atlantic area. Definitely a lot of fun. It was a great time. Make sure you guys join that Discord. Link is again in the description at the very top there. It's a great place to be. It really is. So Agapito, thank you again for reminding me to go over there. It's a lot of fun for sure. JK Meme says Suns waive Beal, then Rockets sign him. That would be crazy if they stretch and waive him, and then Houston's like, hey, we'll take him. It's Jace here, says thoughts on RJ plus 9 for Derek White. Too much value. What else could Toronto get for RJ 9? I do think Derek White's like one of the better players that they could get for that package. I actually don't think it's too much to give up for it all. And in fact, I probably wouldn't do that if I was Boston. So, that's just kind of my perspective on things with how it all kind of shapes up and looks at this point in time. Let's go back over to my final mock draft just to quickly relay. Cooper Flagg at 1 to Dallas, Harper at 2 to the Spurs, Edgecombe at 3 to the Philadelphia 76ers, Hornets take Knueppel, Jazz take Trey Johnson, Ace Bailey falls to 6 for where Washington stops his slide, Pelicans take Kaman Maluach at 7, Brooklyn gets Jeremiah Fears at 8, Asenge at 9 to the Raptors, trade between the Nets, Bradley Beal gets traded and then waived immediately. That's why he would waive his no trade clause, because he would have a promise from Brooklyn that, hey, you get to pick where you want to play next. We'll waive you, make you get all your money that you want. You're all set up, right? And then the Nets get picked 10 for doing that. And the Suns get a couple picks that are later in the draft and Cam Johnson, which is really great value. Suns get out of the tax. It's a home run for them, or out of the second apron, excuse me. It's a home run for them. The Nets would then take Yegor Demon, who they are reportedly high on. He's a player I definitely could see them considering. Portland goes with Carter Bryant at 11. Now, if the Suns do keep pick 10, I do think Carter Bryant will be off the board here. So this is where I'm risking my mock draft a little bit with that trade. We'll see what happens. Bulls take Jaka Chonis, the Lithuanian point guard who played for Illinois. A lot of ties there between him and Chicago for sure. Colin Murray Boyles at 13 to Atlanta after getting Kristaps Porzingis. 14, the Spurs get Derek Queen. I love this pick. Talon says, happy birthday from the greatest city on earth. Do you think the Pistons could trade into the first round today? Probably not. I don't see them doing that. I do think they already have so many young pieces in place that they're probably more focused on those guys' young development. But it's not impossible, right? You never want to say never. The Pistons do have their future draft control. I think the best thing for Detroit is to roll into the season with that draft control and trade flexibility moving forward. But if there's a guy they are absolutely enamored with, maybe they do make that kind of aggressive move. Joe Behringer, I have going at number 15. M. here says, I know you're talking about the draft, but where do you think Jake LaRavia ends up? I think staying in Sacramento is definitely possible. Teo here says, happy birthday, by the way. Sheldon, thank you so much, Teo. Curry said, I tweeted some Figma work, my goat. Let me, did you tweet it at me? Let me see. Oh, here, perfect. Okay, some of the work I did on Figma to show you the space of it. All my classmates I've seen have done some cooler graphics as well. Okay, I'm peeping at it right now. Okay, yeah, interesting. Okay, yeah, so I see what you're saying about the infinite space. So you have like, yeah, I get what you're saying a bit here. Okay, yeah, cool stuff. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna leave a like on that. I'm also gonna bookmark that so I can come back to it later when I'm off stream later today, and have a little bit more ability to spend some time looking at it off the stream. So, Curry, thank you for sending that. Emily here says, do you think Pelicans will trade up for Ace Bailey? No, I ultimately do not. I think he, like my mock says here, I think he will ultimately go to Washington at number 6 today. We will see what happens. I'm just responding to a buddy of mine from my childhood who wished me a happy birthday. Appreciate everyone in here. Gremlin says trading number 2 for number 1 is the correct answer. That's like the best pathway for San Antonio for sure. Almost 600 people still watching live. You guys have been just phenomenal today. I hope you guys are having as much fun as I am. Over 300 likes on the stream. You guys have been absolutely killing it. I really do appreciate you guys. Jonah says Ja and Triple J for number 2, Castle, multiple picks, and Vassell and Barnes add accordingly. I don't think the Spurs would do that. Jaren Jackson Jr. would be awesome for San Antonio. Would give them even more rim protection, a lot more length into their front court. But ultimately, I don't think that the Spurs would have an interest in landing Ja and Jaren together. If anything, if Jaren gets traded tonight, it would be to San Antonio for pick 14 and salary and other draft picks like the Hawks picks. So Balaji says, love to see Brook Lopez next to Dre and Jimmy. Yeah, Brook Lopez is definitely an option too if they want to stretch big. Michael Kiefer says, I'm shocked by all the Queen love. Sure, he seems to have some special stuff on offense, but I'm not sure it's good enough to combat his overall lack of defense, length, and athleticism. So, Michael, this is a great point. I understand this concern a little bit, but I think the one thing that I really like about Queen that I think makes him really safe is he's good in a variety of play styles. He's a great grab-and-go guy in transition. He's a fantastic short roll, screen in, play in the middle of the floor, play in the pocket, really good touch. He's active on the offensive glass, pretty good offensive rebound rate this past year for Maryland. And he was doing a lot of that in poor spacing context where Maryland didn't have a lot of snipers around him. They're playing with another just back to the basket inside big and Julian Reese, who couldn't really stretch the floor. I think the team contact, everyone talks about, when the court widens and the spacing gets better defensively, he's going to be challenged, but they don't talk about it from the offensive perspective. When the court gets wider, he has more room to operate, and his passing feel, short roll talent, and post up, back to the basket, footwork, drive and go game, the face up game. There's a lot to love, and I think it makes him a really safe prospect actually in this draft. I do understand the concerns, but I'm willing to hedge against those. And ultimately, 3-4 years from now, with how confident I am in this, when I'm right, I'm going to feel really good, and I'm going to be able to look back on this draft, and I'm going to be the only person really among the mainstream media who had him in the top 3, 4, 5 in my class. Most other people are having him in the teens, and I think that's going to be a huge differentiation for me to look back on in a few years. So, Michael, definitely understand your points, but I've dove into the film enough to feel really confident with where I'm at. Tag Live, thank you so much for the 2. It says Carter Bryant over Boyles for my number 1 in Atlanta. Carter Bryant would obviously be very good there, but I like Boyles a lot for them, and I think Bryant will be off the board at by pick 13 already. Sheldon, what are your thoughts on this comparison for Hugo Gonzalez? I see a lot of Jaime Jaquez. I do think that comp is pretty respectable, right? Too Clutch Corey says San Antonio has a Merle in the city of Harper already. They ain't trading number 2 unless Giannis is on the other end, to be honest, or number 1. But the Mavs aren't trading pick number 1. So Wake Up here says streams ads working fine here. Okay, good to hear. Yeah, it might have just been an individual issue for that other user. Emily here says, do you think Pelicans will trade up for Ace Bailey? No, I do not. Five Adam says, who do you compare to Noah Asenge? I think for Asenge, you're looking at see, this is a good. I think you're looking at like a significantly lesser skilled Chet Holmgren. Honestly, like this rangy, defensive-oriented, impact shots at the rim, impact on the perimeter, be able to stay in front of quick guards, and have the length to deter at the rim, block shots while being very slight. And he's not going to be as good as Chet Holmgren. Holmgren was not only a tremendous defensive prospect like Asenge, but he's also a much better offensive player than Asenge coming in. So Asenge is not an elite prospect like Chet was, but I think the comps between them are actually fairly similar. Otherwise, you're looking at like a Tayshaun Prince. That's another, I think, good comparison in terms of the range and the ability to cover ground defensively, which is one of the most important things right now in the league. Sylvan says, how about a Sam Hauser for Kelly Oubre Jr. trade and the second round pick? If I'm the Celtics, I'm not doing that. I do not want Kelly Oubre Jr. Benson says, I don't see my boy Will Riley on your big board. Are you just super low on him? No, he's on my big board. Let's go back over. He is a little bit lower on mine than others. Now, it's not like he's incredibly low, but let me go over to him. I have him at 32. I do think there is some starter upside. You see, I'm a little bit higher on his upside compared to other guys that are ahead of him on the board. But I also think that there is a definitively lower floor with him than some of these others too, where, he's like this. These are things that haven't gotten talked about really with him. But he had terrible block and steal rates, really was not impactful defensively at all as a freshman for Illinois. And he came into the combine way skinnier. He lost about 8 to 10 pounds before the combine, weighed in. He's 6'9", right? And weighed in at 186 pounds. This guy is light as a feather. So I do think that's a real problem. Cool Genuine Phil here says, happy B-Day with the Celtics acquiring Simons. Do you think they will use him as a trade piece? I do think they will use him as a trade piece. Cool Genuine Phil, appreciate you so much. Mason here says, life is so good. Your birthday, the NBA draft, and a new college football dynasty all in the next week and a half. We are living good. Let's get some W's in the chat for Mason. Hopefully he's still in the chat watching. This is one of my best friends. He's an absolute W human being, super supportive of me, always shows up as a huge supporter. So I always appreciate him big time. And he's got one of the most iconic profile pictures you could ever have with the Darko Milicic screen profile picture there. Gaming here says, I think Raptors trade 9th overall plus something for something in a trade. Rumor right now is that they are interested in Derek White. So we'll see what happens there. Tyrone says, I hope the Raptors don't draft Asenge. I feel like him and Scotty can't coincide. I think defensively they'd cover a lot of space together. They'd be so fun on the defensive end of the floor. Mason says, Sheldon's got me feeling really nicey today. Ondra, welcome to the stream. Been watching the channel for a long while. Says, what are the best big man options at 14 for San Antonio? My personal favorite based on my big board is Derek Queen. I do think there's a good chance he could actually be available at that pick in this year's draft. Otherwise, if it's not Derek Queen, I do think Thomas Sorber could definitely be in play for them at 14 at that spot. Agapito, appreciate you for sure. Thanks again for the reminder on that. Glad I was able to show off the Discord. I've been seeing a good number of people flying and joining. So Spobro, the latest one. Thank you, Spobro, for joining over there. Do appreciate you guys. And just to show you guys too, like I get every single notification. Here's a message in the Discord. I know my camera's probably not picking up and making it crystal clear, but just so you guys see, like, I'm active over there. And even sometimes when I'm not sending in messages, I'm seeing what pretty much everyone's saying. So if you want better direct access to me, you want to be able to communicate with me more often, you want to hear what I have to think more often, the Discord's a great place to be. Links in the description for that. Jamal, a huge Wizards fan. Jamal says, what second round guys UDFA do you think could exceed expectations and potentially be really good players like a Reeves, Nembhard, etc.? Well, I think Ryan Nembhard is an example of that. I have him at 36. I think Mark Sears could be a UDFA guy that well outperforms that. He had a really inefficient year shooting the ball for Alabama, but if you look at that roster, they didn't have elite three-point shooting around him. They didn't have elite spacing for a pro-style offense. They just didn't have the horses this year, in my opinion, to perform at the level that they would have been otherwise capable of. And they haven't been able to put elite defenders around him either. So I think Sears, if you scale his roll down, put him into a different style of play in an NBA offense where he's catching and shooting the ball. He showed out at the combine really well, played well in scrimmages, shot the ball really well in combine drills. He's an absolute steal. I think Grant Nelson could be an okay long-term piece out of Alabama. 6'10", super athletic. You need a lot of skill development work yet for an older prospect. He's a few years away from being at all impactful, but I definitely could see him carving out a career. Cam Jones is a solid player. And Sion James, I think, is going to be underdrafted a bit as well. So CMB at 16 for the Grizzlies. I'm not sure if that's necessarily the best fit from a spacing standpoint, but I do like CMB a lot as a prospect. I have him. I did it again. I accidentally popped out of the stream one more time. I am using my little mouse here, my little trackpad, and as I try and scroll over here, I am accidentally leaving the stream for just a minute. But we are going to be okay. Sorry, sorry for that again. It's the second time it's happened. I am very sorry. Thank you all for hanging tight for the 20 seconds I'm out of the stream there on accident, but. For CMB specifically, I mean, I have him very high on my board at number 7. So I'm a big believer in the talent. I'm a big believer in the skills. I think he's going to be very, very good. So, draft is in 4 hours and 20 minutes now at this point at 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Dustin says this fun be night. Mateo says, do you think the Spurs trade down from number 14? I personally want Rasheer and Maxime. I don't think the Spurs will trade down from 14. And if they do, I don't think it'll be a trade down. I think it'll be a trade out where they move out of the draft entirely. Reminder that that's what they did last year with pick number 8. Dustin says, don't feel bad. I'd be 30 in 3 months. Hey, 30 is the new 20s. I saw that comment earlier with someone saying that. So Curry, appreciate you again. I definitely will give that another look. And later, if you want to send more, feel free to tag me on Twitter. I try and do a good job. I don't always see everything that everyone tweets at me, of course, but I try my best to stay on top of it. Brandon says Detroit has a ton of seconds. And reporters saying they want to try a stretch 5 to pair with Alsar if Reynaud falls too low. Definitely would be interesting. Reynaud would be an interesting piece for them for sure. Anthony says, what are your thoughts on Hugo Gonzalez for Miami at 20? I like his skills. I like a lot of the connectivity. I think if he could shoot the ball better, he would be a lot higher on my board because I'm a big believer in everything else for him. So really like Hugo Gonzalez. Respectable athlete, super functional tools as an off-the-catch guy. And if he just shoots the ball better, he's going to turn into a huge steal in this draft. So I would like him for Miami at 20 if they're confident in that shooting. Another little fruity here. ND Fresh says Spurs hired Sean Sweeney as their clear big man or forward at pick 14. They should target that could run and thrive in Sean's defensive schemes. So, obviously, I know Sean Sweeney quite well. He was the assistant coach with the Mavericks, orchestrated their defense for some of their best deep playoff runs. Sean Sweeney's a really good coach. That was a great hire by San Antonio. I honestly should have made a video on that when that happens. It's actually a really big deal. I actually think the player who makes a ton of sense for a Sean Sweeney defense is actually Rasheer Fleming as kind of a hybrid 4-5 where he can play a little bit of small ball center, can play a bit of big ball power forward for you. I think that's the guy that makes a lot of sense in terms of maximizing Sean Sweeney's defense. I just don't know if that's the way that they're going to go about it. Did you see Evan's Sidery tweet of Jazz locking in on Trey Johnson at 5? I did not. Let's go over to Twitter, though. Again, if you guys see something on Twitter you want me to see, make sure to tag me in it. It'll help me find it quickly. Evan Sidery, I'm not ever sure. Let's see if I can find. We'll just look it up. Sidery. Grizzlies and Thunder are two teams to monitor as trade-up candidates. Jazz have done extensive pre-draft homework on Trey Johnson. Johnson, potentially the favorite to be selected at number 5, also had a private workout in Utah. Again, in my final mock draft, that's where I had him going. And remember, Jonathan Givony did not have that. Jonathan Givony has Jeremiah Fears at number 5 right now. I don't know why. And now, again, this could age horribly now that I say it. But I just have this gut feeling that my entire top 9 is going to be correct today in my mock draft. So Ondra says, you have such a great memory to remember me. Don't type comment too often. Love your work. Really think you deserve a wider following. Keep it up. Well, Ondra, my memory does serve me quite well. It helps me a lot with numbers. It helps me a lot with draft prospects. One of the funnest things for me, this is going to probably shock people. I don't really write down a lot of notes on prospects throughout the year. Like when I'm watching, I'm mostly just watching. I'll shoot out tweets. Obviously, I go back and film study. Like there's a lot of visual time I spend like watching and analyzing and then thinking that through afterward. I just don't record a lot of that stuff in terms of writing it down. So it's, my memory, thank God, is good, because otherwise I'd be forgetting everything that I want to remember. So Ondra, I'm glad that you feel seen and heard here. I think that's one of the best things that I can do as someone who has such a great audience, is at least work my tail off to remember you guys as best as I possibly can, and make sure to show love when I can too. Curry, love seeing people throwing in the W's for Mason. Benson says here, I think defensively is going to be a massive project, but I think Will Riley's offensive upside is too high to ignore. I hope he proves me right. And see, I totally understand that bet too, because at 6'8", like he's got a lot of skills. I do worry about the weight. Because is he going to be able to hold driving lines? Is he going to get pushed around a little bit? Like, could you imagine Will Riley getting guarded by Lou Dort right now? He'd probably get snapped like a twig, just to be completely honest. But if he puts on 10, 15 pounds of muscle first couple of years of his career, gets stronger, gets bigger, especially his frame, like I'm talking about broadening his shoulders a bit, and just building up his frame a bit, he could be an awesome player, because the dribble pass shoot tools are real for sure. So I definitely feel that. Brandon Lee says Ryan Nembhard, UDFA to Raptors. Maybe goes the Fred Van Vleet route and opts to go undrafted over second round pick. We've seen that from a variety of prospects before. Of course, many prospects have forced their way to undrafted free agency, and it tends to work out pretty well for those who do, actually. So Eric Olson says, yo, welcome back to the stream, Eric. He's been in here for previous streams in the past. Mike says Spurs will ruin a lot of mocks with who they pick at 14. They have no problem reaching for people in the 10 to 20 range. I mean, at the end of the day, there's really no such thing as a reach. It's all a reach relative to what we're projecting right now. Now, a reach does occur if it's somebody who just flat out wasn't going to be picked, or it's all relative. Like if they end up being right, it wasn't a reach. So, that's the thing, is like if I had the third pick and I was Philadelphia, I would probably draft Derek Queen tonight. Everyone would label it as a reach, but if Derek Queen ends up being as good as I think he can be, it was not a reach. So I think that's kind of what I'm trying to say here. Also news on Jaylen Brown. I do think someone big is going to get traded tonight. Giannis or Brown is what I think. Giannis to the Spurs. I don't think Giannis will get traded, but I love the prediction. Josh wants to know what time the draft starts. East Coast time, 8 p.m. Eastern time. So we are 4 hours away. Leonardo says, you already had Celsius or Red Bull. I've been working on my little Starbucks drink. I got a free drink today from Starbucks for my birthday. So I am sipping on the last little bit of it. I've had it for about 4 hours now, though. So it's a little bit at room temperature. Leonardo, welcome to the stream. He says, hello from Odessa, Texas. So awesome to have many of you watching from all over the world. Leonardo, so glad for you to be in here. Craig says, does the Porzingis trade make Atlanta future picks more or less valuable? I think slightly less valuable in terms of the short term. You're looking at 2026. I think the Hawks are going to be pretty good, especially in the East where the Pacers are hurt. The Celtics are kind of tearing it down a little bit, rebuilding their team up. I think Atlanta's going to be pretty good next year, actually. And the year after that, I think, we'll see what happens with Trae Young and free agency and all that. But, I don't think Porzingis makes the Hawks worse. That's for sure. And I think they're still going to get Nickeil Alexander-Walker too this offseason with their trade exception. Leonardo, who says, who for you is the steal of the draft? I think it's going to be either Derek Queen or Adu Thiero. Now, I do plan on recording a winners and losers video tonight, the biggest steals, the best available for day 2, all of that stuff. So after tonight's draft, you're still going to want to check in for more content. There's going to be more uploads, more videos, everything that you really need to know about the draft is going to be coming through me here on Utility Sports. So Howie here says, Biggs, 3 Queen, 4 Maluach, 19 Sorber, then 23 Newell, 26 Kalkbrenner, 31 Maxime Reynaud, 33 Behringer. Yes, this is my big board here, Howie. So thanks for sending that in there so that everyone can see it. TikTok says, when's the draft and where can I watch it? Answer, please. So I luckily am only like 6-7 minutes behind on comments. So the draft is on ESPN tonight, I believe, and it starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. I have a dream Spurs pick. Senge at 14, Reynaud at 38. I'm not sure if either of them are going to make it that far. I have Senge going off the board at 14 and Reynaud coming off the board at 28, but they would both be awesome gets for San Antonio if they make it that far. Cool Genuine Phil says, with my Celtics getting under the second apron with a happy emoji. Brad Stevens still stirring up moves, but I don't expect D. White or Brown to get traded. Niang maybe flipped or Hauser as the next move. The nice thing is they don't have to do anything drastic either, right? They can stick and stick below the second apron while having effectively gotten off of their salaries without having to give up their draft picks, which was a huge win for them for sure. So really appreciate you guys all a ton. Thank you all so much for watching up to this point. Evan Sidery just aggregates a lot of people. So I agree with that perspective, RH. Do Minnesota Timberwolves get Sorber at 17, or do we think we move up for him? Let's go back over to my final mock draft. This is, again, over on Substack. Link is in the description. I will also send it in here now for this specific article. If you want to follow along with me over there, you can. At 17, I do have the Wolves taking Thomas Sorber tonight. I think there's a good chance he makes it to them. Lightskin Disgrace says, this is my fourth draft on your channel. Lightskin Disgrace has been hanging out with us for a while, so appreciate you for being in here again this year, man. Always appreciate the love and support that you guys have all shown me. Balaji says, my guy Tyrese Proctor slept on. I have him at 34, which I think is actually a pretty fair ranking. Montoya wants to know who I think the best defender is in this draft. So the most impactful one is going to be a center because rim protection is king in the NBA and always will be. So you have your pick of Sorber, and Malawach has his moments. You look at Cooper Flagg is probably just the best defender, if we're being completely honest with you. Like, Cooper Flagg's just the best defender. He had the best defensive rating. Super versatile, can guard some bigs, can guard some wings, can guard some smalls. Like, he's probably just the best defender in the draft. Okay. But like, if you want an answer that's other than him, like, let's say you don't want a big man either answer, like, because Sorber is probably the guy who stands out kind of in a big way there. Like, you're probably looking at Colin Murray Boyles in terms of versatility. Otherwise, you're looking at like Behringer as a defensive rim protector upside long-term. Or you get into the conversation for someone like, and this is kind of crazy, but Adu Thiero, super impactful defender, super impactful. Michael says, thanks for that clean breakdown from your POV. How do you feel about Hansen Yang? Think there's a chance he becomes Jokic light? So this is the thing. I do like Hansen Yang. I just think that, the one thing that for me separates anyone from ever becoming Jokic light is just the touch. Even I think the closest version we have of Jokic light in the NBA is Şengün, and the touch, the quality of difference between the touch between those two guys is just immense. Like Jokic has this whole thing figured out where like moonshots, floaters, like range, he just shoots the ball in a way that it just sits pretty on the rim. And it's like impossible to teach. It's just through years and years and years of mastering it seemingly. And I think, being born with some God-given talent that others don't have. And even as great as Şengün is, I'm a huge Şengün believer, always have been. I loved him in his draft class. I think for Yang, it's just hard to bet on that because touch year to year, like it's really hard to become Jokic light. And, I do like Hansen Yang quite a bit. He finished in the 30s on my big board. He's a talented player. I definitely believe that. I have him at 39 specifically. I have questions about his defense. And the thing about Jokic is what makes him so special is he's so dominant offensively that no one even cares that he's not a good rim protecting big at all. Like, no one even cares at all because he's that good offensively. He's that dominant of a player. Hansen Yang is not going to be good enough to justify being a bad rim protector, and bad out in space, specifically defensively. Is there a chance the Raptors trade back to 13 and 22? So no, Brandon, there isn't, because the Hawks traded 22 yesterday. So B-Max says, so many mocks have Fierce to the Jazz at 5, even if Ace and Trey are available. Sounds unrealistic to me. I think the Jazz are going to pick Trey Johnson. My final mock draft, if we just go back over here quick, up to pick number 5, my final first round mock here has Trey Johnson going to Utah. So Lloyd says, happy birthday. Appreciate you guys. Thank you everyone for the birthday wishes today. It is my birthday, and you guys have been absolutely awesome in the chat so far. I've had such a great day. Honestly, we've been live for almost 3 hours already, and it feels like it's been like 20 minutes. I'm just having the time of my life over here. Cooper says, not basketball related, but your hair has looked noticeably great recently. Look at you guys hyping up my ego a little bit. My hair, I definitely did make a couple of changes to the way I style it. But Cooper, first of all, I appreciate you noticing that. And I have appreciated all the comments from people complimenting my hair. It's something that I have gone through different phases, trying different things that I like. And I am actually pretty happy with the way that it's come out right now. A little curly, but it's all cool. Thank you so much, Cooper, for the kind words. My fiance likes it too, so that's the most important thing for me, honestly. Kurt says, what do you like about Derek Queen? I love the playstyle versatility. I love the overall talent level. And when you have a guy who's this big and this talented, it's going to be hard to limit him. He's a complete mismatch nightmare on the offensive end. He's superb in the post. He's an ambidextrous passer. What I mean by that is if you don't know what the word ambidextrous means, he uses both hands really well. Passes with his left hand, passes with his right hand. He's got tremendous footwork, a really great spin move. He can play under control. And if you look at his game winner in the college basketball tournament in March Madness, you get a big man at 6'10", 250 pounds, driving downhill to his non-dominant hand, toward his left hand, the ability to hit a fall-away LeBron James-esque 2018 game-winning type shot over the Raptors. That kind of shot, and for a college big man, that is atypical stuff. And I think, there's a lot of shades of Kevin Love. There's some shades of Joel Embiid. I'm not saying he's going to be a league MVP. Don't chastise me here. Don't get mad at me. But I'm saying there's some similarities between some elite players who had great college careers and then turned out to be even better in the NBA. And I think Derek Queen's someone who had a very great start to his college career. And I think he's going to translate really smoothly to a game with pace and space and shooting around him. I think he's going to be a tremendous, tremendous player. Renell says, hello from the Philippines. Welcome, Renell. Steve, I gave my thoughts on Yang. I do like his passing vision. I think he can be a really good hub big man off the top of the key for a team long-term if you are invested into his development. Mel wants to know if any Lowry Markkanen trade happens tonight. I ultimately don't think so. It's a pretty big contract, but it wouldn't completely shock me if one materializes. I'm just not foreseeing that at this point in time. But I've been wrong before, and that's the one thing too. This is the one thing too. And sometimes people don't understand this. First of all, I have hundreds of videos every single year. I'm gonna be wrong. It's okay to be wrong as long as, first of all, your process, you need to go through it with intention and detail, and you need to make sure that the stuff you have right is all of the factual stuff. You need to have all the salary cap stuff down. You need to understand what a team has for draft capital. You need to understand what a team has for salary mechanisms. You need to have what they have on their books for long-term contracts, short-term contracts, their cap table, their tax space, their apron space, their second apron space, all of that stuff. That's your factual stuff you can't get wrong. The stuff you can get wrong is, hey, I project this team to do this because this, that, and the other thing. And as long as you have good basis understanding of why you think it's going to happen, whether it's historical evidence of how a certain team operates and a certain executive, or if you're looking at, hey, this is a current flaw in this team, this is why, this data suggests that, here's a player who fills that need. As long as you have that kind of evidence and that kind of work, it's okay to be wrong. Teams, and the one thing too that I'll always say, teams do stupid stuff. On draft night, in 2020, I lambasted the Pistons for drafting Killian Hayes. It's the only F grade I've ever given out evaluating the draft. And, at that point, I was a 20-year-old kid, right? I was 20 years old at that draft. And I had the foresight to realize how terrible it was picking him over Tyrese Haliburton. I caught a lot of flack for that. Pistons fans did not like me at that moment in time. In hindsight, I'm completely justified. So I think the biggest thing, too, is when you're wrong, it's okay, first of all, to admit you're wrong, learn from it. One example of that for me, I was really wrong about Trae Young. I did not think he was going to be very good in the league. I had concerns about his size, turnover rate. I had concerns about his defense. Some of those things are still presently true for him as a player, but clearly his offensive talent outweighs so much of that. So that was one of my biggest misses, and luckily I was young enough and mature enough to learn from that, right? From then on, I've valued guys who are so skilled offensively, and I think that's something that has led me toward Derek Queen a bit here this cycle. So it's okay to be wrong, just as long as you have actual thought processes and you've gone through the work, the film study, all that stuff to support your takes. B-Dag says, or B-Dog, excuse me, says, any chance Sorber falls to the Jazz at 21? I don't think it's impossible. I just don't think it's probable either. Luvac here says, from the reports, Noah trying to push Raptors agenda. Yeah, the other yesterday, actually, he was asked who he has similarities to, and he answered by saying Scotty Barnes, Pascal Siakam, and Kawhi Leonard. He named 2 former Raptors and a current Raptor. So read that as you will. This may or may not be on the way. Gremlin here says, everybody had Wolves as draft winner last year getting number 8, but Spurs flipped the return plus scraps for Fox. I mean, we'll see how it goes. I still am high on Dillingham. I think Dillingham's really good. Obviously, like, and you know how, Gremlin, you know how I feel about the Spurs too. Like, I loved it for the Spurs. The long-term flexibility. I think that's the thing, is you can look at win-win trades. Jeffrey says you skipped the Grizzlies pick. Let's go back down to 16. For Coward at 16, I mean, if you want to read this, you can. But the biggest thing for me with them is you're looking to replenish the shooting on the wings. And I think getting someone who's a little bit bigger, a little bit longer than Desmond Bane might be beneficial for their team defense as a whole as well. Long term, now it's going to be a process for Coward to get there, but he's good. Who do I think will be the number 1 pick? Cooper Flagg, I guarantee you. Dustin says, I like fit for Minnesota, maybe replacement for Gobert down the line. I think so too. What's up, Sheldon? What is your favorite fit for Colin Murray Boyles? Asked the Twig Gaming. Twig Gaming's been watching the channel for a long time. My favorite fit for Sorber, or for Colin Murray Boyles, my favorite fit for him, admittedly, is Oklahoma City. I just think that's the best place to maximize his defensive impact, just because they already have such a great collection of defenders that cover a ton of space and rotate and know how to play defensively. But I do like a variety of other ones. I think, Phoenix at 10, if they do keep this pick and don't trade it like I mock here, that would be a fun spot for him. I do think if you're looking at 13, I like the Colin Murray Boyles landing spot here in Atlanta now next to Porzingis. I think San Antonio at 14 is valid. Really any of these teams I think could utilize him pretty well. Everyone's kind of labeled Colin Murray Boyles as this guy who needs to land in the right spot to succeed. I really don't think that. Now, I do think there's landing spots that are better than others, but I think he's going to be good wherever. I think Portland's kind of like a sneaky good landing spot for him too, but most people wouldn't agree with that, but I actually think so, because having bigs is fun. Owen Smith says, anyone know where I can watch the draft from Norway? ESPN.com would be, I think, a solid place for you to go, Owen. Lloyd says Coward would shock me most if he fell out of the lottery. I mean, I don't know. I think I'd be more surprised if he's in the lottery than out of it. I think his range is anywhere from about 13 to 18. Somewhere in this ballpark is where I expect him to probably go. No, Carter, I don't think Furs is possible for the Pelicans, and the reason why they just traded for Jordan Poole. So I think for the Pelicans, they're going to look at Kaman Maluach. Daniel here says, hey everyone, happy Wednesday. Welcome to the stream, Daniel. Baglin says Jokic also has crazy balance to his shot, helps his touch. Yeah, exactly. And functional play strength. He's just incredible. He's an unbelievable athlete in terms of his stamina, balance, coordination, touch, focus. A lot of those little micro athletic tools. He's elite in all of them. So, any truth to the rumors of Magic number 25 for Jonathan Isaac for Lonzo Ball? Not from what I've heard. Colton says, with the Pelicans trade yesterday, it really feels like Maluach is their guy. That's what I think so too. Atreon wants to know how long until the draft starts. We are just under 4 hours away from the draft. Mason says, facts. Cooper, he's looking hella cute. Thank you, Mason. Steven says, Shelly, you look fabulous. Thank you, Steven. Steven's been watching the channel for so long as well. Chief Keys says, happy birthday, bro. Appreciate you big time. Let's go over to Twitter quick. I want to prompt you guys over there. I want to give you guys a voice too. So I want everyone to go over to Twitter right now. Links in the description for that to go check out the profile. The NBA draft is, I can't type. The NBA draft is less than 4 hours away. Drop your final first round predictions down below. can be a whole mock draft or some individual predictions you have for a player or for a prospect or team. I want everyone go comment right now at least one prediction, whether it's a whole mock draft if you want to do that, or if it's your like one player where you think he's going to go, or something like that, right? Everyone go comment down below where you think certain players are going to go, what teams are going to do what. Is there a big trade that you're predicting? Go drop your predictions down below right here. I'll be showing them on stream. Nico says, Sheldon, grow a mustache, go tea combo, and use sea salt spray on your hair. I'll have to try the sea salt spray. I've seen that on TikTok. I'm unfortunately a little bit of a doom scroller at times. But I will. I to be honest with you, I've tried growing facial hair, dude. It's not a good look. Nico's onto something, says Mason. Unholy Trini says, how do we stop the Spurs from drafting Behringer? Well, I mean, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion at this point, so we'll see. Cool Genuine Phil says he's looking to move up in the draft from what I'm hearing mid-first round. Hopefully eyes on Illinois guard or Fleming, which is my choice because they need a big. There is a lot of buzz around Yakachonis for sure. Curry says, W. Harry giving me Superman Clark Kent vibes. I F with it. Thank you, Curry. You're funny. You guys are hilarious. Chris Wynn here says Spurs, Paul George, third pick. I don't think there would have to be like another future pick into that. And I just don't think that's really worth it for San Antonio. And I don't think Philly's going to really entertain that either. Thanks for the idea, though, Chris. Appreciate you sending that in there. Howie says Thero has shades of a young Dennis Rodman to me. Am I crazy? I see a little bit more of OG Anunoby. That's the comparison for me that I continue seeing. We've got things coming in here, so let's check it out. Spurs picks here. Nate Lee says Dylan Harper, Yegor Demon. I'm going to be leaving likes on all of these as well. So Mavs trade their first pick for LeBron James. I don't know if I want to leave a like on that one, Tom. That one kind of upsets me a little bit, but I guess I'll leave a like. Here, Luca Better says Nets trade up to number 3 for Ace. Nets picked 2 times in the top 10, says N. I really like this one. I like this one a lot. I definitely think that's a real possibility here tonight. That is, of course, what I mocked. Nico on the phone trying to convey Cooper into a LeBron AD reunion. Cooper flagged to Orlando. Why you guys hate me, man? You guys are trying to jinx my franchise here. Iceman, I'm on to you. He's a Magic fan, so it's okay. I'll accept it. Hanson Yang will go in the first round. That's a fun prediction. I like that one. He had a very good combine showing, so it's not like the most ridiculous thing. It's not ridiculous to say that. It's not. Brady here drops his mock draft. OG legend on the channel. Everyone go show some love to Brady. Everyone go smash the like button on this mock draft right here. He has Flagg, Harper, Edgecombe, Knueppel, Trey, Bailey, Maluach, Fears, Asenge. He has the same top 9 as I do. Then he goes Bryant, Queen, Yakachonis, Demon. This is a pretty good mock draft. I'm not going to lie. Like the top 14, 15, 16, 17, like this is all very good stuff, to be honest with you. This is a good mock draft. I'm going to I think it's so good that I'm actually going to bookmark it so I can come look back at it later tonight and see what happens. Hoping the Pistons trade up for one of those Brooklyn picks. I like that one too from Robert. Shout out to you guys, man. You guys are leaving some great predictions in here. Flagg at 1 says Carter, Harper 2, Edgecombe 3, Bailey 4, Fierce 5. You know what? I'll also predict Celtics trade up to the Raptors pick and get RJ Barrett while they trade Derek White and a future first. Big time predictions. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Nape, thanks for the follow. Dennis, thank you for the follow, as well as Lindsay Lewis. Christian, thank you. Richard, we are back over to you. You guys have been absolutely awesome. No new news from Shams quite yet. We, of course, are going to keep our eyes on everything, though. Let's go back over in here. We have new predictions. Yeah, make sure you guys go show some love to that post right here. Here we go. Brian, he's a big-time Jazz fan, says Jazz grabbed Drake Powell in round 1, manifesting this so I can watch him throw down oops in Vegas. I love me some Drake Powell hoops. This guy, Drake Powell's a good player. I have him in the first round on my board. In this year's class, I do think he warrants a first-round pick. Braxton says Nolan Traore in the top 20, maybe to the Heat. I'm going to send the eyes emote here too because he has a Heat profile picture there with Goran Dragic. So definitely fascinating. We'll see who goes where, but thank you guys for all sending in your thing. Isaac says Clippers trading for John Collins. Hashtag watching the live. I like that. I like that a lot. Appreciate you, Isaac. You're an absolute beast. I gotta love that James Harden profile picture. Batum Battalion. Go show some love here to Isaac as well for hashtag watching the live. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Here is, again, my big board. I can pull it up on stream here. This is pretty solid. It shows up pretty okay in Twitter. Appreciate you guys all so much. Drake Powell versus Adu Thiero. Which one do you think will be a better shooter at the next level? Drake Powell will be a better shooter than Thiero. I think Thiero is a bit more functional as an athlete in a lot of other areas. So, there is some similarities and overlap between those two guys as prospect, but there's also, I think, some significant differences as well. Chief Keys says Danny Wolf is slept on. I want my Kings to get him. He would be good there. What craziness do you think the Nets pull off in the next 4 hours? I think a big trade up to number 10 is the most likely thing. That is what I, again, mocked in my my final mock draft today. Reese here says Danny Wolf would be a better pick for Boston than Fleming or anyone else. Danny Wolf for Boston would be awesome for sure. Craig here says Maryland versus Illinois was the first game I watched this year. In the first 2 minutes, Derek Queen grabbed a rebound, went coast to coast, Googled him and saw he was 19. Knew after one play he was legit. Yeah, his first game of the season against Manhattan, he went for 20 points and 20 rebounds. Like a lot of the coverage from the mainstream media around him is questions about motor and energy and effort. It's a lot of ways to say, hey, there's really not a lot of like technical weaknesses, especially offensively. So we're going to question the other things. Like, oh, does he have a little bit more body fat than you'd love for a top 5 pick? Yeah, probably. Did that stop him from dominating at Maryland? Nope, it didn't. So, I just think he's a little bit of a bigger guy. The long sleeves make him look a little bit bulkier too. I think there's a lot of bias involved, honestly, with him. Simon says, happy birthday, Sheldon. Appreciate your hard work. Going to bed now because I'm watching from Denmark, but I'm going to join you again when the draft starts. Love to hear that, Simon. Remember, guys, I'm going to have content coming out after the draft as well today. Simon, appreciate you big time. Sleep well. I can't wait for the draft tonight and in the morning for you. Mel says, after the results of the last 2 drafts, lotteries with playing teams getting the number 1 overall pick, is tanking over? If not, why not? The benefit has seemed to gone away. It's all odds. Like, just think about it. Would you rather have a 14% chance of the first pick or a 1% chance of the first pick? Like, yeah, you're not guaranteed the pick, but look at Utah. They have the worst record. They were guaranteed a top 5 pick. That's still pretty good for them. The Killer here says, what do you think about this trade idea, Dalton Connect for Mark Williams? I think we've seen something like that in the past. I don't think that'll happen this offseason. I'm not sure if the Hornets are going to want to trade with the Lakers ever again, to be honest with you. Nate says, do you think the Nets will trade back up into the lottery with all the picks they've accumulated? Yes, I do. Shout out to everyone who's following over on the Substack, by the way. I really do appreciate you guys big time. Let's see here. Per Jonathan Gavoni, the Hornets are trying to figure out what to do with pick number 4 today. I mean, I would hope so. Let's go back over to Twitter here and go to the notifications. Dustin here says, sorry, split mine up. No worries, Dustin. Appreciate you big time. Here's my prediction. So he's got Flagg, Harper, Fears at 3. Whoa. That is a big shocker. Ace at 4. Traore at 5. Whoa. This is a non-typical mock, but I like it. I'm here for it. This is like all hell breaks loose. Crazy stuff happens. Although I do like Derek Queen still landing at 14, man. That has me excited. Jace at 13 to Atlanta. Demon goes to 16. Asenge falls all the way down to 18. Interesting. Wow, Lanier gets into the first round here. Dustin, thanks for sending it this way. A lot of fun picks to look at for sure, and definitely an interesting board, or definitely an interesting mock draft. Hornets trade down and get Claxton is the prediction here from Dylan. I do like that as an idea for sure. Thinking Heat, Net, Grizzlies. Interesting. Okay, solid choices there for a possible Traore landing spot. Cavs trading to first for CMB or Fleming if they fall. Spicy. That's a spicy take. I like it. Thank you, Project NBA, for sending that one in there. Appreciate you. Ton, you guys have been absolutely awesome. Also, shout out to my fiance again for hooking me up with this awesome Luka Doncic jersey here. I am living the life, man. Living the life. Appreciate you guys all so much. I will not be live during the entire draft. I will actually probably eat during the draft. The draft starts at 8 p.m. Eastern time for those who are curious. So Desert Wolf, one thing I will say. So obviously I can't show the draft anyway, but I will be live tweeting. So right now I'm going to send the link to my Twitter profile. If you want to know my thoughts, my grades, my analysis, I'm going to be posting it live immediately when it happens. And then secondarily, I will also record immediately after the draft. So I'm going to give you day one winners and losers, a lot of different content. So stay tuned for all of that. Emil here says, can Suns have a draft day trade? Yes, they can. My here is trying to help out with a little bit of Stream East. Not Too Fam says, do you think Jace Richardson has another level he can get to as being an on-ball creator? I think he has a functionality that's valuable in tight windows, tight spaces. I definitely think he can return value there. 1 through 14 is the lottery. It's the top 14 picks. Coward is going to shock the world, says Lloyd. David says, what do you think the Spurs do at 14? Do they keep, trade up, or down? I don't think they're going to trade up. I could see them keeping it because of who's available for them. Maybe a Derek Queen, if they really like him, or a Joan Behringer. Those are kind of the two hot names right now for me at 14. And then trading down, I don't think they'll trade down. I think the other answer is trade out. If they trade pick 14, I think they're trading it for future assets like they did last year with number 8. Wyso here says, I'm surprised there hasn't been a big trade yet today. Teams are still trying to figure that out probably. There's probably conversations going on right now. So keep your eyes out for it. Blue Man Meme says, Behringer at 14 for the Spurs would be a blunder. They are in win now mode, and he is a non-factor on offense. Andrea says, I look like Harry Potter. I don't know how to react to that or not. Thank you. Maybe I should do it. No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. ZX says, where can I watch the actual draft chat? ESPN. Coward would be a home run for the Spurs. Definitely would be a solid player for them. Thoughts on Ace and Newell potentially being promised by the Hawks at 13? I would be surprised by that. All right, Coldest. Thanks for hopping in here. Brennan says, I'd love marking into the Kings if it wasn't for that contract. Yeah, just a little bit too spendy for them for sure. Iceman says, Hanson Yang to Orlando. Surprise of the first round. Book it. I like that take. Montoya says, Ace is this year's Marvin Bagley. I don't think it'll go that poorly for Ace. Why don't I see all-star upside in Knueppel? Defensive deficiencies. The thing is, with my board specifically, like these are impacts. Like, Kamen Malawatch, for example, like I have as all-star upside. I would probably bet against him ever making an all-star game, but I think he'll return all-star upside. So Knueppel, I think, is going to have some defensive limitations. I think he's going to be attacked pretty consistently. I like that. Appreciate you guys all over there. Shout out to Big Money for the follow. Shout out to Grijo for the follow. Nate Lee, thank you for the follow as well. And back over to Nate. Cam Johnson to the Clippers for Bogdan and future first. That is another spicy one. I like it. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Let's see. Mason here says, do you like Queen or Malawatch as your favorite player in this draft? So that's a great question from Mason. And Mason knows I'm high on both of these two guys, right? Queen, I have higher on my board slightly at number 3, and Malawatch I have at number 4. For me, my favorite between the two is Derek Queen. I think he's being slept on at a pretty alarming level. This guy's really talented. And, you watch the way that he performed in the NCAA tournament. You watch the way he was able to perform throughout conference play, throughout the entire course of the season against lesser opponents. He dominated. I think step and lock just performed the way you'd want a true freshman prospect to show out, and really was a key part of that Maryland Terrapin offense. I would argue the reason that Kevin Willard has a job at Villanova right now and got a promotion with a lot more money. I think it was a big moment for Kevin Willard getting Derek Queen's commitment, and Derek Queen paid it off big time. And I think for me, I really like Malawach. I think there's a lot to love about his game as well. And if Malawach does end up being slightly better than Derek Queen, it wouldn't shock me. I have them kind of like neck and neck with each other a little bit in terms of the value and having them 3 and 4 on my board. They're right next to each other, right? But I do like Queen a little bit more. I think his play style versatility is a little bit more dynamic. Gives you more options in the half court offensively. So Malawach, though, is super easy to project. Super easy. Fears can't shoot. He averages 28% on threes. I mean, yeah, but you look at the degree of difficulty, and just because he shot 28% in a 30-game sample size doesn't mean he's going to shoot that percentage his whole career. So that's why you can't just look at 3-point. If it was that easy, if it was that simple, everyone would be an elite scout. It's not that simple. Now, I do think this is a good glaring red flag to bring up 407. I'm glad you mentioned it. But I do think if you're, watching him in workouts where he shot the ball really well at the combine, shot the ball really well in workouts from everything I've heard intel-wise, teams are going to sell themselves on his ability to shoot the ball long-term. Tyrone with a hot take says, Devin Booker to the Hornets. That is definitely a hot take. Montoya says Dalton to the Hornets, Williams to the Kings, Devin Carter to the Lakers. I don't think the Lakers need any more guards, but definitely an interesting 3-team composition there. Brandon here says there have been some talk for people who knew people in the last front office. Weaver is their GM in New Orleans now, and they think you can get Murphy if you dangle Duren in front of him. Would you do it? Love both those guys. For me, I love Trey Murphy. Trading centers and not having a center is really risky, and it sets your team back a little bit. I am holding on to Duren, to be honest with you. But that's just me. Centers win, man. You need to have centers to win regular season games. You need to have centers to win playoff games. The Cade Duren combo is so good. I just am not breaking those two guys up. I'm just not. SP says, who would be a surprise top 10 pick? In my opinion, a surprise top 10 pick, maybe Coward. Like if a team just loves Coward in the top 10 somewhere, that would be a surprise, but I think would be a reasonable surprise. It's not, that's the thing is it's hard to answer a surprise because it's a surprise means you didn't see it coming. So it's hard, but Mason says, how many trades do you predict today? My over-under would be 1.5. I think 1 to 2 trades is realistic. I think if you go in expecting 4, 5, 6 trades, you're going to be disappointed. I think 1 or 2 trades is realistic. Obviously, I'm hoping for more. The more, the better. The more, the merrier. It's a lot of fun when big trades happen, when crazy things shake up the draft. But I think 1 to 2 is definitely a realistic number to expect. Emily here says, do you think Pelicans will trade for Ace Bailey? No, I ultimately do not, but I don't want to rule anything out. Mason says it's so goofy that the only ball knowledge I have comes from you. Mason, you guys, here's the thing. I wish I had clips on my computer right now. This right here, Mason is the greatest 2K player of all time. Everyone comment down below, Mason 2K GOAT. Okay. Everyone throw that in the chat right now. Mason is the absolute legend as a 2K player, so everyone throw that in the chat right now. He is, if I told you he scored 111 points in a rec game, would you believe me? It's the truth. He did that. He wasn't even trying. Luke here says, nothing beats working from home during a Utility Sports live stream. Luke, I appreciate you so much. So glad you could hop in here today. Hopefully you feel like the content is enjoyable and a lot of fun. So I appreciate you big time, man. S. Antonio says, hearing Bucks are extremely intrigued with Knueppel. I'm just not sure there's a pathway for them to get that high in the draft unless there's something in the pathway of a Giannis trade, which I don't think is going to happen. Let's go back over to Twitter quick. We do have a tweet here from someone that I want to put up on the stream from Dustin. This is from Sports Illustrated, a mock trade, so to speak. Atlanta Hawks receive 2025 first-round pick number 17 and Nickeil Alexander-Walker and a far out second rounder in 2029. The Wolves move up to number 13 in the draft. So they'd basically be trading for Nikhil's rights in a sign and trade. So the complicated thing about this is, like, you would need Minnesota to tell Atlanta who to pick at 13. You would need at 17 Atlanta to tell Minnesota who to pick. And then you would need a sign and trade to actually materialize here between Nikhil and the Hawks. And they'd have to agree on a number. So, the odds of this happening, I don't think are 0, but there's a lot of little steps in it that could complicate it along the way. Odds on the Bulls going big at 12, possibly Behringer or Sorber if Queen is off the board. I think Queen will still be on the board, Brady. And I think there's about a 50-50 chance here on Chicago going big. Like, I think the ties to Yegor Demin or Kaspers Yakachonis are very legitimate. I will just say that. Howie here says Nick Claxton, most possible teams: Lakers, Bulls, Phoenix, Toronto. I think the two most likely are the Lakers and Suns. Those are two teams that will look to be active. Is Janai Broom secretly Carlos Boozer's son? No, but Janai Broom, one really underrated thing about him as a prospect, he's an elite rebounder, and it's not because of his athletic skills. It's because he boxes out, fights for positioning, has good coordination and hands to secure rebounds. So Matt C says, think Queen is getting slept on because that Maryland team wasn't exactly amazing as a whole. Yeah, and that's the thing. They still performed. They won multiple games in the NCAA tournament, made it to they won the round of 64, won the round of 32, and a game winner by Queen. Made it all the way to the Sweet 16, and their team wasn't that great. So Nathan here says, hot take, Jalen Green to the Jazz. That is a hot take. I don't know if I see Austin Ainge doing that, but it would be crazy. Rolando here. Do you think the Sixers will trade their pick or keep it? Great question. Sorry, I was eating one of my little fruities. I think the Sixers will keep their pick. Let's fly back over to my mock draft here for a second. We'll go back over. Welcome everyone to the stream. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. We're gonna go back over to this right here, and for Philadelphia, I do ultimately think that they're gonna stick with this pick and select VJ Edgecombe. They come into this draft with the challenge of maintaining two timelines. Luckily, VJ Edgecombe may fit into both the short-term and long-term views for this organization. His athletic pop makes him a solid cutting threat and transition weapon for the Sixers in year one. Moving forward, his development on the ball, pull-up jump shooting, tightening up his handle, and adding more deceleration into his finishing gives him a chance to be a cornerstone pillar next to Tyrese Maxey. I do think Philly ultimately sticks and picks Edgecombe at number 3. That's where I have the Sixers going. Mason saying, bro. We got Curry saying 2K GOAT in here. I love seeing the people throw it in there. Appreciate you guys. Brandon Lee says, could you see the Raptors trading for Herb Jones at some point this offseason? I'm not sure if New Orleans is going to make him available for trade, but Dumars has been active, so perhaps. Real Ruben says Atlanta interested in trading up. Not sure if they're going to get that done or not. Lauren says everyone else, especially me, man. Like, you compare me to Mason, I'm dog water. I think that's what they say. I don't know. I'm 26 now, so I'm old. JC Bio says, happy birthday, Sheldon, and happy draft day, Chad. Happy draft day, everybody. I want to see everyone spam happy draft day in the chat. It's draft day today. Make sure to comment that down below. Matt C says, not going to lie, Spurs turning 14 and stuff into Triple J tonight would make me really happy. I think it would be tremendous for them if they did, but I'm not sure it's going to happen. Brennan says, I vote Sheldon eats before the draft and stays on during. I'm not watching it live on ESPN. Would rather listen to live takes from the GOAT. Brendan, I appreciate you. I will consider that. Leonardo says, I am concerned about Derek Queen's defense. Totally understand that. Suki says, staying up until 4:30 in the morning in Italy to watch this draft. I need the Bulls to get Derek Queen. Appreciate you, Suki. Glad to have you watching here. Again, it's so crazy to me how the internet can kind of connect all of us, right? Like, Suki over in Italy, I would have never had the ability previously to interact with you if it wasn't for the internet. So really, really thankful for you. And thanks for taking time out of your day to hang out with me here in the stream. CanStar here says, any chance Hanson Yang gets drafted? Perhaps tonight, but more than likely will get drafted tomorrow. That's the most likely outcome, is that he's a second-round pick. Do I think Cam Johnson will get traded tonight? Yes, I mocked that he will be ultimately traded again. If you guys want to check out my mock draft, my final one, it's up on the channel. It's also over on my Substack. Links in the description for that. We've got merch in there. We've got the Discord. We've got the Twitter. And we've got the Substack. So go check all those things out. I think Bailey goes at pick number 6 here to Washington, Amazon. Trey to Brooklyn is crazy. I think Trey Johnson is going to go to Utah at 5. And I think Fears will go at number 8 to Brooklyn. That's ultimately what I am predicting. Not your average 10K says 26 ain't old, my guy, and happy draft day. Appreciate you, brother. I don't know. I'm just enjoying my birthday here, and obviously just messing around a little bit too. 26 isn't too old yet. It's when I get to 27 that I'm going to be freaking out. No, I'm just kidding. Rolando, thanks for throwing in a happy draft day. King JB wants to know about Andrew Wiggins, Lakers trade news. One thing we can do, we haven't gone over there yet, but I think now is a good time to do so. Let's hop over to Fanspo. We have not been on Fanspo yet, but if we go look at these two teams, Miami and the Lakers, what could we realistically do to get $28 million of Andrew Wiggins to Los Angeles? And there's a few things to do. Now, they do have pick 55. Could that be in this deal? Perhaps. And then you start looking around at the money, right? You see a Dorian Finney-Smith. You see a Rui Hachimura. Those contracts make sense. You see a Jared Vanderbilt. See a Gabe Vincent, a Maxi Kleba, a Dalton Connect. I think you put together some package like this where you throw Kleba and Vincent, pick 55, and Connect in this kind of deal. This is something that I think does make some sense for both sides. The Heat get a little bit younger with Dalton Connect. They get off of Wiggins' money in 2 expirings in Gabe Vincent, Maxi Kleba. This is the type of deal that, the Lakers, who didn't play Dalton Connect in the playoffs much this past year, could look to turn him long-term and his long-term future into a short-term resolution with Andrew Wiggins without carving out much of your actual existing core, right? With Hachimura, Luka, LeBron, obviously, Reeves, and you still have a need for a center, but this is at least a starting point to a solution there without having to give out future first-round draft pick capital. So definitely a solid starting point. The Heat, you're obviously centering this around pick 55 and Dalton Connect. 2 assets for Wiggins, if you want to look at them that way. 55 gives you some flexibility if you want to make another trade tonight. And Connect would be, of course, the long piece for the Heat to have on, in terms of 3-point volume and getting a shooter who could work out pretty well there off of Bam Adebayo. Dustin here says, happy draft day. Go Wolves Nation. Lawrence says, respectfully, the chat isn't trash at 2K, but if you ask, everyone claims to be the GOAT. I definitely am not the GOAT at 2K. Not your average 10K says, facts, Amazon. Amazon here says 76ers should just draft Ace Bailey, force him to play there. See, that's the thing, too, is the Timberwolves passed on Steph Curry not once but twice because he didn't want to play in Minnesota. They could have just taken him and said, suck it up, Buttercup. You're going to play for us. They did not do that. Let's keep going here. Jones here says, happy draft day. Brendan says, W Internet. Yes. Any utility sports? Bruh. That's crazy. That's crazy to kill. That's hilarious. Unfortunately not. We'll have to work on getting that in the store. Udinese fan says, I'm staying up till 4:30 in Italy to watch the Wizards get Ace Bailey. Manifesting that for you, my man. Suki says, I'm from Chicago on vacation, but I wager you have more love in Europe than you think. I do. I'm sure I do have a lot. I've got a lot of awesome people in the chat here pretty consistently from Europe. So appreciate you guys big time and interesting. Okay. So, well, I hope you enjoy your vacation. And obviously I'm glad to be able to share as much of the draft and build up for it as I can. Mini Fridge here says, dumb question. Do you think the Mavs get aggressive and trade for guard now that Kyrie is extending and probably out for the year? So Kyrie will be back at some point next year. I don't think he'll miss the entire season. But I do think they'll look at a guard, whether it's Alonzo Ball, a Dennis Schroeder, or a D'Angelo Russell. One of those 3 guys, I'm sure. Just Josh says, dude, I'm watching the draft for the sole reason of hearing Flagg get drafted for my edit. Nice. TikTok edits for the win here. Jacob the G says Grizz move into the lotto. I don't think so, to be honest with you, but not impossible. Real Ruben says Queen in Atlanta to play backup 4. Thoughts if he falls? I do like him a lot for at 13. In my most recent mock draft, I will go back over to it here. I did have Queen ultimately falling to pick 14 with the Hawks passing on him at number 13. I had Atlanta selecting Colin Murray Boyles, but actually the statistical profiles between CMB and Derek Queen are actually very similar, which is fascinating. Dustin says bring Wiggins back to Minnesota. I'm not sure how happy Wiggins would be with that, to be honest, but I definitely think they could give him a more fit role now. Not your average 10K says, wait, Queen stayed in the draft. Yes, he is still in the draft. Ankle Break says, what do you think Brooklyn does with all of their draft picks? Trade up. If they make 5 first-round picks tonight and keep all of them, that would be unprecedentedly crazy. Curry says, Reggie Bullock on the Mavs was an interesting time frame. Yes. It was, thanks to Nico Harrison, man. Dylan here predicts that the Nuggets trade MPJ for expirings and a pick. I'm not sure if you're going to get a pick for MPJ. You might even have to attach something yourself to that. But definitely possible that they try and get off of his money. Oliver says, what do the Wolves do? Don't spam, Oliver, okay? I think the Wolves will take Thomas Sorber at 17. That is my prediction for them here. Over on the Utility Sports Substack. Any people from Kentucky in the chat? Curry wants to know. Amazon here says 76ers possibly trading Paul George or Joel Embiid. No, I don't think that's going to ultimately happen. Now, if a Paul George trade materializes, it wouldn't be the most shocking thing. I got scared because Shams tweeted, but it was not news. It was just the NBA draft night tonight, so I was not surprised. I was not ready for him to tweet something, so luckily it wasn't anything crazy. NBA or ESPN coverage begins at 7 p.m. Eastern time tonight, by the way, so in 2.5 hours. Jay says, I'm in Spain on vacation, going to be staying up until 2 a.m. for my Wizards pick. Appreciate you, Jay. Hopefully you get the guy you want. You have 2 picks tonight, don't forget. So at 18, you might want to stay up for an extra hour or so to see that pick at 18 as well. Marcus says, Sheldon, what are your thoughts on Wiggins? Do you think he's a good fit for the Lakers? Are you high on him? I do think he's a good fit. Another solid athlete, point of attack defender. As a Mavericks fan, I am devastatedly scarred by Andrew Wiggins flying down the middle of the court and absolutely posterizing Luka Doncic. Let me see if I can find that picture quick. Wiggins dunk on Luka. Let's see if I can. Here we go. This is the thing that I will never forget. Andrew Wiggins doing this to Luka Doncic, right? Look at all of these angles, dude. They didn't have to have all of these angles on the internet, dude. Look at my goat getting just absolutely demolished. Like, bro, what are we even look at this? This is so bad, dude. This is just like look at what happened here, man. Look at how high up Andrew Wiggins is on that. That might be edited, to be honest. But, oh man, look at this. This is like one of the most devastating. You have no. So as a Mavericks fan, when we beat the Phoenix Suns in Game 7 this year in 2022, I was like, "There's no way we're not going to the finals," because all year long we had dominated the matchups head to head with Golden State. So I was like, "Oh, there's no way that we're gonna." There's no way we're not going to win. And then we lost both games in Golden State to start the series. And then this happened in game 3 in Dallas, and Luka got just completely baptized. And as you can tell here, we went down 0-3. So this was this is what gave me a pit in my stomach of like, oh my gosh, we are getting eliminated when Andrew Wiggins did this to Luka. And of course, there's Reggie Bullock, the guy who's supposed to be guarding Wiggins, just watching as it happens. Robert says, happy draft day. You think there will be any takers for Pat Williams to help Bulls get back into the first? If so, who do you think? I don't think Pat Williams is going to have a market. This is like the 3rd year in a row where he's on the trade block. I just don't think it's going to happen, to be honest with you. I think that there's this prayer that something will happen. Yep, here is the coverage, by the way, for anyone asking. across ESPN and ABC. Coverage starts at 7 p.m. Eastern time tonight. So that is when everything starts there with build up to the NBA draft. Of course, my final mock draft is up on YouTube. It's also up on Substack. So Yash, appreciate you. If you guys see any news tonight, make sure to tag me in it so that I don't miss anything. And again, shout out to my fiance, man. She came up big time for me here with the Luka jersey today. So my goat, who I just showcased on stream, getting posterized, and should not have done that if I really loved it. But yeah, Wiggins, it was terrible. Suki said almost most aura out of anyone in the draft. Who is the next Shea or LeBron? I mean, if you're talking, okay, this is purely aura. This is something I never do usually on the channel. All of my analysis is usually just like film and analytic based. But if you're going from aura scouting, I don't know how you can't love a guy named Jeremiah Fears. Like, that is a Hall of Fame name right here. This guy's got aura. Jeremiah Fears is an absolute beast from an aura perspective. So, I mean, if you're a big aura scouter, if you're saying who's got the most aura, that's who I want to bet on. Jeremiah Fears might be your bet there. Paul said trying to get out the frame of the poster. I was a little too late to do that. He tried jumping with him at first, and it was not pretty. Yeah, Wiggins in 2022 was like the best year of his career, not even close. It's insane. Dustin says, I'd be more happy got All-Star and Anthony Edwards, young core plus championship experience, help around this young core plus Wiggins didn't have much help around him besides Cat in one season of whiny Jimmy. Yeah, he would be much better off in this situation. I just don't think the cap table is going to allow Minnesota to do that, unfortunately, though. The Warriors were really expensive. You want to know why the second apron exists now and why the CBA is the way it is. It's to limit spending like that. So it's a great point from Garrett. David says, can you give me a crazy Spurs trade idea? Trading pick 14 for future Sacramento Kings picks. I'm not going to tweet it, but Kings and Spurs, I think, are the two teams to potentially watch for. We've seen those two teams work out multiple trades. Actually, you know what? I think that's my shot. This is a rough guess, but round 14. But if something like surprising happens tonight, I would watch for those two teams because they've done a lot of business together. They've worked together in a lot of trades. They were together in the DeMar DeRozan sign and trade from Chicago to Sacramento. They were part of the Fox-Levine trade, and now they could be potentially involved again if they do something at 14. Romeo De La Rosa says, happy birthday, man, and happy draft day. Go Spurs, go. Real Ruben says Asa Newell wants to be drafted by Atlanta if he falls. I don't think falling is necessarily the word for that. Trey Johnson off aura. He's got aura too for sure. Patrick Billing says, first, happy birthday again. Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate you big time. Says, just curious thought on what you think of Zubats as a comparison for Kalkbrenner. I don't think, I think Zubats, this isn't Kalkbrenner slander. Zubats is way better. And it's because I'm a huge believer in who Zubats is as a guy. Zubats is incredibly good, incredibly talented, and one of the best players in the pocket. Now, I think Kalkbrenner you can look at almost as like a bigger Capella with less mobility. Or I'm trying to think, like maybe a more rim-oriented Cornet. Those are the kinds of players that I think Kalkbrenner kind of aligns with better. Aura is like, I guess I don't even know. Like, it's aura. Basketball video game enjoyer says, appreciate the work you do, man. Can't stress enough how nice it is to have someone who just knows the game as well and is willing to put in so much time into educating us. I appreciate you guys. Of course, a lot of it too is you guys have great questions, great interaction, and great insights yourself. It's not just all me. Utility sports is such a collaborative place and such a fun environment. Shadow says, what website do you use? I use Twitter. But I guess it depends on what you're asking for. I use a variety of websites to make content. So, I would keep pick 2, probably. Like, it would depend on what the package would look like for that question. I'm having another fruity. Fears has potential like John LaMelo. Dylan says, any thoughts that might happen with PJ? I think he'll stay in Dallas. Marcus says, without trading Rui or Wiggins, Sheldon, do you think the Lakers will trade Rui in a separate deal for maybe a center or keep him? Definitely could use him in a separate deal. Suki says, if you're the Bulls, would you rather get Topic in 15 for Kobe or Dillingham in 17? Also, are those realistic packages? So you're a little shy on money yet for both of these. I don't think OKC is going to trade Topic, and I'm not sure if Minnesota would trade Dillingham at this point. So, Shadow, what do you think the Hornets are going to do with their picks since they have LaMelo and Miller? In my most recent mock, let me go back over to that just so you guys can see it. I, of course, prepared this ahead of time so that I could share this graphic. It is over on my Substack as well. With their pick at 4, I have them drafting Knueppel. I just think a really good player, really solid player, starting caliber guy for sure in the NBA. Works out big time. Rolando, thank you for the birthday wishes. Appreciate you big time. Also, do you think there's going to be any surprising picks, aka a player who's expected to go 20th goes 10th? As of right now, I'm not projecting that, but of course, that's what makes it surprising. Someone goes way earlier, a team falls in love with the guy. Maybe Danny Wolf. That's the guy I'm going to name drop here. Danny Wolf has some fans in the top 10. Now, and I have good intel on that. I'm not, I'm telling you for real right now, some teams in the top 10 that have top 10 picks really like Danny Wolf. Do I think they're going to pick him in the top 10? Maybe not. Probably not. But if a guy that right now is projected kind of in the 20s goes in the top 10, I would probably bet on Danny Wolf. But I don't think that's going to happen, which is why I'm not mocking that. Judd, no, I do not think the Jazz get a trade done for Jaylen Brown. Now, again, I've been wrong before. Could Austin Ainge just decide that he wants him no matter what and send a God offer in? He could. Would be interesting if the Celtics do that. But I don't think they're going to break up the Jays. Bibbs wants to know who my favorite prospect is that could go undrafted. That guy is very pointedly Mark Sears. Mark Sears could be a guy who gets undervalued, overlooked because he's shorter, smaller. He's really good, though. Mark Sears is an awesome player and somebody who I think is still an awesome piece for sure. And could return good value to a team as like a bench guard in the league. So he finished number 30 on my board. I do like his game quite a bit. I'm not sure if he's ever going to get the opportunity he deserves, but just from a talent perspective, he's better than a lot of guys who are going to get drafted way before him. No, I would not compare Asa Newell to Derek Lively. I think Asa Newell is significantly worse. As a player, Steve here says, if the KD thing doesn't work for the Rockets, do they use future Brooklyn and Phoenix picks and go after someone bigger next season? Yeah, they could. That's the thing. The Rockets still have all their flexibility. Trelly says, oh man, Topic will be fun to see too, what he can apply. He's fast too, and a good ball mover, smart. I'm excited for him in OKC for sure. Maxine could go mid first. I'm not sure about that. I know he's got some buzz, but I'm not sure. Let's fly through the super chats again. As a huge thank you to Tomas, Unholy, Tag Live, Terry in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Curry with a couple $5 super chats today. Michael Orlando, of course, coming in big time. Jay Peach, Best in the North, Alexander, Henry, Brian, Kendrick Lamar, Brian here, a different Brian, of course, Brian Mahaney and Brian Pumper. Curry again with that second 5. John with a huge $20 super chat. Deadly Greens with the 5. Mason and Gremlin both with 2s. Aquino with the 20. Chris with the 5. And Tag Live with the 2. Appreciate all of you guys. Again, just wanted to make sure I showed some love and a huge thank you. Austin says, we get Flagg tonight. We do. What a gift for my birthday, huh? What an awesome application. For me, V World says, happy B and D-Day, man. Careful saying D-Day. But happy birthday and happy draft day. Thank you, big time V World. Hurricane Ben says Danny Wolf's Suns, maybe if they trade back. I wasn't talking about the Suns at 10. I think a different team in the top 10 likes Danny Wolf a lot. Shadow says, do you think Lakers trade for a pick to try to get Malawach? I ultimately think they'll try. I don't think they're going to be able to get that done, though. Nick says Topic is the best playmaking prospect since Luka was drafted. He's definitely in that conversation, right? Like super cerebral, reads Spain action well, reads Horn action well, can be a fun ghost facilitator, which I think will fit well with Isaiah Joe there in OKC. Definitely a very functional passer and a lot to be excited about if you're OKC. Paul says, any way you can overlay draft classes on your big board to compare draft class strength? So the one thing that I'll say too about this is when I make these boards, obviously a lot of time goes into it, but every single year I start far left. And the nice thing is these lines are unchanging. So for example, let me go to, let me find it quick, my 2024 board. I'm going to put it on let's go over here to bookmarks. I just bookmarked it. So for example here, if I go over, like just look at where Flagg is and where Harper is in terms of how high up on the board they are. And then we're going to go back over to Twitter. And this is my board last year. And you can tell the functional, the height difference on where they're at in the board and the proximity of these guys and how much faster the board drops off. Like, you know, you can just tell, like visually, you can just see the differences between these guys. So, you know, I think that's one of the key things here for me is you look at the way that the draft plays out. You look at the sharp decline here. And you can also tell that the ceilings here for the top 10, 15 guys in the draft were just nowhere near as high. Not nearly as many high quality starter bets, not very many starter bets overall in the draft. Like you see in the early 20s, I'm kind of fading any starting upside for a majority of these guys. Now there was a few, like Isaiah Collier started games this year. So like he's kind of living into that starter territory, even though he shouldn't. Yves Missi, Adembona, like those are some examples of guys who have gotten minutes and starter opportunities already. So it's definitely interesting. Like that's the thing too, is, you know, I make these boards before I know where anyone's going. And then, you know, Isaiah Collier playing with Utah changes his dynamic a lot more than if he was on Boston, for example. Right. So, you know, there's a whole bunch of different stuff that you can factor in with that, but we will see what happens. But a lot of crazy stuff tonight to watch for. Aaron says gift is a good word to use. The NBA gifted you Flagg for trading Doncic to LA. You know, I don't think so. I don't think that the NBA planned on Kyrie tearing his ACL and Davis missing a majority of the season after the trade. If that doesn't happen, the Mavs just make the playoffs, and then that doesn't happen. But I understand everyone's frustration because it does look a little fishy, especially now that the Lakers sold their team. Dustin says, happy birthday. Enjoy the day. Appreciate you guys. I am enjoying the day. You guys have been also so awesome. Does Derek White to the Dubs rumors have any substance to it? No, I don't really think so, unless there's a lot of future picks involved and then maybe some kind of sign and trade. I don't know. The Warriors don't have a lot of contracts to move, so it's a little tricky. Max, your aura farming with Wolf and Fear. Yeah, literally. Xavier says, please no Murphy to the Spurs. Lakers trade for Yves Missi. I don't think the Pelicans will trade him, to be honest with you. Austin Paul says, what do you think it will be like when Flagg gets drafted tonight? I think it'll be very exciting for Mavericks fans. You know, he is the future of the organization, and they badly needed that. They badly needed it. Does Cooper Flagg's twin Ace, so his twin is Ace Flagg, funny enough. Ace Flagg, does he have more game than Thanasis? Dallas better keep a roster spot open. You know, he's going to be playing at Maine. I don't really think Ace Flagg has an NBA future ahead of him, but I mean, we'll see how his freshman season goes and if there's any long-term hope for him. You know, if Thanasis can stick in the league for a while, you don't want to rule anything out. So We shall see. Big Al says Matas Buzelis is a beast. Curry says Collier is such a tough last name. Big Al says for having a trash team. Imagine having Stephon Castle at 7. I mean, I stand by that pretty thoroughly, to be honest with you. Like, when he gets his true shooting percentage up, we'll talk. But right now, I think Stephon Cat, like, there's a big difference between like being a really fun rookie and having a productive rookie season compared to being a really great player in the NBA. And he's not close to that really great player in the NBA tenure yet. Could he get there? Definitely. I'm telling you right now, for a guard who couldn't shoot the basketball really, like, I was higher on him than I typically am for other guards because of all the other skills he's good at. So, Shadow says, now this is going to sound dumb, but would the Hornets take Malawach and then trade Williams? I think the best thing for them to do is, if they did take Malawach, would be to keep Williams and have 2 good centers. And then that way, when one gets hurt or one gets in foul trouble, the other one just steps in and plays. But I don't think that's going to happen regardless. I don't think Charlotte takes Malawach tonight. Did I think Steph would be this great considering how undersized and injury prone in the beginning? Well, to be honest with you, I was like 9 years old when Steph got drafted. So I wasn't quite analyzing draft prospects at that point in time. I was watching the draft, but I had no clue what I was doing. I was just listening to whatever Jay Billis told me. So since then, I've learned a lot. And I no longer lean on ESPN for anything, which is good. Brayton says, what's up? What's up? Appreciate you being in the stream here, Brayton. That's a dope profile picture. Taterhead, OMG trade you to inside the NBA for Kenny. Appreciate that, Taterhead. You're funny. Mel said, your thoughts on the Nico extension of Gafford and the Kyrie deal as a Mavs fan. Love it for both. The Kyrie deal was really good. I talked about it in my all 198 free agents video about how getting him below his player option number was going to be super good for them if they were able to do that. That's exactly what they did. And I was kind of worried that we were going to lose Gafford. We don't ultimately lose him, and I think that's a home run for Dallas. So all in all, I'm very happy for Dallas with how everything's played out. Packers Goat says draft is getting closer. Can't wait. I can't either, man. I am so excited. Just a few hours away. Dustin said, who should Minnesota take at 31? I mean, we'll see. Tomorrow morning, I will have a video out on the best remaining players and who I think could go where potentially. So stay tuned for that, Dustin. It depends on what happens tonight. So we'll watch for that. Smith says, where will Rocco Zikarsky be playing next season? Draft and stash. He could probably come over to the NBA. I think, teams are going to be intrigued with his size. And they're going to hopefully look to bring him over and get him in, at least in the G League. So welcome everyone to the stream. Having a great time today on my birthday. Really appreciate you guys. Brayton, again, thank you so much for hopping in here. Austin says the extension of Gafford for the Mavs. Your thoughts? Like it. I thought it was a fair number. He's a starting caliber center in the league. He's been playing like one for Dallas. Defense wins championships. That's the mantra right now in the American Airlines Center, and Gafford's an additive piece to that. So I thought it was really good. I thought it was a fair number. Curry here says, do you analyze how people functionally move as well? I watched a TikTok of how Stephon Castle coordination and feet placement kind of lowers the chance of getting injured. So, well, this is the thing. Like, well, yes, you can lower your chance. Like, it's hard because there's so many soft tissue injuries in the NBA. There's so many like freak accident injuries. Like, look at what happened with Taylor Hendricks this year. Like, to be honest with you, injuries, you can't factor injuries into a majority of your evaluation. Now, like the only time really in the last 7 years I've done that is Zion Williamson, because he was very clearly an injury risk because of how explosive he was at his weight and size, and the landing that he was consistently doing on his knees and hips and feet, I thought were pretty concerning red flags. That's the only time I really overly worried about an injury pre-draft. Otherwise, it's all about talent evaluation for me. Like, if a guy gets hurt, he gets hurt. I can't control that, and I'm not going to bank on that. Like, for example, I'm not going to move Stephon Castle up because I'm like, oh, well, he's not going to get hurt. Well, what if all of a sudden he tears his shoulder labrum on a freak play on a screen navigation thing. And then what if his shoulder's just never right? Like, look at what happened with Markelle Fultz. It's just freak stuff happens. For me, I'd rather just go through the process, evaluating the talent, evaluating the basketball skills over the, the GAIT, the way that, a guy moves in order to, best value that. Like, some of that stuff does matter for functional, like, strength. Like, if you look at Trey Johnson, he's got a skinny frame and his feet point outward. He's not very functionally strong into traffic. And I think some of that stems from that. That's the kind of stuff I'm going to evaluate more so than injury stuff. Just because, one, I'm not a doctor. And two, it doesn't change the skills, whether or not there's a chance of them getting hurt or not. I mean, throughout their long careers, these guys are all going to miss time at some point. So, Nick says, what's the bigger red flag, Queen's combine performance or Coward's lack of games? Neither. Coward got hurt. Can't really do anything about it. Like, I don't think either of these are like huge red flags if you're confident in somebody from the film and from their, like, the bigger thing is it's not even against strong competition. It's just lack of games in general because he missed time. But, like, he's a multi-year college guy, so there's plenty of film to go back on from a year-long standpoint, like multiple years. And then, Queen's combine performance would be concerning if I was drafting for the high jump or for the, 40-yard dash. It's not track and field. We're drafting for basketball. And I don't think either of those things are going to be too problematic. Sam here says, if you could choose which point guard would you sign for Dallas? It sounds like D'Angelo Russell is going to be the guy, which I don't love. I really don't. I would see if the Mavericks could get Bruce Brown. That's what I would probably want, but I don't think that's going to happen. And he's not really a point guard, but that's intentional. I think the best thing for Dallas to do is use their space to get a guy who can handle the ball a bit, but lean on Flagg early as your primary ball handler. So Kyrie, Clay, Cooper, Flagg, AD, and Daniel Gafford would a lineup. Yeah, you still got Lively off the bench. You got Najee Marshall off the bench. You got PJ Washington off the bench. It's very easy to see why this Mavs team is going to be good because they're deep and they're very good at the top as well. Shadow said, would the Nets trade some of their first for a trade up, or will they just trade out of some of the picks? They will trade up, I would have to guess. I think they're going to have a second top 10 pick tonight. Yep, round 2 is tomorrow night. That is correct, Austin. Chad here says Philly is going to screw up their lottery pick as much as Houston did last year. I don't think Houston screwed up their lottery pick last year. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised with how well Reed Shepard plays this upcoming year when he has minutes. Battle Rapper wants to know if he missed anything happening today. There has not been any trades or anything significant up to this point in time. We are keeping our eyes on it. WCOE says, how many hours away are we? We are less than 3 hours away now at this point. Clay says, been out of the stream for a couple hours. Miss any big news? Nothing huge. We've just been kind of covering through the draft a little bit. Just zooming around, looking at big boards, all that kind of stuff. Kind of same old. We are really grinding well here, though. Curry says, I have the same name as Zion, and I always wanted to play like him because I love explosive players. But after a while, I realized how insane amount of work you have to put into your body to keep playing that way. Well, that's the thing, too. And you have to be blessed physically. Like, to be honest, I'm a good basketball player. I feel like I'm, especially with players around my skill levels, I'm, like, smarter than all of them. Like, when it comes to playing pickup ball and all that kind of stuff now. Now that I'm a little bit older. But, like, I'm not physically gifted. I don't have a 30-inch vertical. I can just admit it. Like, I'm not getting off the floor like that. Have I dunked in my life? Yes. Have I dunked multiple times? Yes. Like, am I a high-flying athlete who's going to posterize somebody? No. And you can probably tell by looking at me that I'm not. So, Luke here says, do you think AD is good enough at the 4 to warrant having Lively and Gafford play around 20 minutes each? Yes. I think, in fact, I would play Anthony Davis never at the center spot. I would only play him at the 4 and let him roam and let him help, be a shot blocker, be a get out and run guy. I would not play him at the 5 ever for Dallas. As long as, like, Gafford and Lively are both healthy. And nice where one of them's out, you have to, but. Melverk says, what about Melton for Dallas's mid-level signing? So here's the thing. Melton's just a little too injury prone to warrant that at this point, in my opinion. I think a cheaper contract, a smaller contract is the more likely one. Taterhead says it all depends on AD staying healthy. Howie here says I'm confused why Yegor Demon is considered round one because his 3-pointers 27%, true shooting 51%, turnover 22% are huge. Red flags to me. Hashtag happy birthday. Appreciate you, Howie. Big time. Really have appreciated, your insight today in the chat. I feel like you've been leaving some great messages. And for me, Demon is just barely into my first round grades here at number 25. I think if you are trying to sell yourself on him, the biggest thing you look at is his assist percentage. You reference his turnover rate. His assist rate was very, very good, though. So still a real positive assist to turnover ratio this year. And when you turn on the film and the tape, he is one of the best passers in the draft. So it's really a bet on playmaking and vision at his size. That's what you're betting on, which is why, for me, even though I am lower on Demon for all of the reasons you list, he's not a great shooter. He's not a great rim finisher. He's not a great ball handler at this point. He has some glaring red flags, but at his size and with his vision as a passer, those are at least some very safe things to bet on from a talent standpoint. So Griff says, what's even next for the Warriors? Feel like they're in a situation of nothingness. A sign and trade of Jonathan Kuminga. That is the special. Brendan here says, got the Sheldon Domino special for lunch. It's pretty damn good. Brendan, I'm glad I could lead you to the right place. It's quite good. WCOE, yes, I like Derek Queen. I have him number 3 on my board. He is, I think, a very good player. I think an extremely underrated player to me. Robert here says the combine stuff is funny to me. If people shoot bad, that's all they talk about. But if they shoot good and were bad shooters in college, they say, well, can it translate to the NBA? That's the thing, man. What you realize too, and this is something I try really, I hope this is something you guys feel when you listen to me. This is one of the most important things for me. First of all, we're talking about real human beings. We're talking about draft prospects who have worked their whole life to get to this point, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22-year-old kids who have worked so hard to get to this stage. I want everything I say to be based in fact and reality and objective. Like there's subjectivity in all of this, but you want good reasoning to say the things you're saying. Like, for me, I try to avoid bias as much as possible. Of course, I have subjective rankings. I have viewpoints that differ from, consensus, this, that, and the other thing. But if I'm going to say something negative about a prospect, I want it to be based in reality and fact. For Demon, you look at a lot of the flaws, the actual shooting, all that stuff, it's based in reality. And what I notice here is with a lot of guys, like a Derek Queen, for example, there's all of these expectations that, oh, well, he's not a good three-point shooter. He can't really stretch the floor. He shot 20% from three. There's all these limitations. And then someone with Thomas Orber, who shot even worse from three than him, shot less threes than him, suffered an injury as a freshman, missed the end of the season, weighs heavier than Derek Queen, and has a shorter standing reach. Everyone's oohing and eyeing about him as a prospect because of his wingspan, even though, again, the standing reach is shorter. It's pretty insane to me. And I try to avoid that pretty big time. Austin here says it's 2.5 here till the draft in Texas. Yes, we are just a few hours away now at this point. Real Ruben says, as a Hawks fan, I want us to choose Queen or Colin Murray-Boyles. Which do you believe fit more with the Hawks? So it depends on which way you want to go. Derek Queen offensively is a tremendous prospect and one that would make Atlanta way better, especially in the short roll next to either Jalen Johnson in 45 action or 34 action, however you want to look at it, or next to Trae Young. But Colin Murray-Boyles is like that defensive Swiss Army knife a bit, where he's going to cover a lot of space, rotate well. All of that stuff is going to be fantastic for them. Curry says, yeah, genetics is a huge factor. I can't gain weight that well, but my leg fibers, genetics were blessed luckily. See, that's a huge W for you. I've got the other thing going on here. If I look at a chocolate bar, I'm probably going to gain 3 pounds. So I've got to work pretty hard to stay slim. Shock here says, could the Celtics trade up to get Kasparas, Yakachona, Cedric Howard, or Walter Clayton Jr. because they are willing to get rid of Simons? I don't think Simons is going to get them there. It would be other draft picks and other pieces that would get them there, like a Derek White, for example. DSR Sports says, do we see Jared Allen get traded tonight? Possibly. I do think there is a very slight chance, like a 1-2% chance, but ultimately I don't expect him to get traded tonight. Andres wants to know my thoughts on Flagg's playmaking skills. Really good. If you look at Flagg, especially, I think one of the most important things to look at for prospects is their continued growth over time. Cooper Flagg, from what he was 4 or 5 years ago to who he is now as a prospect, he is utterly phenomenal as a playmaker. His growth, his comfort level with the ball in his hands, decision-making, all of that stuff has really glistened and shined in comparison to his previous iterations of himself as a prospect. And I think he's really good. Now, is he an elite 1A caliber passer? Probably not. Is he a good enough passer to beat you when you overcommit on help? Yes. And I think that specifically, is he Trae Young or Luka as a facilitator? No. Is he, kind of the next level, like the Tatum, I think Tatum's probably the best comparison as a passer, honestly, like where he just makes right reads, consistent, sound, steady. And that's, really all you need, to be completely honest with you. He's not Halliburton. He's a wing. Dutch here says, any chance you see Indy moving up a bit in the second round from 54 to, say, 36 to 45 to try and draft Ryan Nembhard? Ryan Nembhard would be good for them, too, because Halliburton's going to be out. The issue with moving up, it depends on what kind of contract they get him on. Second round is not too big of a deal, so maybe I would like to see Ryan Nembhard be a pacer. Curry says, I'm trying the Sheldon pizza tonight too then. I appreciate that, Curry. You'll have to let me know what you think of it. Sam says, would you take Queen if you're the Sixers? At 3, I would very strongly consider it. I would probably trade down because I don't think Queen's going to go in the top 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 picks. So I'd probably move down and then still get him. But Clay says, don't forget to treat yourself to the new stuffed crust. Yes, I'm going to have to give that a try, Clay's. David says, any chance Charlotte trades up to number 2 for Harper? No, I do not think so, ultimately. So by rule, I can't because of copyright. Here, Betchus. Derek, part of the reason the motor concerns subsided for me was he was still impactful defensively. Let me hold on one second. Let me pull something up here. I think you guys will be pretty fascinated by this. Let's go down here into this data sheet here. Let me switch my screen share. So part behind all of my film study and all that stuff, all the time I spend watching the prospects, I also do a lot with the numbers. Okay. These are a majority of the top college prospects in this draft, and this is all of their numbers. And I have it charted, the traditional box score numbers, advanced numbers, a lot of the meaningful numbers that, I think are important to consider and weigh out and everything. And then when we go down here and we look at block and steal percentage, what you're going to notice here, so this is block and steal rate, right? On the left is block rate. So vertical access, the higher up you are, the more blocks you get. The further right you are, the better steal rate you have. Here's Asa Newell, right? This is a guy almost a 4% block rate, a 2% steal rate. Everyone, when you ask anyone about him as a prospect, they're going to tell you high motor, high energy, defensively versatile, guard out in space, do all of those things, right? Those are kind of the buzzwords you're going to hear around Asa Newell. And for the most part, I do agree with those. Who's this bubble right behind him? Oh, look at that. They have the exact same numbers. Derek Queen has the same block rate as Asa Newell. He has the same steal rate as Asa Newell. And he actually averaged more stocks per game than Asa Newell. And Asa Newell played a large number of minutes. So it's not like, Asa Newell was getting a ton of blocks or steals on a per minute basis. Like, if we look at Asa Newell from a minutes perspective, here's Derek Queen. Played 30 minutes a game. Let's find him here now. Where is he at? Asa Newell, Georgia. I'm looking for the Georgia logo. If I can find it. Why am I? Oh, there he is. Minutes per game, 29. So they're basically, within 1 minute of each other. And the block and steal rate is equivalent, and Queen actually out-edged him in stocks per game. So when you factor that in, like, you say, if that's Derek Queen with no motor and Asa Newell's a high motor guy, then Derek Queen must be really damn good defensively to be so productive without being a high motor guy. So, it's really insane. Melverk says, when you play pickup, are you better on transition defense or transition offense? I am an offensive player, to be completely. So, I don't know. I'm a two-way player in pickup. It's pickup basketball. It's not like I'm, trying to win the NBA Finals here, but I am an offensively slanted player at pickup basketball, I would say. Big Al says Queen looks 15 also. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he looks incredibly young from like a baby face standpoint. And I think if Queen like sharpens his diet just a little bit and gets in the weight room just a little bit, he goes from like this baby Jokic type player, which like, again, I'm not comparing him to Jokic, but like that body frame, that physical body type, into a like dominant, like, oh my God, this guy's like stronger than us. Like he's bigger than us. He's quicker than us. Like, what do we do with him? He's got like that rare crossover of speed and size. And I think that's really fun. Tom here wants to know who are we getting for the Grizzlies and how tall I am. I'm 6'2", roughly. 6'1", and like I'm taller than 6'1", but maybe like a half, like quarter inch shorter than 6'2" or something, like, I don't know, somewhere in that range. But for the Grizzlies, I have them getting Cedric Coward, who, if we go out of this, we go back over to my mock. Cedric Coward, I think, is a very solid fit for them, and at 16, I like him a lot as a mock option. Who's my favorite underrated prospect? Yours is Rasheer Fleming. I think Kobe Brea. I have him at 22 on my big board. I'm not sure if the NBA draft will be shown in the NBA app or not. It actually might be. So I would, if you're from Europe and you're curious, I would check that out. Check out the NBA app today. Baba Salah says, whose micro overlook skills do you see as worth taking a bet on? Adu Thiero, his gap help. I think that's one of the best things. Nail help, gap help, and rebounding value are definitely some of the things that I would bet on. And then you also look at like Drake Powell screen navigation. That's something I really like. I think, some of the top, like Derek Queen's outlet passing, that's another micro skill. His ambidexterity is another micro skill. I think like Jace Richardson tight window coordination is one that I would believe in. I think that's a great question, Baba. A really great question. Mini Fridge here says, I'd be ecstatic if Portland gets one of Queen or Bryant. I think it's possible you walk away with one of them tonight. Definitely possible. Curry says there's too many NBA Finals sweats at the rack these days. To me, I feel like it's never that deep. With where I play, so I've been playing at a college. I'm in a college town, so I play against some pretty good athletes, and I get picked up full court in pickup basketball so that they don't let me touch the ball. So that's how my pickup runs go. So if you're telling me about sweats at the rec, yeah, that's what happens to me. I get picked up full court more than anybody else. So Brandon says, what do you think of Nolan Traore? Solid player, needs to see some shooting growth for sure. I'm just not sold on his jump shot, and you can tell with the way that teams guarded him in the LNB Pro A league that there's going to be some challenges with that. Let's go on to this question here about Jackson Money. So this is a guy who was at NDSU this past year. I think he'll get a summer league opportunity and maybe a two-way contract, probably a two-way contract. He had some big games for sure. Shot the ball really well for NDSU. I believe he was like a near 50, 40, 90 guy. I don't remember what his free throw number came out to. He's not a guy that I tracked statistically on my chart that I showed earlier, but he was efficient, I know, this past year for NDSU. So he's definitely someone who could catch on in the league somehow. Next year's class looks loaded with Boozer, AJ, Nate, and Darren. Yeah, next year's draft is awesome. Next year's draft is really good. Killstreak 2 says, do you think the Blazers could convince Lakers to take a flyer on Ayton as an expiring this year, or are there too many other center options that make more sense for them? I don't think Ayton's the center that the Lakers really need. I think they need a screen and dive, someone who wants to do the dirty work kind of big, and that just doesn't really describe DeAndre Ayton too well. So I would not expect Portland and LA to get a deal done there. Blake here says, any more trades for the Blazers? Something maybe around pick 11 and Jeremy Grant's money, but I wouldn't bet on that at this point in time. I think drafting is the most likely outcome. Curry says, on God, bro, just got back from work and dudes from Indiana State doing screen drills. Yeah, I mean, dude, it's like the one nice thing So I get blitzed pretty heavily too on ball screens when I have the ball. And the one thing I've found is like little dump off behind the back passes to the short roll is like unguardable. There's nothing you can do about that if you have an okay screen and dive player on your team. So I always try and get myself with a big man who can at least screen and roll, because if I get that, then no matter how you guard me, I'm going to be able to get where I want. But if I don't have that on my team, things get a little bit more complicated. Lois here says, I find Yang a pretty interesting prospect. Where do you think he can fit best? Sacramento would be a great fit for him schematically. Brooklyn would be a very good fit for him, maybe at pick 36 in this year's draft. Otherwise, you're looking at, there's other, those two teams stand out to me for like zoom action style of play. Otherwise, a few of the other spots like the Lakers could be interesting for him. The Knicks, I think, would be an interesting bet long-term for him. The Knicks, I believe they had a pick strip for the Jalen Brunson signing, if I remember right. What do you think happens with Zeke Mayo and Grant Nelson? I'm not sure about Mayo, to be honest, what will happen with him. But I think specifically for Grant Nelson, he will be very possibly undrafted. He could maybe hear his name called in like the back half of the second round this year. But I think he'll play summer league and then ultimately catch on some form of two-way contract because of how athletic and long and tall he is. Diamond King here says, do y'all think the Celtics are going to trade either White or Brown before the draft today for more picks? I do not think that will happen. Of course, there's been a lot of noise and speculation about that, though, which I understand why, plenty of teams want those guys. They're awesome players. So we will see. NBA Draft Net saying, we're hearing that Asa Newell has a promise in place at 13 with Atlanta if he makes it to their pick. I'm not certain about that. Harib says, what do you think Bob Miller needs to do next season to get drafted or make it to the first round? He won't make it to the first round. I don't think he'll be a first round player. I think he just needs to get stronger. I mean, he's been wiry for so long. Like, he just functionally has to improve, and he literally needs to live in the gym for a summer. Like, he needs to develop his shot, and he needs to form some form of handle that can actually reliably allow him to drive closeouts and maintain a driving line. And those things are going to be limiting factors for him until he figures that out, which bums me out because I've been high on Baba Miller historically. He just hasn't lived up to it. Gremlin here says, Sheldon reminding us all how he has an infinite iron bladder aura when it comes to live streaming. Yes, I've been live for 4+ hours at this point. I drank a Trenta strawberry acai lemonade, and I've been just chilling. We're just rolling anyway. Yeah, see, Curry, that's what I'm saying. I need that. Jaime here says, do you think the Cavs have a chance at trading for a pick in the first round? I wouldn't say no. It's going to be challenging for them to get there. Their best bet would probably be with Oklahoma City at 24 because OKC has 14 standard contracts already. And if they draft someone at 15, they probably would be looking to get out of 24. Christian says, what kind of player do you think Rockets go with when they get back into the second round? Shooter Kobe Brea would be fantastic for them. Why So Serious says, happy birthday, Sheldon. Let's go. It's draft day. Go Spurs. Go. Appreciate you. Big time. Why So Serious? Hornets open to trading down, says Chris. We will see what happens with that ultimately. I do have them here at this spot going with at number 4, Knueppel. I do think that they'll stay. JJ wants to know my thoughts on Tyrese Proctor. Let's go back over to my big board now. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Really do appreciate you guys big time. You're absolutely awesome. Over here on my big board, I finished with Tyrese Proctor at 34. I think there's a chance he kind of stems between being like an 8th or 9th guy in a rotation down to maybe like a 11th or 12th guy down here as a depth piece. And, a lot of that's going to stem from his value as a ball handler and being able to toggle between on-ball and off-ball responsibilities. I think the idealized version of Proctor long-term is a guy who can handle the ball for your second unit a little bit, kind of like what Nickeil Alexander-Walker does, knock down open catch and shoot jump shots. But I think the limiting factor here for Proctor compared to for Nikhil is that Nikhil is a dog defensively. I'm not sure if Proctor's ever going to really be that, but I do think he can be at least a solid, respectable team defender, which is why I still have him rated pretty highly in this draft at number 34. Chris says Brooklyn's getting Ace Bailey. Yeah, let me know your guys' predictions for tonight. Go Slapped You says, is the draft today or tomorrow? It is both. Today is day 1, like Tater is saying here, and then tomorrow is day 2. Ghost, glad you're able to get that answer to your question. Narcy says, any chance Queen falls to pick 14? In my mock draft today at Narcy, my final mock, this is ultimately what I expect to happen tonight after hours and hours of research and, of course, so much time spent into the draft this year. At number 14, I do have the Spurs ultimately landing Derek Queen and picking him at number 14 as a perennially great fit next to Victor Wembanyama. Jaime says, congrats on the great work from Sevilla, Spain, and happy birthday. Thank you so much, Jaime. I was going to try and use my Spanish. I have not used it much, but de nada mucho para las palabras buenas para mí. Thank you so much, Jaime, from Sevilla, Spain. That is awesome. I have not been to Spain, and I've not even been out of the United States, but that is something I do want to do at some point. So hopefully I'll go to Spain sometime soon. You'll have to let me know some of the best spots. Silver Jaguar says, how high would you rate the chance of the Mavs trade for another first-round pick? I would say a 2% chance. Nico Harrison has made a move in every draft he has been in charge of, and something's telling me that one in today. I could see a second-round pick acquisition. A trade for a first-round pick is kind of bold. Now, they do have future stuff they could use, but I'm not sure if I ultimately see that happening. We are getting closer to the draft, just 2.5 hours away from start time, 1.5 hours away from ESPN's coverage. Osborne says, do the Nets buy or look to trade multiple picks for a higher one? I do think they're going to look to trade multiple picks to move up. I do think that is the direction for them, Osborne. Let's go over here quick now and update this. Let's go over to where's the one I want to go to? It's this one right here. Wow, look at that. 100 plus subscribers in the last hour. That's so awesome. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. I've been having such a fun time here. Obviously my birthday, and it's a huge day in the NBA as well. Draft day is one of the best days ever. So so happy that my birthday coincides with the draft this year. Packers Goat says can't wait. He also says, wonder why no trades are happening, but I expect some to drop when it hits an hour before the draft. I definitely think that proximity, right? Like you're getting down to draft night. That's when teams are going to kind of hit the buzzer and say it's either now or never if we're going to make a move. We shall see. Trey Smith says, let's go Raptors. Curry said W bilingual. Sheldon. I'm actually trilingual. Eu falo português também. Eu vou say, I don't know. My Portuguese is really bad right now, to be honest. I haven't used my Portuguese in probably like a year and a half. So Michael Orlando says, my friends wanted to hang out tonight. I said, no, the draft is on and my boy Sheldon is giving a 10-hour presentation. We're working on it. We're doing our absolute best here. Austin says, let's go Mavs. Shout out to the Mavericks. If you're a big Mavs fan, shout out to you, man. Love that. Let me know who you guys are fans of down in the comment section below. I've caught up on the comments finally. So Jaime says you should definitely come to Sevilla. Everybody that comes always says that it's one of the most beautiful cities they've ever seen. Okay, well, I'm going to keep that in mind. In college, I studied Spanish and, of course, spent a lot of time learning about Spain as a result of that. So I'll definitely make sure to check out Sevilla when I do ultimately get over there across the pond, so to speak. Lazy says, what do you have for the Sixers at 3? Trade back options and stay top 10. Trade with Brooklyn, Ghost, Sixers. Lazy, this is a great question. Ultimately, I do think the Sixers will stick at pick number 3 and draft VJ Edgecombe. But a trade down with Brooklyn is one that continues to fascinate me for them. If they do pull something off, I think that is the most sensible outcome for them. But I'm not sure if one will actually materialize. Mina says, hi from Germany. Welcome to the stream, Mina. Glad to have you in here. Taterhead says, what do you think about Brooks Barnheiser from Northwestern? He finished at number 60 on my board. Scoring-minded wing. If there's like a 10% growth, not 10% three-point percentage, but like a 10% growth on his current shot, like going from, a low 30s to like a mid 30s 3-point percent shooter, that's where you'd see him be awesome. Curry says, when I go live on Twitch, I'm going to try to get the GOAT to 35K. You guys heard him. Let's work in that, work toward that 35K mark right now. Big Al says, are you going live when the draft starts? I'm going to actually not be live when the draft starts because the coverage is on ESPN. I am not licensed to stream the draft. And it's also a great time for me to sit down and focus on my analysis over on Twitter. So the thing is, if you want to know what I'm thinking throughout the draft, you want to know, let me pull up an example of this here. Oh, we have a tweet. Okay, let's go over to Shams. We got some news. Oh, whoops, I did not mean to do that. Let's go over to Shams Charania here. We have news. Utah big man John Collins has exercised his $26.5 million player option. Opt in for JC. So Collins opts into his contract. This is not surprising at all, by the way. Mina says she's a Denver Nuggets fan. Steve says over under number of players drafted tonight and traded during the draft. I think, players drafted tonight and traded. I'm going to say three players because I'm predicting one trade. So. And I'm predicting 2 draft picks from Brooklyn and 1 pick from Phoenix on the move. So that's why I'm going to come with the number 3. But the reality is, so the Rockets, the pick at 10, which is going to Phoenix, will be announced as a Rockets pick. So if you count that, there's more. But, with the trades we already know, like with that taken into account, I'd say 3. Curry says W trilingual. Steeler for Life says, what do you expect the Thunder to do tonight? I think for OKC tonight, they are a team to watch for as a potential move up. I looked really hard and long, at trading 15 and 24 up in the draft. The Thunder have 14 standard NBA contracts. You can have at most 15. So drafting 2 first-round players doesn't make sense unless they're trading somebody else. So I looked hard and long about the draft for them, and I couldn't find a trade that I loved. But if they somehow moved up to 9 for Noah Senge, wouldn't shock me. I'll just say that. Brennan says, if you want Sheldon to cover the draft live, you got to convince him to eat beforehand. I have not eaten any food all day long. The only thing I've been having is some of my little snacks here, the little fruities, and I forget what these other things are called. Is it Now and Laters? Yeah, Now and Laters. My fiance picked those up for me today. So JJ says draft targets in late 20s for Sacramento if they were to move up tonight. The targets in the 20s. It's a good question. Let's go over here to let's see if Shams has anything new. Doesn't look like it. Nothing new from Shams. Let's go back over to our board then so we can evaluate guys who they could potentially move up for. Asa Newell's one if they're looking for a little bit more size and length in their front court. If they're looking for a guard, a point guard, especially Walter Clayton Jr. could be a target. Otherwise, you're looking at like a Nolan Traore. Someone in that kind of realm, right? You're looking for guards who can handle maybe Jace Richardson if he's falling a long distance. Baba Sola here says, happy birthday, big man. Here's 2 more years of your great insights and analysis. Appreciate you big time, Baba. Thank you so much for the kind words today. Lazy says, I do think Morey is an Edgecombe guy. I do think that's ultimately where the Sixers have landed. Elizabeth Allen, thanks for tuning into the stream again here this year. Appreciate you big time. Says 2nd or 3rd, but would have left college at least last year too, though. George says, hi from Ireland. Welcome to the stream, George. Let's get some W's in the chat for George. I will be back in just 1 second. Yep, we were able to cover the Shams news. Luckily, I've been doing a good job of actually paying attention this time, making sure I'm not missing any news. So make sure to stay tuned for all of the draft coverage today. If you guys are curious, I will be tweeting my draft grades out as the draft goes. So you want to follow me over there at Utility Sports. I'll send that link into the chat right now. I would recommend going to follow. It's also in the description. Really easy to go click on that and follow quickly. Jonathan Isaac played 58 games last year, 71 this year. Defense still elite. Do you consider him a negative asset? No, definitely not. His contract is non-guaranteed long-term. Jonathan Isaac is at worst a neutral asset. And honestly, kind of a positive one. But that's me. I think Jonathan Isaac's the best defender in the league when he's on the floor. We have a Brazilian in the chat. Appreciate you being in here. My Portuguese is kind of rough, so I'm not even, honestly right now, like with me not using it much, I am scared to try and pronounce anything. My Portuguese is a little scary at times. So what do I think the Hornets draft at 4? Or do they trade the pick? I think they're going to keep the pick, and I think they're going to draft Knueppel 4th overall. Elizabeth Allen says, Thunder up, baby, nursing this sunburn from the parade yesterday. Hopefully you had a great time. That's awesome that you got to participate. Bold prediction, the Sheldon will give the Wizards an A draft grade. We'll see. I mean, if they pick Ace Bailey, I'm not sure I'm going to give that an A. BB Mute Man, thank you for the 10. Says, happy birthday, Sheldon. You get your pizza yet? I'm going to order it here very, very soon. That'll be the only food I have today. He says, any news from the Kings about moving into the draft or trading any of their players? This is a great question. So right now there is a bit of speculation about Sacramento maybe moving into the draft. I think there's a real possibility that they could. I think the Thunder at 24 make a lot of sense. I think the Magic at 25 also make a good deal of sense. We'll see if they're actually able to accomplish that tonight. But with the reports that they really want a late first-round pick, they definitely could strike into their W's for Mute Man, by the way. Let's get some W's in the chat right now for him. I really appreciate you. I'm going to throw in some balloons even for that super chat. So B-Ball Mute Man, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you guys. Are you going to be tweeting your opinions from league picks or after the picks are officially made, working out who to have notifications for? I will be tweeting after the picks are like officially made. I don't want to ruin it for anybody, so you can have notifications on for me. I shouldn't be leaking anything. Luckily, I'm going to avoid doing that because I just think it's lame that Shams does that, to be honest with you. Like, are the clicks on Twitter really that important tonight? I guess so. Smitza says, Ace Bailey is my draft bust. Wait, only one for the whole day? What do you mean, only one? Jamie says, I don't know if you can talk about this, but does anybody know about any streams? You guys can answer in the comment section. I don't have answers for that. George here says, I can see a John Collins Devin Vassell straight swap. I would not do that if I was San Antonio, to be honest. Sam here says, kind of funny that Duke posted about Flagg going to Mavs before it happened. Yeah, honestly, kind of crazy. Casey here says, it's my birthday too, 21st. It's when Michael Jackson died. Happy birthday. Well, happy birthday to you, my man. Let's get some happy birthdays for Casey in the chat. Happy birthday, Casey. Really do appreciate you. B-Ball Mute Man, I'm so glad you can jump on here now finally after work. I don't think Ace will be a bust myself. I think Ace will be a solid NBA player. Emily here or Emilio here says, who would you draft if you're the Chicago Bulls? I like Queen. What say you? I would take Derek Queen myself if I was Chicago and he's there. Elizabeth says, just quick off the top of your head, if Bennett Sturts were in the draft, where would you throw him on your big board? Just because it's going to be quick and easy, I just want to pull up my big board. He would have probably been right here in this range, 13 to 15-ish. Really solid player. Well, I mean, we'll see how he does at Iowa. Obviously, we're going to get better information this next year, him playing in the Big Ten. But I think Bennett Sturts is good. So he would have been right in this ballpark around Jace Richardson, Carter Bryant, Noah Senge probably. He's a good player. The Big Ten's going to be fun next year. Yaxel Lendeberg, Ade Mara, Morez Johnson. There's a lot of good pieces at Michigan. They got Elliot Cadeau as well. You got Bennett Sturts going to Iowa with Ben McCollum. Like, Big Ten's going to be fun, man. Jaime here says, I see Ace as being a good player, but I don't feel like he'll be an all-star type. Yeah, I just don't think he's going to be an all-star either. Dylan says, give us a hot take that you've so far avoided saying. Hot take that here we go. Yannick Conan Niederhauser is not good. I have him at 49. This is a guy who should not really carve out real NBA minutes. Like, I see some people rank him in the first round. I see some people rank him in the top 20. Yeah, I get he's super athletic, but like, he was super athletic in college and wasn't productive and wasn't that good. So, do you know how like unskilled you have to be in certain areas to be more athletic than everybody and still not super productive as a big man? Like, it's not like this crazy hot take, but I think it's a pretty balanced, fair take. Not your average 10K says Ace is way better than Kai Jones. Well, yeah, I don't think anyone's comparing him to Kai Jones. We've got a visitor here, Mr. Reese, hanging out with me today now. He's here for the draft content too, I guess. Brayton says, hello from Texas. Appreciate you, Brayton. Reese is he's getting a little whiny. Say hi, Reese. Wave. Eric, I do think I just got slapped in the face by my cat. Am I bugged? My screen is black. Eric, yeah, I do think you're experiencing issues on your end because my stream is working fine here. I love seeing those W's come in. Who do you think is going to have the most drip tonight? I'm going to say Dylan Harper will have the most drip tonight. I don't know. Yeah, Harper or I could definitely see like Harper or I don't know, maybe Edgecombe, like the Bahamas drip. I don't know. Appreciate all the W's. Whoa, likely to trade back with Brooklyn. I think Phoenix is. C Squared said, glad to hear it. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Ryan says, yo, Sheldon, any real validity to the Raptors acquiring Derek White? As of right now, I don't have anything concrete on that. I do think, the salaries make sense between Barrett and 9 for him. And I would understand it for Boston if they really like someone like a Kasper Siakachonis at 9, which is kind of what the noise is. But at this point, nothing of real substance for me, Ryan, on that. Pug wants to know if Shams tweets every pick. Yes, he does. Oh, Ryan, thank you so much for the 2. I just saw this now. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late behind it. Wizards get Bailey at 6, then trade up for Queen. I would love that for them. I do think Bailey will be there at 6 for sure. So thanks. Oh, it was asking if I'm only eating one pizza. I mean, we'll probably order like 2 or 3, me and my fiance at minimum. We'll probably order 2 or 3 and then probably order like wings or like some of the bread bites or something with it too. Just can't go wrong. You gotta, I'm not sponsored by Domino's, by the way, but hey, Domino's, if you're listening, now's a great time. Sponsor up. Beatmall Mute Man says, happy birthday, Casey. I like seeing the birthdays roll in for Casey as well. WCOE says, like the sports channel. You guys know what to do. Hit that like button on the stream today if you haven't already. I'm going to check right now. We're at 429 likes, which is just incredible. You guys have been absolutely killing it today. Jay says, how deep do you scout, Sheldon? Would you have names to watch in the upcoming U19 World Cup? So here's the thing. I do scout super deep, but I tend to hold some of that stuff tight to the vest until I have video and post on either Twitter or on YouTube myself with stuff. So I know it's live right now, like technically on YouTube, but I'm going to hold on to some of this stuff, especially with some of the content that's coming out soon, like the way too early mock draft that's coming out in a couple days. That just headliner, if you're, not a headliner, but a little bit of secret information, for 600 of you watching right now, June 27th in the morning, my way too early mock draft will come out. So stay tuned for that. Jacob says, almost time to capture the flag. Do you have any insight into any other moves the Mavs should look into this offseason? Watch for D'Angelo Russell, or if it's not D'Lo, watch for Dennis Schroeder. Those two guys, I think, are at the headliners, are at the top of the Mavs wish list this offseason. Carter Bryant's not a bad guess either. Brandon says, what do you think is Fleming's floor if a team wanted to trade up to get him? Will he reach one of those late Brooklyn picks? I think 25 or 26 is kind of that ballpark. Maybe the Thunder at 24. If a team wants to move up there, that could make some sense. Kaman's suit is clean. I wonder if we can, let me see if I can find it. I have not obviously been paying attention to let's see if I can find it. Come on, suit. That is not what I was looking for. All right. Latest, is there any? Here's Grady Dix from a few years ago. I know I haven't seen nothing on Twitter yet, but maybe tag me if there's something for sure. Mason says if Sheldon Stream magically turns off, it's because Reese found a way to destroy the entire setup without batting an eye. Reese is a demon. I'm not going to lie to you. Will Chamberlain says Fears has the best fit I've seen so far. Do you think a comparison for Hugo Gonzalez could be Rudy Fernandez, aside from being Spanish, obviously? I mean, Hugo's a bit bigger, too, than Rudy Fernandez was, so that's like a positive for him, too, I guess, if you're looking at that comp. Dylan Harper better start learning San Antonio. Edward Dong says, when is it going to start? Draft starts at 8 p.m. Eastern time, so just a couple hours away. ESPN draft coverage starts at 7 Eastern time. Baba here says Thomas Orber to have the most drip tonight. George Hickson says living in the UK has made waiting for the draft feel so long. Couple hours to go. We are not far now, just a little bit away. 6 o'clock draft start time for Mountain Time Zone. You're looking at 8 p.m. Eastern time for the start time of the draft. Rebel says, happy birthday. Watching on a delay, but thinks Spurs are going to take Joan Behringer with number 14 pick. Sounds like a classic Spurs pick, an unknown foreign big man, unknown foreign draft pick. I'm assuming that's where he was going with that. Cooper Flagg's fit might be casual. Very likely could be. Theo going to be dripped out for his lottery pick. I don't even think Theo got an invite, right? So I don't think Theo is going to even be there. Dylan here says, rumors keep popping up saying Thunder want to move up. I think I'd rather they move out entirely for more future draft capital to teams that are trying to get involved in the draft. I like that for the Thunder too, Dylan. Adam here with the 2 says, how does Harper compare to Scoot as a prospect? Better. Bigger, better at the rim. I like Scoot. I thought Scoot was a good prospect. Harper's just a little bit of a bigger version of him in a lot of ways. And, the pull-up jump shooting is still the question. I just do think, the one thing, too, about Scoot is it was hard to – G League Ignite was such a misleading thing. G League Ignite was a real pain. I'm not going to lie. For this being a year with no G League Ignite now, finally, the first year again without it, it's been a real solid experience. Now, of course, we do have some G League guys, Dink Pate being one of the most prominent from Mexico City. But I do think for Harper, being able to see him on the college stage was a lot easier from a development and evaluation standpoint than it was with Scoot. But I still think Scoot's a good player, so I don't want to, I think Scoot's going to be good. Not 3 more hours. No, 2 more hours. Curry says I'm going to go hoop. Good luck with the rest of the stream, Mr. Utility. Appreciate you, Curry. Thanks again for the super chats today. Eric says, I hope my Hornets pick Knueppel at 4. It's 100% between Edgecombe and Knueppel. If both were there at 4, what do we do? I think if they're both there, you'd probably take Edgecombe, but I don't think Edgecombe will be there for you. Aswin says, how accurate are the picks? I mean, I've got everything correct. If you want to look on the ticker there's the official draft order for you too. Seeing some love for Reese in the chat. No one has drip. It's all on NBA, Twitter, or YouTube. Okay. I mean, I was gonna say, if you wanted to tag me over on Twitter, I could see it. But yeah, it's okay. Mavs are apparently targeting CP3, D'Lo. Yeah, CP3 is another good option. I think CP3 is probably the best option of those. Otherwise, going like someone like Bruce Brown could work, but I don't know. We'll see. If Ace is only good, who do you see as an all-star in this generational draft class? Well, I haven't called the draft class generational. I think it's a very good draft class. I don't really believe in the word generational too much, but Cooper Flagg's good. Cooper Flagg's an all-star bet, no doubt. Like, he'll for sure be an all-star. Dylan Harper likely could be an all-star. Derek Queen possibly could be an all-star. And then Jeremiah Fears and Trey Johnson could both maybe be all-stars. Malawatch probably doesn't make the all-star game, but might have an all-star impact. Those are the 6 guys that I have deemed as semi-realistic all-star value bets in this draft. And again, if you look at the top of the bar being the 100th percentile outcome, I'm kind of betting against Trey Johnson being a multi-time all-star. I'm betting against Jeremiah Fears being that probably. Malawatch probably doesn't make it. So you're looking at 3 guys that I'm kind of confident could be all-stars, and they're at the very top of my board. Reese, do not do that, please, buddy. Fred here says, hey, Sheldon, could you give me a couple of options of what you think would be like if my Magic traded the 25th pick to the Sacramento Kings? It would be 25 and salary for either one of Malik Monk, which would be awesome for Orlando. That would be so good. Or Devin Carter, which would also be really good, who, the Kings spent a lottery pick on last year. So Shadow here says, and for the first overall pick of the NBA draft, the Dallas Mavericks take Ace. That would be a great way for me to cry today. Slam Dunk says, your biggest accomplishment from this whole draft process was to talk me into Thero being a lottery pick. Congrats. The thing is, he won't be a lottery pick, but I value him as one. So Baba Sola says, what are your overall thoughts on Dink Pate, by the way? I mean, there's definitely some talent there. He came in at number 52 on my final big board. I like his size, length, and athleticism. I just don't know if the shot making is good enough to warrant his play style. And I think that's the biggest concern, especially with how competitive the NBA is today. It's just very challenging to see him working out at that level. WCO says, can you put a clock on the screen to count down? It's just 2 hours and 10 minutes. It's just 8 p.m. Eastern time. So take whatever time it is right now, add 2 hours to it. That's the time to watch for. Nathan here says, what picks would Nets trade? 19 and 27 for 10 probably. Yes, I do videos during the regular season. I do scouting deep dives, breakdowns. I do, breakdowns on a variety of stuff. I talk about trade guides, pretty much everything you could need. Here we go. Win, thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Brooklyn actually now has 5 first-round picks, Paul. They have picks 8, 19, 22, 26, and 27. So 5 first-round picks. That is 1/6 of the entire first round. They will definitely trade up or trade out, but I think trading up is the more likely outcome. Thoughts on Vlad Golden to the Lakers? Welcome everyone to the stream. Almost 700 people watching live right now. I would like Vlad Golden for the Lakers. Good, big screen setting, big. Kind of similar to Nikola Pekovic a little bit with his hands, screen setting, rolling. A slower big man, but a presence inside for sure, which I don't mind. Hedge here says, I hope the Spurs can somehow get Queen. Also, love the content. Appreciate you, Hedge. Spoonfed says, spent the whole day with Sheldon pre-draft. You're a tank man. My throat, I swear, is starting to give out here a little bit. Almost 5 hours straight of talking. It gets to you pretty fast. Aswin here says, if I had to bet and select 5 players, which ones should I go for? In which way? I guess I'm confused what your point is here on what you're betting on, I guess. Rebel says, who's your most underrated draft prospect that you wouldn't be surprised if they move up? That I wouldn't be surprised if they move up. I mean, if some team does like Thero's one of the most underrated prospects in this entire draft to me. If some teams all of a sudden at 18 really likes him and drafts him before everyone else is expecting, it wouldn't shock me. Richie Rich, thanks for hopping in the stream, says, hey, birthday boy, was there any trades while I was at work today? No big trades today. Now, there is a couple things that happened. Fred Van Vleet and the Rockets came to a 2-year, $50 million extension number, and they declined his team option, which was pretty good for Houston, saved them a lot of short-term money, and they're probably going to be able to stay below the luxury tax. And then for for the other move, it was Shams had just reported John Collins opted into his player option. So those are the two things that happened. For me with Hugo, the reason I have Hugo this low at number 38 is just questions about the shot. I love everything about him as a prospect. I think solid athleticism, really good connectivity, solid feel. Just pretty lacking as a shooter. You know, if you believe in the shooting upside, which I don't, if you believe in the shooting upside, you can definitely justify top 15. But I just like other prospects a little bit more than him. I think there's more value across the board. If the shot develops, I will be wrong about Hugo. So, and I'm willing to live with that, right? Like I'm taking kind of an educated guess here on what his career trajectory pans out. When do Walter Clayton and Danny Wolf get drafted? I feel like they're going earlier than most mocks. I think Danny Wolf will go anywhere between 16 and 22, and I think Walter Clayton, his range stems anywhere from 18 to 24 on draft night here. Big Al says, like the stream, everybody, it's easy to do. Oh, like which number should I put the money on? Top 5, you know. I mean, if you want, I wonder what the odds are on Cooper Flagg right now going first overall. If you could make that bet, it's easy money. Sam Dunk says, have you applied to an NBA scouting staff yet? I have links with the Wizards Euro Scout. If you're interested, hit me up. Yeah, Slam Dunk. Let me tweet at me here and I'll follow you quick, and then you can DM me. Send me some of that stuff. My cat is being an absolute pain right now, by the way. Look at him. What are you doing, buddy? Why is he being so what is wrong with you right now? My cat is just being ridiculous. I just talked about Hugo. I just talked about him. So hopefully you were able to catch that. Makai here says, what do you think about Nikola Topic from the previous draft class? Hold on once. My cat's being a little bit of a pain. I'll be back in 1 sec. All right, I'm back, and we are going to try and use the glass here, and I want to see how this goes for me. This is brand new. I got this today, by the way, from my fiance for my birthday. So we are going to try and make this work. It is a dry erase clear whiteboard, which is epic, and I asked for this specifically so that I could try and do stuff on the channel like this. So just to showcase for like a guy like Derek Queen, why I'm so high on him. Hopefully you're able to see that. Let me, okay, yeah, you can kind of. Let me, here, I need to go to full screen. There we go. How is that? Okay, you're gonna be able to see this pretty good. So right here, like one of the things I really love about Queen, Queen's gonna be our 5-man, okay? So this is where Derek Queen is. This is delay action, right? You're going to have your 5-out spacing like this. And this is where Derek Queen's going to bring real dynamism to a team. And this is why he ends up so high on my big board this year. Because when the ball's here, right, point guard's got the basketball, you start a ball reversal. Now you've got options here, right? You might get a cut through. You might get like a little screen and replace here on this side. And then what you have now with Derek Queen having the basketball, you've got a mismatch if he's the 5. You're going to have a 5X guarding him. This is a center. So if you're facing Toronto, for example, this is Jakob Poeltl. If you're facing, the Lakers, it's Jackson Hayes. If you're facing the Timberwolves, it's Rudy Gobert, right? And first of all, if the shooting develops, then you're forcing guys to close out on him and stay close to him on the perimeter. But now from here, you have options. And this is where his dynamism with the ball in his hands separates him as a draft prospect for me compared to others, because here he can maybe flow into a dribble handoff toward the 2. And if you have a good shooter here, like let's just say he ends up with San Antonio tonight, right? And this is maybe Devin Vassell, or this is De'Aaron Fox coming off of a ball screen, right? Or coming off of a handoff. Now you have someone who's super dynamic downhill. Let's say it's Fox getting downhill. All of a sudden, the big man, the 5X, is now stepping here in front. And this is where Queen's ability to play short roll, catch in the middle of the floor right here, and then make a connective pass. So if your low man help here steps up, he's able to make that connective pass to the corner. Or if you want to look at it another way of like, oh, maybe this low man doesn't help and he stays low, then you're looking at a driving lane here for one of the more dexterous players in the draft, one of the more coordinated big men in the draft. And that's why, like, very easily you can imagine him in dribble handoffs finding a ton of success early in his career because he's skilled. And you get him the ball into space, you put bigs into binds like this where you flow into dribble handoffs, you force switches, force mismatches, all of that stuff ages pretty well, I'm sure, for whichever team gets Derek Queen, which is what one of my favorite things about him playing in delay action, especially off the top of the key, is you can flow into DHOs really easily. That's where he'd be a great fit with a team like Brooklyn. As an example, if the Nets get Jeremiah Fears tonight and move back up and get Derek Queen, that's a really great pairing together. But then there's a few other ways that you could look to use him, right? And this is where, let's say he's playing the 4 for you. So let's say he lands with San Antonio. Let's say he lands with Washington somehow where he's next to Sar. If he's your 4-man and he's getting guarded by other 4s, so whether it's a Siakam or a Tatum when he's back healthy, obviously, OG Anunoby I actually think matches up pretty good with Queen. But, across the league, even 4s, especially in the East, they're a little bit lighter, quicker. And in the West, like, you're going to have a speed mismatch against some of them. Like, Queen is a post-up with Sar playing in delay. So let's say you're going delay action still, and you have your 3-2, somehow your 1's in the corner, whatever. It doesn't matter these other numbers. We're really focusing on, this is Alex Sar here as the 5, okay? And this is DQ. This is Derek Queen up here, okay? With this in mind, okay, as we get the ball here, we're going to go feed post up. This is where things become really dynamic, because if Alex Sar continues developing as a shooter, or if this is Victor Wembanyama as well, right? This could be Victor, right? Our center is going to, like, 5X is now guarding here. 5X is going to be your best rim protector. And if you have a smaller 4X guarding Queen, this is where his post-up ability as a big next to another big becomes so fascinating, because if the 5X wants to cheat down, in delay action, you just have a wide open catch and shoot 3. This is what's been so devastating for Milwaukee offensively over the years, because you've had, of course, Giannis Antetokounmpo, one of the best downhill forces in the league, but then you have Brook Lopez, another big man who can post up. So if you put a small on him, you just feed Brook Lopez the ball down low because he's big. His skill set, especially early in his career with the New Jersey Nets, was back to the basket centric. Or you look at him being able to stretch it out. So if they do have a 5-man on him, he's going to stand out on the perimeter and shoot some deep threes. And this is where, if you have Alex Sar, you have a Victor Wembanyama, and you build Derek Queen in as your 4, you've got a post-up option here where all of a sudden it's really hard to help in, because you might try and dig in here off of your 3. It's just an easy kick out, maybe relocation down into the corner, or maybe a slight lift up to the a little bit higher up above the break. This is where Queen's passing especially stands out to me, because with him being a mismatch nightmare against certain teams, whether it was in that delay action as him as the 5 with the drive options, or in short roll, or posting up smaller 4s like a Siakam, where he's going to have a pretty significant weight advantage and a strength advantage. This is where his coordination, functionality as a back-to-the-basket player, drive game all makes him so dynamic, because he can play face-up, he can play back to the basket, he can play short roll, he can play, straight-up isolation drive. All of that stuff is why I ultimately have him at number 3, which is why I'm so excited about him long-term, really. Here, Why So Serious says, what player do you think will be taken as the biggest reach? I do think the biggest reach will be Yegor Demin. That's what I believe. Do I believe in the rigging of the draft? No, I do not think so. John Collins picked up his player option, yes. The cat does have zoomies. He gets zoomies pretty consistently. Oh, yeah, it's mirrored. I know. It's I didn't think of the reflection. I'm going to have to figure out a lighting situation to solve that. I do think, let me check something quick. If I send light, let me try that again. If I send light through this way, that might help with the glare. I don't know. We'll figure out ways to make it work. This is, of course, my first time using it, so I'm trying to prop it up so that the reflection here is showing my stream. It's showing you my camera again, so or it's showing you my screen. So that's great. I'm glad that everyone's able to see. Here, Big Al saying I'm high on Queen also. Big J saying Coach GM Sheldon. So here's another. You want to go through another thing with Queen, and this is something he did actually a decent amount at Maryland. And I want to point to, this is a play that the Minnesota Timberwolves used to run when they had Rudy Gobert, Karl Anthony Towns together. Okay. So this is, again, your going to set it up. They had Mike Conley dribbling the basketball. So here's Conley with the ball. You've got Cat right here, and you've got Rudy right here on this side. Okay, and then over here, they flattened out to the corners. So you'd have this horns look. This is what you call horns, okay? And the horns is right here. These are your two horns guys. Cat would set up and set a ball screen, a lifted ball screen for Conley. Conley, who's left-handed, would go to his left. They would typically put like someone like Edwards. Sometimes Edwards would have the ball, but you put Edwards over here, somewhere where, you know, whoever's guarding Edwards is not going to want to leave him, right? They're going to stay pretty committed to him defensively. With this now, this is where this becomes a cheat code. Cat would pop on this, right? So you're not going to want to switch a Conley Cat screen. Like you're not going to ask a big to switch onto Conley and a guard to switch onto Cat. So when Cat catches the ball here now after this swing and pop, Cat is now coming into a Rudy flow. This is 45. This is where 45 action exists. All that is your 4-man, your power forward, is getting a screen from your 5. Okay, that's all 45 is. 45 is power forward ball handling, 5-man screening. And in the case of the Minnesota Timberwolves, this is Horns flare, because Rudy would flare Cat open. And whether or not he caught on this initial, like sometimes they would catch it right here before the screen and it would go into a ball screen, or sometimes Rudy would step up and set the screen prematurely so that Cat could long flare. Again, that's where the flare comes from. And they would throw it over the top of the defense, and then it forces this guy to either step up, which would give Edwards an open corner 3, or you'd get a Cat catch and shoot 3 or a catch and drive into the gap here. And this is, again, really simple basketball. But this is something where like Queen next to another center gives you significant mismatch nightmares that other teams just won't be able to deal with. Jaden here asks, Queen, Murray Boyles, or Senge at the for the Suns at 10, considering Maluach doesn't fall. I like Queen the most for them. I think it gives them versatility to play with a few different guys. You know, you could play Nick Richards at the center spot still. I think having more size in the front court would help, you know, kind of erase some of the deficits they have in terms of having a smaller backcourt with Devin Booker and Jalen Green, for example. And, you know, we'll see what happens with Beal tonight. But, you know, I think that's one of the things about the functionality here for a guy like Queen, and one of the things I like the most about him. And while we're on the topic of functionality, MJU, thank you so much. Says, happy birthday, big dog. Thanks for the streams. Appreciate you big time. Alfred says, using the clear board is genius. Keep it up. Yeah, this was like the biggest thing I wanted for my birthday this year was this, so that I could cover cover different things. I'm going to use this in a bunch of videos. So you're going to start seeing this guy around quite a bit, which I'm excited for, because I think it's going to be a super useful tool. It already is, and I'm just learning how to best use it now. Slam here says, I've heard people at the combine that Queen's shooting mechanics seem to have a hitch, not encouraging. I mean, hitches. So here's the thing about hitches, like it's all relative. Like shooting mechanics are not an exact science. People act like they are. It's not. You know, for example, when the Wizards drafted Johnny Davis, they tried to reteach him how to shoot, and he became a worse shooter. You know, there's a lot of things that don't exactly work out when people get involved. Tape some paper. Oh yeah, like down. Well, if I tape paper, the issue is it's gonna not be see-through anymore. What I might have to do, honestly, is I don't know. I just have to figure out lighting, because I think if I like with certain angles, like you can tell it doesn't reflect as much, as because I have lighting from my screen here. So I just need to figure out a way to get lighting probably coming back through the backside here. But I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out. Welcome everyone to the stream. Is there a dark mode? So I'm not even on YouTube technically right here. Let me see though. Maybe there is a dark mode on the website I'm using. I'm streaming on YouTube, but my streaming service is StreamYard. Whose squiggly line says Elite TV? Looking like Jokic calling plays. Adam Morgan says, "Are you concerned about Queen's defense?" Kind of, but I think this is a great question too, and this is something we can go back to the board with and explain why. Again, as you probably can tell from the content over the last year or so plus, I'm super big on tall ball. I think playing two big men together is an absolute cheat code. And we're just going to go through why. Let's say you're facing the Los Angeles Lakers, right? And you've got Luka Doncic here, you've got LeBron James over here, you've got Dorian Finney-Smith in the corner, You've got Rui in the other corner, and then you've got their center. We're just going to name him Jackson Hayes for now. They'll have a different one this year probably. But, this is the Lakers alignment right here, right? No Austin Reeves in the game at this point. You've got LeBron and Luka playing off of the slots from each other, and Jackson Hayes is kind of your dedicated screener, right? This is like delay, or you can put him in the middle of the floor or something like this. And if you're guarding here, so let's say now let's say we're the Wizards again, okay? We've got Alex Sarr guarding Jackson Hayes. We've got, and this is why I don't think this is that problematic, we've got Derek Queen guarding Dorian Finney-Smith, someone who you're going to put Queen on non-dynamic wings and forwards, okay? You've got over here, we're going to put Koulibaly on Luka. We're going to put Bub Carrington on we're going to put Bub Carrington here, and then for our last one, we'll just put Keyshawn George, right? It doesn't matter. We're mostly talking about the bigs and the relationship between the two of them. When Jackson Hayes comes to screen here, if you only have one big man, the one thing that's scary, if you only have one big man on the court, you don't want to aggressively blitz ball screens against a Luka Doncic because of how good he is at passing. I totally understand that. But when you have Alex Sarr and Derek Queen on the floor, you can actually effectively blitz this as Luka comes over the top. You're going to send two guys at him right here in the middle of the floor. And while Luka is the best passer in the world, arguably, and can make this pass over the top of the defense, what it allows you to do is as Jackson Hayes slip rolls to the rim, you can use Derek Queen as another center helper to rotate. And then from there, as Luka throws this pass, your rotations send Keyshawn George to the corner, and you're sending probably Alex Sarr over to LeBron. And you might say, okay, well, then now that's a mismatch. Yes, but now you have Derek Queen guarding Jackson Hayes. So let's say Jackson Hayes goes down to the dunker spot after this. You've got Derek Queen as your help man already at the rim, which is why having two big men is a cheat code, because you protect this spot of the court so much more effectively while also being able to aggressively play out here on the perimeter way more. This is something Oklahoma, especially if you watch Oklahoma City back this year, and this is something OKC is such a special defense because they can do this with small guys because they have guys who are scrappy like Caruso. Cason Wallace just seems to get his hands on everything. He's literally got magnet hands and claw hands. Like, having players who can cover ground, protect the rim for you is a cheat code. And when the Thunder have Chet Holmgren and Isaiah Hartenstein, the two of them protect each other, whether they're getting attacked in ball screens and functioning as an extra helper. And I think for the Wizards or for the Spurs, like, obviously, if you're the Spurs, you have this super size. You're not asking Alex Sarr. You're asking Victor Wembanyama, who's going to be a top 5 player in the world next year, to do all of this. He's the best shot blocker in the league already. Like, my goodness. Like, you can see why I'm so high on it, because it's just exciting. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's a good idea. Hold on. Let's just see here real quick. I'm going to try and use this quick to see how this will work. If I go like this, oh, it still reflects even through the white paper, which is weird. I don't know. We will definitely play around with it. Penn City, thanks for the ideas though. I'm sure that I'll be able to get it to work. I might have to adjust my lighting in here for videos that I use this, but we're working on for now. Zepia says Queen can't shoot threes. Not yet, but he's an elite mid-range shooter. So, Joel Embiid doesn't really shoot many threes. Baba Sola says thoughts on Jalen Williams as a stretch 4 and small 5 option for the Clippers. I do like Jalen Williams defensively, like in terms of stepping in, taking charges, some versatility, comfortability out on the perimeter a bit. I would love him for the Clippers. I just don't think the Thunder are going to be dumping him. Texan by Nature 88 says, what's your thoughts on Murray Boyles? So in my last mock draft, I had him go to the Atlanta Hawks. And this is where, again, understanding scheme and stuff is really important. Let's say, so now the Hawks have Porzingis, right? So Porzingis is going to predominantly probably hover around the top of the key. This is where Porzingis likes to be. He doesn't want to be in the corners. It's very similar to Cat. We're going to put Porzingis off the wing as a trail big, okay? We've got Trae Young in the middle of the floor. We've got, let's just say we got CMB in the corner. Let's say they drafted CMB, right, at 13 tonight. You got Risa Shea in this corner. And you've got over here, let's just put Dyson. This is where having Trae Young is an absolute cheat code, because you can go ram action. This is something that Quinn Snyder does decently well. Ram action is you have a guy go set a screen for your screener. So CMB gets a screen from Dyson. What that does is it now flattens out the back line of the defense. Dyson's now standing here in this corner. And as CMB comes up to screen, as you can imagine, X4, the guy guarding, CMB and the guy defending Trae Young, X1, as Trae Young comes off of this ball screen, it's Trae Young. You're going to be scared of him shooting. You're going to try and commit to him. So you get a lot of blitzing. And this is something the Hawks already do a really good job of exploiting with Jalen Johnson. Getting CMB gives you another connective player who's different than Jalen. He's not as athletic, not as physically imposing as a rim finisher, but has some very good playmaking tools like Jalen Johnson to build off of and improve upon. So as CMB short rolls this, Trae Young's ability to throw any kind of pass, pocket pass, over the top, he's really creative with his passing angles. As soon as you catch the ball in the middle of the floor here as CMB, it puts a pressure on the defense. The guy guarding Dyson Daniels, X2, or the guy guarding Reece Shea, X3, or the X5 here who's guarding out on the wing. One of these three guys has to step, because if you don't, well, it's a rim run for Colin Murray-Boyles. So one of these guys steps. It's probably something like this, because you probably don't want to help off the strong side. Then your X5 might be dropping. But the one thing with having a stretch 5 and the cheat code of this, when you have a stretch 5 man, the fives are not used to rotating wing to corner. This is the traditional perimeter player rotation. This is atypical for most centers to rotate like. Like, can you actually picture, Nick Claxton continuously doing this? Like, probably not very well. And that's where you get open avenues, because if CMB catches the ball in here, he can spray to the corner, he can kick it back out this way. You get 3-on-2 opportunities out of short roll. And that's why, again, in a lot of my mock drafts, I talk about short roll. I talk about that as a huge value for CMB. It's because you get functional advantages like this very consistently and very quickly. So Brandon said it would be sick if you had a drop pad that just overlaid it in big red or yellow font over your camera. So yeah, I need to figure some stuff like that too. Jay says, oh, sweet, searched it up. StreamYard offers dark mode. You log in, click my account, and in account settings. Let me see here. I'm going to see if I can figure that out, because that would be nice. I will play around with it. Something to experiment with off stream. Yeah, I think that's the best idea. Empty Forest says, what are your thoughts on Nick Clifford? Nick Clifford's a talented player. So he's, as you can tell too, I kind of gravitate towards the guys who give strategic X's and O's upgrade value into your lineup. Like, we'll talk about Knueppel here in a little bit, and Maluach, and what we saw a lot from Duke this past year. But I think when it comes to Clifford, he's more of kind of a Jimmy and Joe kind of player, where he's just got a lot of skill. He's really worked on honing his game from where he was at early in his college career for Colorado to where he is now. He started to really show out for Colorado State. They, of course, gave him a lot of opportunities there with Medved. I think Clifford, you're looking at a dribble, pass, shoot forward prospect that has some real value, and it's hard to bet against those guys. He's not going to be your X's and O's schematic advantage creator, but he's going to be hey, I can knock down pull-up jump shots. I can get to the middle of the floor, make the right read. He's a read and react player, and that's benefit. The more read and react players you have, the less of this you have to do, the less scheming you have to do. And then when you have read and react players and you scheme, you become unguardable. I think that's a great example of Indiana, where Rick Carlisle would draw up certain plays, and then the Pacers would play out of that advantage, where you get them into a little bit of a wiggle room of space, and you have a super smart player at point guard in Halliburton. You have a smart forward in Siakam. You have other smart pieces around him. Neesmith, who's a movement shooter, catch and shoot guy. You've got Nembhard, who can take advantage of isolation, but also can play within the flow of an offense. Miles Turner's kind of your spacing cheat code. We talked about that with Sarr and how that can pull out X5s pretty consistently. Like, the Pacers are a great example of how having smart players and advantage at the same time is almost unguardable. Nick Clifford could be a guy who, if he lands into a system with good play calling, like Miami, for example, like Minnesota, when they do call plays, which is very rare. Chris Finch is actually one of the coaches who calls the least amount of plays in the league. But when they do, they're effective. I think there's a lot that Nick Clifford could provide to a team context without and with play design. So let's see here. Jeremiah Fears will be the surprise of the draft, says Kobe. This is one thing for Fears. One thing I want to see him do more is relocate without the ball, be a little bit more active. I think if he lands in Brooklyn, like I'm projecting tonight, then that will really trigger him into finding more success. Empty here talking about seems like a good connective piece. Yeah, for Clifford for sure. Like I think there's a lot to like about that. So Yeah, Dylan, I've looked into this too. If you guys ever want to look for that kind of stuff, or if you ever come across something like that, let me know, please. I've been searching for that for about 3 years. So, Chris, I'm going to order that pizza here in the next probably like 20 minutes or so. I'm planning on having it ready for the draft for me. Mud Dog here says, how would you compare the offensive games of Ace Bailey and GG Jackson? Comparable processing, but Ace Bailey's just better. This is the one thing too. I think you look at as much as you want to, as much as you want to go through the process and categorize players, and you get into player archetypes and prototypes, and how does this guy fit this? How does this guy fit that archetype? Like at the end of the day, there's still qualitative differences between players. Like, for example, two guys who play a very similar style of basketball, for example, we're going to do, let's just say, Nick Claxton and Jackson Hayes, right? They're both screen dive big men, both athletic presences at the rim. One of them is clearly better than the other. And that's the thing you need to remember. It's not just for centers where it's sometimes a little bit more obvious. It's for every position. It's the Trey Mans of the world. And the Trey Man's not really one to, I kind of take that back. I don't want to say Trey Man. Trey Man's pretty solid. I want to point to Nick Smith Jr. That's the Hornets guard I meant to mention. Nick Smith Jr. was a guard that I faded in his draft class because he's just not talented enough. And that's the thing is, like, if you're drafting someone to score the ball, like, they have to be so good to warrant touches and opportunity to score the ball. And that's the one thing in the NBA you have to do. Like, that's the most important part of scouting, in my opinion, is differentiating that line of, like, who's really good, and who's just not good enough. And GG Jackson for me was a guy who was just not good enough on where he was drafted, kind of proved that. And I don't think he's going to have a lot of opportunity going forward in his career, unfortunately. Ace Bailey's going to get opportunity because he's going to be a top 10 pick. So, and he deserves to be because he's a better player than GG Jackson is. This is a great question, though, Mud Dog. This is a really good question. I'm glad you asked this. I noticed Behringer rising a lot in mock drafts. Why is that? I measured in 6'11" without shoes on at his combine. I thought it was an impressive measurement. I think it stood out to GMs and executives as well. Brontishek, who's been watching the channel for a long while, says Queen is now a betting favorite for the Pelicans at 7. Is that true? I have not seen that. Let me go over to Twitter, though, and see. Have you guys tag me in that if that's legit? I have not seen that. Appreciate you guys big time. Oh wow, yeah. Oh, here's the let me pull this up on stream. There's the Jeremiah Fears draft fit from Ryan Hammer. That is tough. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty sweet. Wow, that is definitely impressive for sure. That's an impressive fit for Jeremiah Fears. One more prospect I do want to talk about here. Graham, welcome to the stream, says, hi, Sheldon, when is the draft? AEST, hoping the Spurs go with Harper. Pumped to see how this plays out. I wonder if the Mavericks go for Flagg with a emote there. Happy birthday and happy Flagg Day. Appreciate you big time, Graham. Thank you for continuing to be a member here on the channel. The draft is just an hour and a half away. It is 8 p.m. Eastern time. So we are just an hour and a half away. Coming up very, very soon here. How do I think Cooper will work? This is another great question. So let's talk about the Duke Blue Devils in general. Okay, this is one of the things too. When people talk about spacing, and this is something that's really important to me. To win in the NBA, you have to have good spacing. That doesn't mean your center needs to be able to shoot. It doesn't mean that everyone on your roster needs to be able to shoot. The Warriors are great examples of this. Now, of course, they have a cheat code because they have Steph Curry, but Duke is a great example. Common Maluach had 147.3 offensive rating this past year. 147.3, okay, which is insane. Let me go back here to this. Okay, so Maluach was dominant all year long for them, and he thrived in a variety of roles, okay? This first one is the super obvious one. This is, again, we're going to go to 45 action. Here's Cooper Flagg, number 4. And we're going to have the 5 be Kaman Maluach. Here you'd have Proctor in the corner, Knueppel in a corner, and, Mason Gillis or, Isaiah Evans, somebody over here on the wing. It doesn't really matter who. Like, you're basically, what you're trying to do is you're trying to flatten out the defense and get wide so that you have this, like, you're using the middle third of the court, okay, within those dash lines. That's where you're trying to have this pick and roll run. So Maluach is going to set the ball screen toward the middle. That way Cooper Flagg can get downhill. And one of the advantages Duke had was physical advantages over everyone else in college basketball, because you have a 7'2" center who is an elite screen setter, freeing up arguably the best athlete in all of college basketball in Cooper Flagg going downhill. You can see very quickly why this would be a successful pattern, especially when you have good shooters like Sion James and Con Knueppel and Tyrese Proctor spreading the floor. You have a lot of space. You have two huge bodies going to the rim, and this is where, like Cooper, this is something the Mavericks are going to be able to do, but they're probably not going to be able to do it as well because Cooper Flagg isn't going to be the 4. Okay. And this is where the Mavericks have a little bit of offensive complication long term, because you're looking at when we drop the Mavericks offense specifically with the way that we're going to try and factor in. Now, things could be definitely different for J Kidd here because he has a whole offseason now, but we're going to factor in the way the Mavericks have been playing. They're playing with that spread slot offense with your 1 here, your 2 out wide. We're going to make this the 3, though, okay? We're going to make Cooper Flagg the 1, okay? Cooper Flagg's our point guard here as the 3. We got a 1 in the corner. And now this is where things are complicated, because what you might want to do is actually use Anthony Davis as your middle screener, and you might want to put Daniel Gafford in the dunker, or Derek Lively, right? Your 5 in the dunker. And now your spacing here is a little bit different, but there's still some really good stuff that can happen. The spacing is a tad bit different than what we just saw with Duke, right? Instead of having a guy in the corner, we've got a guy in the dunker. And you might say, okay, well, that messes up the spacing in the paint a little bit. It does, but it also opens up other spacing. So as Anthony Davis goes to screen for Cooper Flagg here, this is, again, just idealized basketball. Cooper Flagg's going to come off of this. Now, teams might try and switch this. They might try and blitz it. Now, the thing is, you're probably not going to want to blitz off of Anthony Davis in the middle of the floor. So more than likely, you're either going to see a switch or drop. That's probably the outcomes, which is why Flagg still needs to develop a pull-up jump shot to a reliable level. That's neither here nor there. He'll get there. He'll be fine, okay? Now, with this is where understanding how team defenses guard. If you're facing Oklahoma City, for example, if you have someone guarding, let's say the 2 is Kyrie Irving, or, when he's back healthy, or if the 2 is Max Christie, right? This is where you're going to see gap help or nail help, where you're going to try and help around the free throw line on this drive in order to give time for the ex-defender to get through this ball screen. With this, the 2, the benefit of this spacing, you have relocation over here, okay? This relocation makes it harder to help, because now that instead of having a guy in the corner, you have a guy at the rim, which is opening up all of this space behind him. And if you do provide this kind of nail help and gap help here coming off of this ball screen, you're going to have a very easy kick for Cooper Flagg, who's already looking in that direction coming off the ball screen, over the top because of his positional size. This is why there's so much value in Cooper Flagg growing as a playmaker at his height. He's legitimately 6'8", 6'9" forward. So the point forward skills, the comparisons to, LeBron a little bit, the comparisons to Scottie Pippen, this is where you get to weaponize some of that. And guess what? If they do blitz you, you're having Anthony Davis catch in the middle of the floor, and then the guy who's guarding Daniel Gafford has to decide, okay, do I step up to Davis? And if so, Gafford's wide open for a backside lob. And you're starting to see how the Mavericks can still work some advantages here. Now, it's not necessarily in the same spacing context that we saw at Duke, but there's a lot of advantages that they can still uncover here. And for the Mavericks, too, they can actually copy some of what some of what Duke did with John Shire. I honestly think Jason Kidd should be studying a lot of what John Shire did this past year, especially when it comes to Malawach's presence alongside someone like Cooper Flagg. Something that Duke did really well. They would put Malawach as this wing guy. Okay, this is Kaman Malawach right here. And then they would put one of their forwards. Let's put Mason Gillis here right now, okay? They would set up in this kind of alignment, and then they would put Knueppel here in the dunker spot. This is Khan. And then Flagg's got the basketball up here, and you're putting like Sion James over here in the left corner, right? This is your spacing alignment. Now you might be saying, okay, this is really weird. We've got 2 guys standing near each other. We've got Khan in the dunker spot. What are we watching for? Flagg's got the basketball. The nice thing is, since he's able to shield the ball with his body very well, he's not going to turn the ball over here very frequently. He's safe and reliable with the basketball. This is where his development over the last 3 years in high school basketball is really important for him. Now you have Mason Gillis and Kaman Malawach going to set huge screens here. And Khan is coming off of a stagger. And the beautiful thing here for Khan is when he catches this, not only is he a good enough movement shooter to function this style. This is, by the way, Klay Thompson for the Mavericks. Seems pretty good, right? You have Klay Thompson coming off of a Lively and PJ screen. Are you starting to see how the math works here? Afterward, Gillis can fade out to the corner. And guess what? If Knueppel didn't have the shot and if Klay Thompson doesn't have the shot, this turns into a curl where they're going to turn this into the middle of the floor because that means their defender effectively chased them behind the screen. And with that, now you're in advantage toward the rim. And from there, Malawach would be doing this a ton. This is where Lively functions very similarly. He just straight rim runs. And now Lively's guy is, again, in between two. And you're looking at really easy lob opportunities or middle of the floor pull-up jump shots. And for Klay Thompson, if he's shooting a wide open free throw, you're going to take that 10 times out of 10 if you're the Mavericks offensively. So, for Cooper, there's a lot of functionality that he can bring to their offense just by being a ball handler, being someone who can initiate offense. He did this a ton for Knueppel, a ton. So that's where a lot of the value starts for them. Thank you, Smith, for the 2. Says, give me your picks to get fleeced tonight. 76ers for me. Appreciate you a ton. We'll see what happens. I think the Yegor Demon pick will be one that I'm not a fan of for whichever team drafts him. Yegor Demon's a solid player, definitely someone who is skilled, but I just don't know if the functional tools are good enough to justify him as a draft prospect in the top 10 or 12 picks in this year's draft, and that's where I do ultimately think he'll get picked. I think, Atlanta at 13 is probably his floor tonight, but yeah. Appreciate everyone for watching here so far tonight. Nice trip for Fierce for sure. Love the X's and O's education. Perry here says, as someone who has just recently gotten into the NBA and following players, how would you suggest getting into college ball and discovering college players? Perry, it's hard. I'm not going to lie to you. There's guys even that at times, I feel like I know everyone as best as I can. And there's still guys that sometimes slip through the cracks and you have to put in extra effort, try and find them. I think following people like myself, and not just me, like someone like Ryan Hammer, even though I don't always agree with, his assertions and things he believes, he covers the sport. So just finding people on Twitter that cover the sport, cover the league, cover college basketball. Wow, very interesting. New York Knicks are planning to interview New Orleans Pelicans associate coach James Borrego. It's an interesting bit of news there as well. So a little bit of shams. Rebel says, what are your go-to pizza toppings and wing flavors? I'm a big bacon steak guy. I like chicken, Alfredo. I like buffalo. And wing flavors, man. Well, first of all, I'm dousing those things in ranch. I like Parmesan garlic. It's pretty good. You can't go wrong with lemon pepper, of course. And buffalo. I mean, buffalo is just a solid one. From Buffalo Wild Wings, my fiance really likes Asian zing, so I mess with that every once in a while still. Chris said, Coach Sheldon, appreciate you, Chris. Yep, Big Al saying lemon pepper here. Rachel says, Fear still got nothing. Grady Dick had the vibes, man. Rebel says, great insight, Coach. How do you think Harper will work with the Spurs offense? So it's funny, actually, I have a full-on breakdown on this. So I show examples of how the Spurs used Wemby with Chris Paul. That's actually up on the channel, a full breakdown on how I think Harper will fit. There's a lot of things that they can do. A lot of it starts and kind of stems from the short roll and high ball screens. But I think there's a lot more creativity you can have than that too when it comes to playing off the ball, flowing into actions, all that. So let's go sports here trying to troll me. He says, breaking news, according to source Sham Sharania, the Mavericks have traded the first pick in the year's draft to the Bulls for Josh Giddey and 7 protected first-round picks. Could you imagine how crazy that would be? Don't spam. Thank you to everyone watching here today. Yes, you are correct. Says waiting for your Nets Suns trade. Bailey and Fears. We'll see what happens, man. The Nets are in a position to strike potentially tonight. We'll see how they go about it, but appreciate you a ton. Glad you've been enjoying the content here, my man. And thanks all again for the support. Really do appreciate you guys a ton. Trying to give my boy Sheldon a heart attack. Eric says, can the Spurs make it work with Harper in the starting lineup with Fox and Castle? I do think that would work. Otherwise, the worst case, I think you play all three of them off of each other, where you have 2 of them on the court pretty much at all times when they're all healthy. I talked about this earlier, but you have 96 minutes of guard play per game. That is, 48 minutes of point guard play, 48 minutes of shooting guard play. And if you want to play all 3 of them 32 minutes a game, that's 96 minutes as well. So they can all definitely play. They don't all have to start. Preferably you'd have them all close. And I think with Harper and Castle's size, you can definitely make that work The question is the 3-point shooting. I think that will stem mostly from Castle's development. I think Harper's a fine shooter. If Castle takes strides forward as a shooter, everything will work just perfectly fine there. Again, I have that video up on the channel. I definitely recommend checking that out. Just for those who are curious, let me find the video itself, just so you guys can see what the thumbnail is. Where is it? Here we go. This is the video right here. Okay, scouting report. Notice that as well, by the way. I don't make any money on the actual breakdowns because Rutgers hates me. Joe wants to know who I'm predicting to the Hornets. Sorry, I haven't seen any other videos. No worries, Joe. Appreciate you for being in here tonight. Thank you all for stopping in. I am predicting Knueppel to the Hornets. We'll go back over to my mock draft. But before that, real quick, we will showcase how many subs we're at. 34,279. You guys are absolutely awesome. Yes, you are correct. Says tuning in from Sweden. Appreciate you being in here, my man. Absolute legend for stopping in. Love having all these awesome viewers from all over the world. Many from Europe, some from Africa, some from Asia, some from the Philippines. Just some awesome people. So glad you all are able to stop in today. Graham here says, do you think the Sixers go for Edgecombe or try to move down to not overpay for a player who fits their roster better? Let's run through my final mock draft again. This is, again, what I fully think will happen tonight. There have been no trades. There have been no moves today that have shocked me or surprised me or made me want to change any of this. So this is still valid with how I feel about the draft going in tonight, what I expect to happen. I feel very strongly about my top 9. I feel very good about my overall mock draft as a whole. First overall, I have the Mavericks selecting forward Cooper Flagg out of Duke, of course. We just talked about how he fits, some of the ways that Dallas could look to use him in their spacing, and especially with dunker spot sitters and the value of Flagg's passing and size with that in mind. The Spurs at taking Dylan Harper at 2. This is, again, another no-brainer. It's not as obvious as Cooper Flagg at 1, but it's still obvious. This is a pick that the Spurs need to make. This is a selection that makes their team a lot better. You look at the best teams in the league. Look at what Indiana just did. They had 3 ball handlers. They had Nembhard, Halliburton, McConnell. They toggled between the 3 of them all throughout the course of the game. Played multiple of them together. I'm sorry, but if Andrew Nembhard and TJ McConnell can coexist together from a shooting standpoint, you can definitely make Dylan Harper, Stephon Castle, and De'Aaron Fox work together. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt. At number 3, VJ Edgecombe. I do think the Sixers, to answer your question, Graham, ultimately stick here and pick. And would be very happy with Edgecombe as the selection. At number 4, Knueppel goes to Charlotte. I just think this is another guy who's really functional, gives you ways to channel certain things into your offense. You saw me earlier talk about Khan coming off of stagger screens. If you're looking to open up the paint, encourage more driving lanes, you can have Mark Williams setting off-ball screens for Knueppel. It engages the X5 trying to defend out on the perimeter, helping out, hedging some of those off-ball screens. And it forces defenses to be active, especially when you have a 5-man screening for a guard. It's hard to want to switch those matchups across the league. And as a result of that, Charlotte gets a little bit more functionality into their offense for a creative head coach in Charles Lee, who I definitely think will want to have more 3-point shooting on his roster. The Jazz here, first decision for Austin Ainge. They go out and get a shooter. He comes again from that Boston tenure, as does Charles Lee, of course, was hired from as a former assistant for Boston when they won the championship. Then Austin Ainge was a part of that championship run as well as an assistant GM. Now gets the president job in Utah, and he uses his first pick on a guy who can really fill it up from behind the 3-point line. One of the most effective, efficient 3-point shooters in the draft this year. Super good player. Makes a lot of sense for Utah. Washington at 6. Ace Bailey falls to them ultimately. They're able to grab him here. Just a reminder, this is up on my Substack. Link is in the description for that, as well as the link to merch, link to the Twitter, and link to the Discord. Make sure to join that as well if you want to be a part of more basketball conversations like this. So Bailey at 6 out of Washington, or for Washington, excuse me. This is the second example in 2 years of a top prospect forcing his way to DC. He was able to, last year they were able to land Alex Sarr at number 2, despite being many people's number 1 prospect in the draft. I think it worked out okay for Atlanta. They're very happy with Zachary Reese-Sachet in his rookie season. But the sky's the ceiling here for Washington. Ace Bailey, of course, another super athletic two-way potential prospect who could have significant impact on both ends. Kind of still waiting for Alex Sarr to turn that corner in terms of his efficiency. But there's a lot to love about Sarr from a defensive impact, long-term, and the stretchability that we've already seen on display a bit as a rookie. New Orleans at 7, I have taken Kaman Maluach. I've been leaning towards center for them this entire process. And then the trade for Jordan Poole kind of cemented that not only for me, but for everybody, seemingly. A lot of people who are mocking Jeremiah Fears here at 7, who are mocking guards at 7 in general for New Orleans. I think they backed off of that now after the Jordan Poole trade. They brought in a point guard, and now instead the Pelicans could be looking at a big man in Kaman Maluach at this spot. Number 8, I have the Brooklyn Nets here. With Jeremiah Fears. I think this is a great landing spot for him. I think Jordi Fernandez's ability to scheme players into space, give them opportunities with the ball in their hands, and get them off the ball effectively and efficiently will not only challenge Fears to improve his game off the basketball, but will also put him into advantage more frequently on it, which would help him drastically compared to what he experienced at Oklahoma as the high load carrying go-to player as a reclassified freshman for the Sooners. Noah Senge here. Ratio Farm Alm lands with Toronto. This is a Masai Ujiri type of pick for sure. And then at 10, I have a trade here. The Suns ultimately get out of the second apron, are able to dump Bradley Beal, save a lot of money, get better in the process, and they move down from 10 to 19 and 27. The Nets move up for a big target, and they go draft Yegor Demon at number 10. 6'9" point guard. With some value as an off-the-catch player, if you want to kind of view him in that lens as kind of a bigger Joe Ingles, maybe a bit more athletic Joe Ingles. I do think, for me, Yegor Demon, pick 10 is quite high for him. I would not select him this high in the lottery. I probably wouldn't select him in the lottery at all, but if Brooklyn does it, you're clearly banking on the long-term upside. You're banking on growth and development, not only for the jump shot, but the handle. He has a lot of areas of his game that he still needs to functionally improve at to be a good player. But there is definitely a lot of intrigue here for sure. The draft here starts in an hour and 20 minutes at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Real Ruben says, fun question. If you were Atlanta's GM, what would you do first? I would draft Derek Queen if he makes it to me at that spot at 13. Your comp player for Yegor Demon if he finds a jumper. If he finds a jumper like Joe Ingles, that's what I think he can be. A player who is long like a forward, but can handle in the pick and roll a bit. That's kind of a comp. Maybe another one would be like an offensively slanted Dyson Dan. I know that's going to sound crazy, but they're both like bigger guards, like with playmaking feel. I don't know. I don't really love that. I don't really think there's like this super clear, obvious comparison for Yegor. And I think that's okay too, to be honest with you. Trevor says, will you actually show the live? I can't, so I would get copyright striked. Joe says, watching from Australia. Appreciate you, Joe. Funny enough, my uncle is Australian fully. He our family married my blood aunt, but he's an awesome person. So, okay, I'm going to delete that comment. All right, so let's just do that. I hopefully that is taken care of. I am so sorry, guys. I'm sitting there yapping. Flagg Rookie of the Year, or who you got underdog to win it? I definitely think Flagg wins Rookie of the Year as long as he's healthy. Appreciate everyone in here right now. The draft coverage by ESPN starts in about 20 minutes. So it's not the actual draft. The draft itself starts at 8 p.m. Eastern time, an hour and 20 minutes, but draft coverage starts at 7 on ESPN. So Trevor, you can watch the draft on ESPN. I think also checking the NBA app might be a good idea. What's good, Sheldon? Go Wizards. Appreciate you, Unlimited. Glad to have you in here. This is a if you know moment. Graham says, aha, okay, the Poole trade makes sense now. Having CJ as a settler, if Ace has a rough start, is a solid approach. It also gives the Wizards a lot of long-term financial savings. They have $100 million in cap space in the 2026 offseason now, which is crazy. Johan says everyone always breezes past Toronto. Well, here's the thing. We'll go back. It's fine. the Johan, I guess the hard thing is you're probably newer here. I've talked about this pick a lot today, actually. I think so. Asenge at the pre-draft interview said someone asked him for player comparisons for himself, and he said 2 former Raptors and a current Raptor. He compared himself to Pascal Siakam, Scotty Barnes, and Kawhi Leonard. Prior to that interview, he actually worked out privately for Toronto. You put the dots together, the Raptors probably take him at 9. Now, is it possible Asenge gets picked before? Maybe, but I feel really good about this top 9. I'm not going to lie. I feel very, very good about the order I have here. This pick right here, pick 5, is the one that I'm really concerned about a little bit. But if I hear Trey Johnson's name called at number 5, there's a good chance I have this entire top 9 correct. We'll see. Again, I don't want to jinx it, and you never know until it actually happens. There's a chance you miss one pick, all of them might end up being wrong, but I feel very good about this. I don't know if Patrick Williams is going to get traded or not, the Shy. I don't think the market for him is going to be that strong, to be completely honest with you. Don't think the market is going to be that strong. Graham says, enjoy the live stream of the draft. I have to head to work. Cheers for the solid analysis and the thoughts around the draft and the team dynamics. I will circle back for a listen at lunchtime. Appreciate you, Graham. Remember, guys, I will be not live tonight, but after the draft, I will be posting several videos. Okay, the first one will be my winners and losers of night 1. And if you're looking for my my thoughts in general on draft picks, I will be tweeting them. Link is in the description for the Twitter. Go follow over there. And make sure to leave likes on those tweets tonight too, so that I know you're seeing them. Pick 7, the New Orleans Pelicans. I have selecting Kaman Malawach. Araya, just to answer your question, yes, they drafted Yves Missi. But if you've been watching the channel, and some of you are new, so this is a very valid question, but if you've been watching the channel, you know how much I value center play. If you want to win in the NBA, especially in the regular season, and if you want to win in the playoffs, having good centers is so, so valuable. And especially for a situation here like New Orleans, where, yes, they invested in Yves Missi a bit last year in the middle of the first round. Coming in here and drafting another center who, in fact, can be better than Missi long-term in Kaman Malawach, and doesn't play a high number of minutes. He only played about 22 minutes a game this past year for Duke. Having those 2 centers who can spell each other, one of them gets into foul trouble, doesn't matter. The next one comes in. If they get hurt, you're able to cycle between other guys. You have a backup option who's legitimate. Look at the value that Dallas has had with Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively together. Those 2 huge, big 7-footers for them who both protect the rim, play very similar styles of basketball. The ability to cycle between them, not losing any quality as you sub in and out, is so impactful. And I think for New Orleans, that's the real cheat code method here. You get the best screen setter, you get the best roller, the best rim gravity big man in the draft here in Kaman Malawach. It's an offensive cheat code for your team. And I think for New Orleans, it's a great starting point under Joe Dumars in this year's draft. Shout out to Jay watching from New Zealand. Shout out to Bulls Nation, Brazil. Falo português pouquinho. Brendan says, leave the stream on and just have the screen showing your Twitter page. That's an interesting thought process. I wonder, will it auto update? Let's test this now real quick. This is actually a great idea, Brendan. Let's see what we've got here. Let's go over here. Let's go over to our profile. Unholy Trinity, thank you for sharing that. I'll make sure to take a look at it here very soon. Let's go over to the profile. I'm going to try and post something. Let's see if it auto updates. One hour and 15 minutes away. Let's see if this auto updates. I sent it. It does not look like it will auto update. Which would mean I'd have to come in and click it, which I don't know if I'm going to do that. Appreciate you, though. Texas Sports here says, like the look, Sheldon. Happy birthday. Appreciate you, Texas Sports. This is one of the moderators for the Discord. Link is in the description for that. Go join that Discord right now. It's a great place to talk hoops. Have a really great time. So Texas Sports, really appreciate you, as always. The Shy says, do the Pistons even have any draft picks? They have a second rounder. No pick tonight. Patrick Williams is a small forward like Kawhi, needs to be used there where he can use his size post. No Bulls put him at starting power forward at 19. He was playing 2 guard at Florida State months earlier. Well, here's the thing with P. Will. Like, he's just he's lacking some fundamental skills across the board that would make him a functionally great offensive player. Like he's really close on a lot of the tools. It's just I just don't think it's ever going to all come together. So yeah, Senge literally like embodies Masai Ujiri. So Taterhead here wants me to look at the Miami Heat. So who I have them drafting tonight, and I feel pretty good about this selection for them. Of course, the further down the board you get, the more likely you are to miss, just because you're betting on 19 picks before this one. But I have the Heat here taking Walter Clayton Jr. going from Gainesville to Miami. I think it works out really well for him, and he had a successful college career. Started at Iona. Ended up winning a national championship for Florida and capitalized that into a real first-round draft stock. Sahaj says, do you see Derek Queen being that player that messed up the top of the lottery, especially from 7 to 10? I do think for Derek Queen, he's going to be underdrafted tonight. I think in my my mock here today, I ultimately landed on him landing at 14. I think a super value pick for the Spurs. This is a great option for them to get way better with this pick. And arguably end up with 2 of the 3 most talented players in this draft. Joe says, I feel like Asenge is a guy my Hornets would love based off the Tijan pick last year. 4 is very high, but 6 was high for Tijan. I did not like the Salon pick. Luca says, Brazil, let's go. Luca's a big Memphis Grizzlies fan. Welcome to the stream here, Luca. Glad to have you in here. Knowledge says, the offers are 2 seconds. I take it on P-Will. Vooch, I'd probably to keep over 2 seconds. I need at least a future protected first for the All-Star Center. What about, I'm just going to float this out there. What about Jonathan Kuminga for him? What about a sign and trade there? Just going to say that. Oh, Unlimited. Sorry, my bad if I missed. I try my best to make sure I hit every comment, but sometimes I miss a couple. I think you missed my comment earlier, but happy birthday, Sheldon. Couldn't ask for a better present than Flagg. I really couldn't. Thank you guys all so much for all the support. I'm having a great birthday, and I really appreciate you guys a ton. Shout out to my fiance. Look at what she was able to cop for me this year for my birthday. So I'm a big winner. Got a nice little Lakers uniform. Of course, Luka Doncic, one of my favorite players ever. So obrigado, Arian. Appreciate that. Brendan says Chrome has an auto refresh extension you can use. I will have. Let me. Auto refresh. Interesting. I will look into that, Brendan, and I will see if I can make that work. Devon here says, what would your next move be if you were Portland after the Drew trade? Thanks, Sheldon. Happy birthday. Appreciate you, Devon. Big time. Thanks for being in here, everybody. Isaiah says, I think the Pelicans will take Queen at 7. Definitely would be awesome if they did. Queen is now favorite to go 7th according to FanDuel. That's interesting. Last year, or a couple of years ago, we saw Scoot Henderson odds jump all the way up at number 2. This might be a bit of a money ploy. We'll see how it goes, but when they have things like this happen, sometimes there's reasons that the companies are doing that, and it's not about the reality of what's going to happen. So Sam here says, it's a Nets fan. I'm unfortunately preparing myself for Demon at 8. Man, if I was a Nets fan and they take Demon at 8, I'd be very disappointed tonight. Time of the draft is in an hour. Thank you, Annie. Appreciate you a ton. Lucas says, oh my gosh, you remember me. I do. Yes, I've got a very good memory. I do my best to remember you guys' usernames, favorite teams, profile pictures, all that stuff so that I can best interact with you. Obviously, I have almost 35,000 subscribers. It's not easy. I try my best. So appreciate you all so much. And I appreciate you for the birthday wishes. Luca, anything here says thoughts on Yegor Demon? Solid player for sure. But there's some functional issues that scare me with his handle, especially. BTB says, would you take Trey Johnson or Mulliwatch if you're the Nets? I'm leaning towards the former. And he said wrong team. If you're talking about I don't think either of them are going to be on the board for them. But Mulliwatch is higher on my board, so I would lean heavily toward Mulliwatch at that rate if it was me. Cooper Doncic. Yeah, I mean, you can tell my brain's fried after almost 6 hours of streaming. Pug wants to know why there's no trades happening today. Well, because people are waiting for the draft. They want to know who's available when they make their pick. So, Cadillac says, happy birthday, man. Hype for the draft. Yes, you are correct. But says, who are your top 3 centers in this draft if they reach the potential? You've seen them, Malawach, Queen, and then Sorber. If they reach all of their highest ceilings, like those are the 3 best guys. And the best one would be Queen if they all reach their absolute ceilings. Leonardo Lopez says, I'm back, Sheldon. Happy birthday. Appreciate you big time, Leonardo. Udinese here says, how long does the draft last? It starts very early for me, so maybe I fall asleep. It's about 2.5, 3 hours, probably. Asau here says, Bailey's still falling. Probably down to pick 6. Joe says, I don't bet, but I have heard they swing the odds close to the draft sometimes. Yes, they do. That happened a few years ago. 2023, I was live streaming just like this. And all of a sudden, the odds for Scoot Henderson flew up to be the number 2 pick. And then Shams Charania actually said, hey, look, the odds are changing. And then they changed the odds back half hour later after people invested money into Scoot Henderson going pick 2. Cadillac says Portland protected first isn't a great asset. It might just be a second in 2028. Yeah, the Portland pick is not, it's it depends on what happens. I mean, they might even slip into the playoffs this year, depending on how they go. Reports are saying Mitchell Robinson and Mikal Bridges are available for trade, which the Knicks do. They're going to keep Mikal Bridges. They will not trade him. Mitchell Robinson might get traded, but I'd be pretty surprised, honestly. Brendan Sutherland says, now I trade whatever it took to get Cooper Doncic. Could play all 5. No kidding. If Cooper Doncic was a real human being, oh my gosh. Wake Up says there's no reason the draft is a 2-day event, especially since ESPN's coverage of the second round doesn't get better. You didn't hear that from me, though, but it's the reality. The nice thing is tomorrow you guys are going to have more content from me covering the second day of the draft. Best players available, who could go where, all of that stuff. So stay tuned. There's going to be a lot of content coming here very soon. Pat's fan says what would San Antonio give the Celtics pick 2 in a trade? Castle and Vassell. What do you think? I don't think they'd give up all 3 of those for Jaylen Brown. I think you would start with either one of pick 2 or Castle, and then more stuff on top of that, but not both. Which Celtics fans will say, well, you're not getting Jaylen Brown, and that's probably the reality. So then you just don't have a trade, which is why I don't think Jaylen Brown will get traded today. Daniel here says thoughts on the Nets trading up for Carter Bryant. Example, 11 to the Nets for 19 and 26 to the Blazers. Something like that I think is definitely doable. Now, if I was Portland, I'd be a little hesitant to do that. I think the most likely outcome, like I mocked here in my mock, is the Nets moving up to 10, something around Bradley Beal, which is going to be challenging. Lucas says I need Cedric Howard to fall to 16. I think you'll like my last mock draft here, where I had Cedric Howard going to Memphis at number 16. Fashion Demon wants to know where Carter Bryant is on my big board. I will hop over there real quick. Now, if you guys do want to see the big board, it is up on Twitter. Okay, here is my Twitter. Link is in the description for that. Again, I'm going to be live tweeting all of my thoughts throughout the stream today. But here you guys are. Here's my board. And when we go look at Carter Bryant, he finished at number 14. So a lottery grade in this year's draft. Just narrowly comes in at number 14. I do think there are some concerns about his offensive skill set and self-creation, all that stuff, which limits his ceiling a little bit for me. But I think he's a good player, two-way impact for sure, two-way bet, and a solid off-the-catch, off-the-ball player. So, he's a great athlete. I would love for him to even prove me wrong and somehow burst into being an all-star or something. Like, that would be so awesome. Maybe he's a false ceiling player this year. Akao says, happy birthday, mate. Appreciate you big time. Scott says, Sheldon, do you think the Rockets use their MLE on Brogdon or Nikhil? I think it's more likely that they would use it on Brogdon. I think Nikhil will end up in Atlanta, to be completely honest with you. Zakai Ziegler is a solid player. Really impactful in college. Random thought says, Joe, I remember the second round being in a studio. Yeah, that was weird last year. So last year was the first year with the second round on a different day. And ESPN, it was just treated like garbage, in my opinion. I didn't understand it. Was not a fan of it at all. Looked clumsy, looked clunky, and looked bad. I hope it's not like that again this year. Rebel says, besides the trade in your mock draft, what other teams do you think can make deals today? Oklahoma City. They have 14 standard contracts, 15 and 24. If they package those two up, they can maybe move up. They could also be a team to look to move to where the Suns are at number 10. And then you also, on top of that, have Sacramento maybe moving up into the first round somewhere. Maybe that's with OKC at 24. Maybe it's with Orlando at 25. Maybe it's with Brooklyn at 26 or 27. There's definitely possibilities there. Zion says, where do you have Walter Clayton going? I have him going at number 20 to the Miami Heat. Who is the best defensive guard in the draft other than VJ? This is a great question. Honestly, it's a really good question. I think Trey Johnson has some defensive upside. Now he's very skinny and slight right now. He's going to have to get stronger to live up to that. Drake Powell's more of a wing, so I don't really want to count him. It's really a good question. Sion James is kind of a guard. Sion James to me is like the Terrence Mann this year. I think he's going to return better value than where he gets drafted. Joe says, last year my main memory is KJ Simpson saying he was going to run through a wall for the Hornets. Yeah. Man, KJ. Mud Dog says, best and most unique big board in the game. I'm glad you guys like it. Again, if you want to check it out, you'll be able to see the whole thing over on Twitter. It is pinned to my profile, and it will be pinned to my profile the entire year of their rookie years. My 2024 board was pinned until I posted this one just a couple days ago. So if you want to check it out, one thing I recommend, if you hold and load in 4K on your phone, it will make it look a lot nicer. If you don't do that, it'll look kind of fuzzy. Load in 4K. Aminu's an okay comp for Bryant. I think Bryant's a better athlete, but Big Toe says, dang, you're still live. Keep up the grind. We will be ending the stream here pretty quickly. We've been live for just about 6 hours. I do not think Philly will trade the third pick and Paul George tonight. I think they'll keep both. Scott Martin says, my boy, happy birthday and draft day. Happy draft day to everybody. 6 hours strong here in the stream, and I am still over the moon excited. Today is the day. We are an hour from the NBA draft. And NBA draft coverage on ESPN starts here in just a minute. We will be ending the stream here very shortly, very momentarily. Got to get my pizza. I do want to run through the super chats one more time here and show some love to everybody. Tomas started us off strong today with 2. Unholy Trinity, thank you again for the 10. Tag Live, thank you for the 10. Terry in the chat, thank you. Curry came in big time with a couple super chats today. There's 5. Michael Orlando, just like usual. This is like clockwork with Michael. He comes in every single year and delivers. $25 super chat from him for our Domino's pizza order today. Jay Peach with the 5. Best in the North with the 5. Alexander with the 7. Henry with the 2. Brian Mahaney with the 5. Kendrick Lamar with the 2. Brian Pumper with the 5. Curry with another 5. John Lewis with the 20. Huge love from John Lewis there. He's a big diehard Wolves fan. Deadly Greens with the 5. Asked about the Lakers and their interest in Andrew Wiggins. Mason with the 2. Really appreciate him. Gremlin, big-time Spurs fan with the 2. This was in regard to some of the merch on the channel, which I will put up on the stream right now, too, for those who are maybe curious about getting some utility sports merch. Definitely could be a fun little thing for you guys to consider. Here's a couple of those designs for you here. I'll scroll through them quick. We got sweatshirts, sweaters, shirts, t-shirts, all of that kind of stuff, and stickers even. So if you want some utility sports stickers, there you go. Aquino, thank you again for the 20 today. He's a diehard Wizards fan. Christopher, thank you for the 5. Tag Live came in with another super chat with another 2. BB Mute Man with the 10. Ryan with the 2. Adam with the 2. Smithsta with the 2. Yes, you are correct with the 27. Not once, but twice. Scott Martin, thank you so much for the 20. This just came in now. Let's get some W's in the chat for Scott. I got to send in some confetti for him as well. Absolute legend. And then Soul Train as well with the 2. Says, should the Magic move their second-round picks? Very likely that they will, Soul Train. So thank you. I remember you were in here the other day as well, Soul Train. So really do appreciate you a ton for tuning into the stream again today. You guys are all super awesome. 29 super chats today, which is absolutely insane. I've had a great day on my birthday, so thank you to everybody. The super chats, of course, go such a long way in supporting the channel. If you haven't already, go look to get some of these cool shirts. I set them as cheap as I basically could, right? You're looking at under $20 for shirts, which is rare to come by today, and under $30 for hoodies. So I've got my sample orders on the way. I spent some money myself on some of these designs because I thought they looked cool, put a lot of effort and thought process into these. So I hope you guys do enjoy them. I'm going to, at some point here, update these too, by the way, to include the Utility Sports logo somewhere on them. These right now do not have the Utility Sports logo, but I will work on that. If you do want the link to this, it is in the description at the very top, but it's also going to be sent in the chat here if you guys want it. Love seeing the W's flying in here for Scott Martin. Really do appreciate you. Soul Train again, really do appreciate you a ton. I do think Orlando moving their second round picks is very, very likely for them. Bulls should buy another second round pick with cash. I like the second round this year. It's going to keep getting more valuable at IMO, especially with the aprons. I think it's a huge deal. But thank you to everyone. I'm going to end the stream here. Going on 6 hours strong. We got one more minute to get there, so I'm going to hold on for another minute. Just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you all so much. Be sure to check out those links in the description. Jim Paris, thank you here for the 5. Comes in with another super chat here to get us to 30 even on the night. Says my healing from the Doncic loss begins tonight. MFFL. It's a great birthday gift for myself for sure. As a Mavericks fan, I am not bummed at all to be getting superstar in the making, Cooper Flagg tonight, first overall. Again, manifest some luck for your team right now. Comment down below who you want your team to get. Let those comments fly in as the stream ends here. TL, appreciate you big time. Thank you so much. Knowledge Unlimited, I really do appreciate you. God bless. Remember, tonight after the stream, after the draft especially, there's going to be more content coming out. Draft night winners and losers for day 1. There's going to be a video tomorrow morning. The best players still available going into day 2. A lot of content. Appreciate you all so much for being in here. 6 hours. We are 5 seconds away from 6 hours. 3, 2, 1. There we are. 6 hours flat in this stream. Appreciate you guys all so much. Isidore, thank you so much. I really love and appreciate you guys. So much awesome support. So much awesome, insight from you guys as well. I've had a great time. We got to break out the clear whiteboard. Had a great time with that. And all in all, it's just been tremendous. So thank you guys so much. We'll catch you in the very next Utility Sports video. Stay tuned. Go follow on Twitter. Links in the description. I'll be tweeting all my thoughts over there. And we'll catch you guys all in the very next Utility Sports video. Unholy Trinity, I have to say thank you. Thank you so much for the 2. Appreciate you a ton. All of your support again over on Twitter and on the videos. You guys are all absolutely awesome. Appreciate you guys. Love seeing you in the streams. Really do appreciate you guys so very much. I feel so incredibly blessed. Thanks again, everybody. Good luck tonight with the draft. And don't forget to come back for winners and losers and everything else that is going to be here up on the channel afterward. Thanks again, guys. And we'll catch you in the very next Utility Sports video.